Chair recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. This is my third term on the Oversight Committee. We've been talking about illegal immigration and oversight the entire time. I remember we had a group of this committee that went down to the El Paso section of the border. This was back in February, March of 2021. And during that time period, we were at one of the holding centers, and there were these buses that were coming to the detention facility, and they were picking up 30 kids, 50 kids at random, walking out of the facility. And when I went over to question the bus driver that was transporting these kids, border agents told me, as a member of Congress, that you're not allowed to question the bus driver. And of course, people knowing me, I didn't take no for an answer. And I repeated the question. And I was told that this bus of children was leaving El Paso and going to San Diego. And so what was occurring under the Biden administration is that they were busing unaccompanied minors all across the United States for one reason and one reason only. And that was because they did not want the press to see the pictures of kids in cages. They did not want to see our borders being overrun. They wanted to disperse that problem all through the United States. That is the reckless history of illegal immigration under Joe Biden and the Democrat Party. Mayor Johnston of Denver, yes, you lamented earlier that there were 10 to 11 buses coming per day to your city. Did you ever talk to Joe Biden about why this was happening to your community?
Thank you, Congressman. I both reached out to Governor Abbott from Texas. He didn't respond, and I did.
Why would you reach out to Governor Abbott of Texas when it is Joe Biden, the former commander-in-chief, that opened up our borders? Why didn't you talk to him?
Well, our buses directly were being sent from Governor Abbott in Texas, so that was why we reached out to say we're happy to collaborate on a coordinated entry system. We understand no one state or no one city should bear the entire brunt of this, but let's collaborate. But I did.
So I'm glad you said that, because that brings me to my next point. Governor Abbott and Governor DeSantis, when they started moving illegal aliens out of their states who were bearing the brunt of what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were doing, and they've sent them to Denver, they sent them to Chicago, they sent them to New York, they sent them to Martha's Vineyard. The reason why they did that is because you four could hide behind the realities of illegal immigration on border towns all through our country and on cities and states who did not want to see illegal immigration, but did not have the political representation to go to the White House. And only when it showed up on your doorstep did you get upset. Mayor Johnston, coming back to you. Mayor Johnston, coming back to you. How much did your city spend on illegal immigration? Do you have a round number?
Over the last couple of years on all newcomers, whatever their status was, it's around $79 million since 2022. $79
million. Mayor Johnson, Chicago. How much has the city of Chicago spent on illegal immigration?
If you're referring to the 2022 up to 2024 of the buses coming from Texas, roughly the same percentage of the state of Texas, about 1% of our overall budget.
What is that? Because we don't have the city's budget in front of me. Numbers.
It's 1%. And if you want the actual calculation, we can make sure someone.
You're the mayor. You don't have the math in front of you.
It's 1% of the overall budget over the last 4 years.
That's why you're a failing
which
mayor.
is
Mayor
the same
Adams,
number that
how
was
much did the city of New York actually spend on illegal immigration? Mayor Johnson, I already asked you. You don't have a hard number. And if you don't have a hard number, you're not running your city well. Mayor Adams, how much did the city of New York actually spend on illegal immigration?
$6.9 billion of taxpayers.
$6.9 billion of taxpayer money on a problem that was fostered on the American people. Mayor Wu, in the city of Boston, how much did you spend?
We don't ask about immigration status and delivering city.
You don't ask about how much money the city of Boston has spent on illegal immigration? Are you out of your mind?
Between immigration status.
Do you manage your budget or not, Mayor Wu?
That is how we keep
Mayor
our city
Wu,
safe.
do you manage your budget or not?
We have numbers to prove it. I manage my budget. I have a AAA bond rating dating back 10 years.
So to the city of Boston,
budget.
just understand that your mayor does not care how much of your resources she has spent on people who are not citizens
The city
of
of Boston
the city of
is
Boston.
sick of having people
reclaiming my
outside
time.
Boston
Mr.
telling
Bear,
us what
Mr.
we
Bear, I
need.
have a question for you.
We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years approximately 8 to 6 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the number 2 population for 400 years. You're going to get kicked out of being number 2. You're going to go down and become number 4. Now, common sense, even a 3rd grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were number 2, you all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're going to get when you become number 4.
President Biden, do you support reparations?
Well, I mean, since I haven't spoken on this, got a chance. Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of every 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest. Which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. And this is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington, in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
We are owed $104 trillion on the very low end, plus $735 billion recurring. This number does not include the cost of about 50 Black Wall Streets that were decimated, nor compound interest from 2017 when Sean D. Rochester's book, The Black Tax, was published, nor the cost of Black life, nor the cost of living increases, nor the war on drugs, nor the current day pandemic. The number I'm working with is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
Good evening on the West Coast. Good evening in the mountain. Good evening in the central. Good evening on the East Coast. You know exactly who it is, family. Angela Nirvana, your hostess with the mostest on the reparationist perspective, bringing you those Negro Descendant hot topics and making the case for reparations, making the case for weaponizing our vote, socializing our suffering. How y'all doing, family? Welcome to the live era. Welcome Facebook, welcome X. Now, for those of you who want to be a part of our illustrious co-host in the chat, you need to be over on where? ScrewTube. Yes. We had an extraordinary, hi, Brian Spencer, I see you, fam. Welcome, Yaira. Thank you, guys. Yes, I need you to chat it up. It's going to be a long live like last night. We were on there 5.5 hours. Getting it in about how the California Reparations Bill AB 1315 for our very own Office of American Freedmen Affairs has now been given over to Bill Ease-Lee, who is a Republican. If you missed that live, hi, St. Thomas 2009, you must go back and watch it. You might have to eat that elephant one bite at a time. We shared a space with Chris and Camila, and tonight we're going to share another epic space so you can really hear the inner machinations of how the hashtag ADOS Advocacy Foundation is seeking to undermine everything and every progress that we've made out here towards reparations, clearly out of jealousy. You're going to hear it. It ain't going to be me. Hi, Black Pill. That was just a show that those Masons put on in D.C. for the cameras. Behind closed doors, they're all friends. Okay, Black Pill, we're going to get into all of that. You jumping ahead now. You jumping ahead. It's cool. Chat it up. I'm going to bring my guest up momentarily, but what you saw at the top of the intro, yes, while I do get that the rhinos and the liberals, the demon rats and the rhino repugnant clans are in bed to high easy act to erase and replace us with immigrants. This has been going on for a long time. Compliments of the Negro vote or lack thereof, okay? Like I've been telling y'all, you need to unash your couches and get out here to the polls in Obama-style numbers to vote in the interest of your lineage before it's the end of the line. But I digress. We went through a lot to unpack how we're being sabotaged to show the grassroots reparations organizations all throughout the country how you can be undermined, and it's oftentimes your very own people. And that's why I had to bring P. Rae here today. She was at those hearings. I actually saw her. I mean, she was so close, she could have been at the table grilling with Byron and them, okay? She could have been there doing that. So while I get that the rhinos and the liberals are in bed to genocide, ethnocide the Negro, because this is all about upending our justice claim. So they figure if we just economically genocide y'all, then we ain't got to pay y'all the quadrillions that we owe y'all. Yes, I said it correctly. That's a real number. 6.2 quadrillion, and the meter is still running. And so this is what they're seeking to do, because as you notice, they're dropping these illegals in every demon radically ran city in the country. When they tried to drop them off in Martha's Vineyard with all that money, including Obama, they got their arses up out of there with the quickness. But they're bringing them to our demon radically run cities and states so that they can absorb all of our tax dollars to our ethnocide genocide. That's happening in real time. So you heard BJ gaslighting. He does the same thing to his own constituents. They can't get an accounting of that money. And so I brought P. Rae Ease-Lee here for two reasons. When I saw her over on Facebook talking about her and Chicago Red and Chicago Flips Red have no affiliation and that they are out-of-towners backed by white money, well, it blew my hair completely back. I had to clutch my invisible pearls. And I had a flashback to the former ADOS movement and why we were kicked out of the organization because said individual wanted to take the ADOS movement over after we built it. You see, so I saw so much commonality in the horrors that was happening to her baby. She welcomed them into her organization, thinking that they were coming in there to help out. They were there to take. So I brought her here because A, she was at those hearings. I want to hear directly from her experience. I love hearing from people who are on the front lines. And I want her to get a little bit of time to delineate from Chicago Flips Red and tell us why we need to withdraw support and support Chicago Red. Don't think you supporting Chicago Flip Red and you supporting Chicago Red. They're very different. Okay, and she's here today to explain the difference because many of you in my chat was like, oh my God, I thought they were together. What is going on? You were very upset to learn otherwise. So she's here to explain it. And following her, I'm going to get into a little bit of the sabotage happening here in California from a woman who's all the way in Atlanta, running interference, getting in bed with our known enemies on the CLBC. I'm going to show a couple of clips of Demetra K from African Diaspora News Channel talking about this issue, and then we're going to segue into the X-Files, where there was a space that was really unpacking and digging in to what happened to us in the former ADOS movement and why they're now a hashtag, a trademark, a foundation, and how they're still running interference to this day because of jealousy and ego that we were literally kicked out because we wouldn't unask our intellectual property after we amassed it all throughout the country. And because we wouldn't do that, we were let go. I had a whole super PAC. And for the very first time, we were finally allowed onto her broadcast, Breaking Brown, to talk about the super PAC and how we were trying to raise money to get our people from the mud elected. And that was the very first time I had ever heard her refer to the ADOS movement as hers. We built it and she sought to steal it for the grift. And so I'm here to tell it, and I'm here to get some assistance because it's happening to my sister in Chicago. And we need to hear from her about it so that you guys can know who to put your support behind. And if you choose to support ADOS hashtag and Chicago Flips Red, after you see what I'm here to share with you, you are free to do as you damn well please. If you want to call yourself FDA or ADOS, you are free to do what you damn well please. But you will not be able to say that the reparationist perspective did not fully inform you of what was going on. You don't get to feign ignorance. That's what you don't get to do. When it finally dawns on you that you're dealing with YouTubers and not folks that are boots on this ground. Introducing the incomparable Rae Ease-Lee Chicago Red. Stand by, family. Welcome to the live, gorgeous.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. What a wonderful introduction. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me move this so I can center myself. There we go. Thank you so much for having me. I got on my Chicago.
Yes, honey, you are looking
all day.
You're looking fabulous as always, gorgeous. You know us Midwest girls. I was just telling you. We're some of the finest, most natural-looking women on the planet. God has really kissed the Negro women of the Midwest.
It's the lake water. It's the natural water source that we have up here. I'm telling you, it's got to be the Great Lakes that make us shine like this. We're well hydrated. Yes.
Just naturally. Yes, very hydrated. And there's a lot of love in the Midwest.
Yes.
I know from your story that you were reared in a bedlam of love in the same way that I was.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for
so
having
great
me
to have you here, my love. Thank you so much for coming. I'm not going to belabor. It's going to be a long broadcast. I'm going to just keep you up and through the end of our segment. And then you can check out, get yourself home, because I know you're at another place for studio time. And get yourself home, and then you can jump in the chat. And because I'm going to actually put my avatar up because I got a ton of work to do as well. Going live 2 days back to back is a lot on your sister. Before we begin, I do want to thank the producers of last night's broadcast. Amahl came in with a very generous gift. He's one of my largest supporters. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Amahl, if you're watching. And Carolyn, thank you for your generosity. If you'd like to be a producer of, oh Lord, that went away. I didn't mean to do that. If you'd like to be a producer of the TRP broadcast, if you love my advocacy, if you love my voice in this space and what I do in terms of fighting for Negro descendants, bless the Cash App. Thank you so much in advance. And if you can't do that, I understand times are a little challenging. If you could just thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, it'll push me up in the algorithms, and then everyone can find this very important video broadcast with Rae Ease-Lee. So with that being said, Rae, girl, I saw you. I saw you on camera at the Congressional hearing.
Yes, ma'am. Everybody was like, Rae, we see you. You still got my hair
It was wild to see you so close. You need to first of all tell me, how are you in like Flynn and you practically on the questioning table. How do you do it?
You know, I've been doing this work for a while. This movement, Chicago Red, has been officially registered for about a year. But remember, I was a talk show hostess for 3 years. And then we were doing Black Chicago for Trump before then. So since I've been doing this, one of the phrases that I use is shake a hand and make a friend. I've been shaking hands and making friends all along this journey. And I made friends with a congressman who's a Republican from the state of Illinois. I actually have his cell phone number in my phone. So when I saw that these hearings were going to happen, I texted him and I'm like, hey, you know, can I be in the building? How can I do it? He's like, you in, come on down. So I got there. And the people, so Brandon Johnson, as I always share, we live in the same neighborhood. We live in the same neighborhood. We are in the same social circles. So there were a group of people who came down to DC from Chicago, from the hood. So I saw them wearing their sweatshirts as I was standing in the line. So I called them. I'm like, hey, I see y'all. So they're like, where you at, P. Ray? So I waved my hat because, you know, I had on my black Melania MAGA hat.
Yes, you did, girl. Looking fly.
Yes,
Hey,
ma'am. Thank you. And so they were like, oh, well, you ain't getting in. I'm like, no, y'all ain't getting in because I got a seat with my name on it. So I get the door. So I get there, and the congressman sent one of his staff members to bring me in. I got to walk through the Congressional tunnel. I actually ran into Jonathan Jackson, who is Jesse Jackson's son. He's also a congressman here from Chicago. So we, you know, cross paths. I'm like, hey, Mr. Jackson, how you doing? He's like, P. Ray, what's up, girl? You know, so it was good because, again, people know who I am. One thing that they always say about me, very privately, everybody talks to me privately, is that, P. Ray, we love what you're doing. We proud of the work you're doing. You consistent on your message and you don't disrespect us, okay? You are not disrespectful at all. You just on the business of your Donnie, which is what I call President Trump. So I get in there and I sit down and I see one of the flip red people next to me, right? So I greet her again because I got decorum. Hey, how you doing? And so then there were some other Black women who came in. I'm an AKA. So, you know, this woman had on an AKA bracelet. So I'm like, oh, good morning, soror. And she's like, oh, good morning, soror. But she wasn't expecting that from me with this red MAGA cap on. So, right, you know. Yeah. So I'm there, and this was an experience that I couldn't even think that I would have had the opportunity to experience, to see the Congress people come in. Number one, my hat called everybody's attention. So I'm making eye contact with everybody, and all the Republican Congress people are like, yes, that hat, girl, yes. So I'm like, yes. But when my mayor came in, and this is a video that actually is kind of going viral on Twitter, when my mayor came in the door, he and I made eye contact. And I said, okay, West Side in the building. So he stopped and he winked and he smiled. I could see he kind of relaxed a little bit. Well, the lady from Flip Chicago Red was like, South Side, Chicago, Flip Red, Chicago. I say, whoa, ma'am, no yelling. This is not City Hall. And then she starts to get all belligerent about it, right? I'm like, girl, back. So the hearings start, right? I mean, I think they sent her there just to heckle him in Congress. You see what I'm saying? This is why the second part of this conversation is very important, because that type of behavior is unacceptable. And it's not, anyway, so it starts and they swear them all in and then the questions start. Now, one thing that I will say is that the mayors were very well prepared because they did not answer the yes or no questions. For example, when they asked them, is your city a sanctuary city? Nobody said yes. None of those 4 people said yes. Everyone said that they were a welcoming city, or that they that they give all of their residents the support that they need, blah, 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 blah. So it shows you that they are not comfortable calling themselves sanctuary cities because they understand that the structure of a sanctuary city is inherently illegal. So they didn't want to say that. And I thought that was very interesting. I also thought that it was interesting that when they were asking them about the services that they were giving to these illegals, they kept trying to couch those questions within the confines of providing services to residents. And the issue is that if you are providing these services to the illegals, then the actual citizens are existing at a deficit. And so they did not want to talk about that. And you can see my mayor didn't even want to say how much he spent because the number is astronomical. So he can say 1% of the city budget Well, the city budget, I think, is like $2 or $3 billion, a $9 billion, oh, crazy number, right? So even if we were to take $1 billion of, like, let's say a conservative guess, which is like $3 billion, then we're talking about $300 million that you guys have spent on people who are not supposed to be here. And it's very important that we remember that sanctuary city policies magnetize cities for illegal immigration. So one of the Congress people stated, well, it's not like these people were randomly coming to these states. After these migrants came to America, these are the cities that they decided to go to. They said they wanted to go to Chicago. They wanted to go to Boston. They wanted to go to Denver. They wanted to go to New York City. Yes, ma'am, because down in where they came from, it had already been explained to them that if you get to one of these sanctuary cities, you're going to have a very hard time getting deported. So now we have attracted the entire third world to our cities to be subsidized with our tax dollars. That's always been the issue that we've been arguing. The tax dollar issue and the cartel issue. Now, that's one thing that I did not like, that nobody brought up the cartel, because the cartel is the one that's trafficking these people here. Before the first bus ever came to the city of Chicago, we were pushing for them to get rid of the sanctuary city ordinance. And it's because it has attracted the cartel to the west side of Chicago specifically, because all roads in America lead to the west side of Chicago. That's why we have the Chicago Loop. That's where all America's roads loop in and go back out. So we are the distribution center of America, which is why Sears was here in the 60s, which is why we had the Sears Tower and all that good stuff. It's because if you want to distribute a product by land, air, sea, or rail, you want to do it out of the city of Chicago, specifically on the west side of Chicago, because that's where the roads are. So now my neighborhood, my neighborhood is affected, but the main neighborhoods that are up and down I-290, we are distributing 90% of the heroin in this country. So if you got heroin in your town, it's coming off the west side of Chicago, probably. And so they should have discussed that. They should have asked them, how has your city dealt with the cartel? Is the cartel in your city? Nobody talked about that. I also text that congressman who invited me, and I told him, be sure to ask Brandon the relationship between the Chicago Teachers Union and the Venezuelan government. The Chicago Teachers Union has been going down to Venezuela for the past decade, literally setting up diplomatic ties and inviting those people to come up here to Chicago. So then you get a teachers union leader as the leader of the city of Chicago, and then all these Venezuelans say they want to come to Chicago because y'all gave them maps. You told them to come here. So I think that should have been a question as well at Congress. Now, I did have to take a break because Fox News wanted me to come on. So they sent the black car to the Capitol and took me over to the Fox News studio.
Come on.
Yes, ma'am. So a day was had.
You too merch, girl. You were just too merch.
Yes. So I go over to Fox News and they asked me, about the hearings and what's going on. I was very intentional about making sure that America understood that our fight to get rid of sanctuary cities and illegal immigrations is not a racial issue, because I'm an American Negro woman and immigration is none of my Negro business. I'm an 8th generation free American in this land. And so if we are to say that our push to get rid of this illegal immigration is racist, then that is ignoring Americans like myself who are not a part of the white majority. And therefore, we're going to get rid of that and remember that we are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's America versus the third world right now, and we on Team America. So that went very well. That went very, very well. I even saw a lady in the airport. She's like, "Oh my God, you're the lady from Fox. We loved you." I digress. So then I get
you're a whole celebrity out here.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's like, P-Ray, you a celebrity. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just one lady.
And you're on my channel. Oh my gosh, I'm so honored.
Now you are more than welcome. I'm just one lady. I keep saying I'm one lady on the west side of Chicago.
But we love you here.
Thank you. I'm just trying. I'm just trying, because you always got to keep in your mind, if we did not fight back, imagine what they would have done to us. Like that's like one
y'all to become California.
Yes,
but we've been legislated out.
Yes,
we have no power here. That's why we're struggling with the reparations. We're fighting immigrants. who cosplay us and get into position to tell us no and to get over. They gaslight you. They will approve a study, but that's as far as they're willing to go. And they'll only approve the study if it keeps them in power.
Correct.
You got to remember that Newsom was up against a recall because while he was shutting down the state, he was out whining and dining at the high-end restaurants with no mask on. And the Republicans got mad and ran a recall, and we were used to spare him that because we wanted him in position to greenlight our reparations, which has gone the way of the dodo birds. Prayerfully with Republican Bill Ease-Lee, we can, at least get our office going and get the genealogy going so we can get paperwork and be in position to receive whatever we're going to get from this fight. But it's an uphill battle when you got a whole government weaponizing immigration against the Negro to our ethnocide genocide. This is economic genocide.
But they've been doing this since the 1800s. And that's what really pisses me off about this, right? Because what people call boule, I am that, okay? I'm an AKA, I went to Hampton, my mama AKA, my daddy is Sigma, we live this, black, I call it the glitterati world. All of these people who are pushing for this are literate Negroes. They are literate. They can read, they can write, they can count, they got critical thinking skills, right? So we know that they could be better if they wanted to be better, but they are more concerned about getting invitations to the galas than they are saving our people. And that's what pisses me off about them. Again, I digress because they'll take me somewhere else. However,
no, you don't have to digress because I love that you're sharing this. Easy Axe and I were going, we were sparring a little bit about this because he doesn't trust the boule. And I said, well, the boule has turned, I said, I've met P. Rae, I've met Ivy Dreams. These are both AKA sisters that are down for our people. So until they proved me wrong, otherwise, they are apples on my tree. I had to look at y'all different because I wouldn't even pledge. The AKAs was trying to get me over at Howard during the time that Kamala was there. We were there at the same time. And I was like, oh no, I rep the hood. I rep the village. Y'all don't know nothing about that. I'm not getting in bed with y'all, and I'll be damned if I got to be hazed to make a friend. I never needed to be hazed to make a friend. Girl, I had all kind of things. And then in walk y'all all these years later. I just met y'all. And now I'm like looking at them, you guys like, wow, I actually got boule that is actually down for the people. And that's because, as you've explained on a prior broadcast, you are from the hood. You have properties and buildings, central to the hood, and you taught Negro patriotism and you taught Negro self-respect, the things that we grew up on.
Yes.
And so it's different than the modern day boule that likes to run. They run from the hood, never coming back, never looking back, matriculating into whiteness and becoming Crayola wanted white supremacy to the expense of a collective. Because truthfully, those of us that got out is only about 15 to 20% of us. What's happening to the 80% that are left behind and are remnants of the war on drugs and the war on poverty?
Yes.
And they don't have the acumen to get in spaces. They're not going to be invited up to the front of the congressional hearings. They're not going to be raced off to Fox News to talk about it. They're not going to have all this kind of access, okay, unless it is to embarrass the Negro.
Yes.
They like to put the camera in front of the person with the house shoes on and the big curlers and can't speak the King's English. They'll never put it in front of my mouth. They don't want to hear from me. They'll shadow ban me. They'll make sure I don't get hurt. So I am so grateful to you, sis. That's a very important part of us growing and evolving. To understand and understand that not all boule is working against us to our economic genocide for that payola.
Yes, and I want to make that very important, very clear that, again, I love living over here. I love my little $800 apartment that my grandma left me, okay? Okay, I don't care. P. Rae, you live in your grandma building and put my money back in the pot. And you know what my job in the building is, other than to sprinkle my little money in the pot, is to keep the porch swept, Keep the flowers planted on the yard and rake the yard, okay? That's what I do and keep the peace. And I love it. I live with my people. I live with my neighbors. I live in my building. I can sit on the porch and play R. Kelly till the sun come up because it's mine, okay? It's mine. Get from in front of my yard. And I love that. I love it. I love it. I love it. But again, I digress. So then I go back to the hearings. And so when I get back to the hearings, they took a break. And during the break, I got to kind of talk to some Congress people. So as I shared before, my godfather, he's not an official godfather, but he just raised me politically, is Congressman Danny K. Davis of the 7th Congressional District, which is on the west side of Chicago. As I shared with you before, I was raised in his office and he just happened to be there. So I walked over to him. I'm like, Congressman. He's like, my girl. So, we hug. I'm like, I sit on a big old MAGA hat. So, and I thought he was going to be kind of distant, because I'm MAGA, but he's like, no, we are us. So he told me something that really stuck with me is that he said he was in the car with someone and they were trying to talk about me. And he said, no, you cannot talk about that girl. I've been knowing her since she was a little bitty girl. Ain't nothing you could tell me about that one. Okay, let's move on. So that let me know that I still got my congressman on my hip. And that meant a lot to me. So we were in there taking our pictures or whatever. Then I spoke to Mayor Wu because she brought her infant with her. And her baby is like 7 weeks old and she's a breastfeeding mother. So I wanted to encourage her and tell her how proud we are of her for bringing her baby, because I knew that, she was going to get a lot of backlash. Again, I'm not gangbanging on this. Okay. I'm not gangbanging. I'm here to shake a hand and make a friend, because at the end of the day, you don't know who you're going to need to give you a jump or push you out the snow. So I chatted up with her. You from the Midwest, you need somebody to give you a little push every now and then. So anyway, I'm chatting it up again, talking to the people. We go back and we sit down, and then they begin the questioning again. But again, the questions were just about, they were trying to get them to state that they were sanctuary cities. And they did not want to say that. They did not want to state it at all. They kept saying, well, we are this or we are that. How much money? I don't know. Why do you have this law? One thing that I did catch up on is that all of them were saying that they were following a municipal law. They were like, well, this is the municipal law, and this is what this is what the voters wanted, blah, blah, blah. It's very important to remember that the citizens of Chicago never voted to be a welcoming city, a sanctuary city, none of that. That was an executive order by Mayor Harold Washington in 1985, before I was born, that became a codified law in 2013 under Rahm Emanuel, and then given teeth under Lori Lightfoot. So that has nothing to do with the taxpayers. And again, we tried to get them to vote. We tried to get them to give us the opportunity to vote it away. I said
they refused.
And they refused.
I've been watching this, honey. I watched them deny the people the right to vote it out. I saw that council meeting go down. It was complete sabotage. Can you tell my viewers a little bit about it? Because I don't know if they know that happened, that y'all tried to end it.
So I actually say that they should have called it the P-Ray ordinance, because when I was on primetime radio, I told Chicago, hey, y'all, we're going to get these petitions. Everybody get y'all signatures. We're going to get this referendum on the ballot. Should Chicago remain a sanctuary city? Yes or no? So then an alderman called the show and said, P-Ray, you ain't got to do that. We'll just bring it up on the floor. I'm like, all right, cool. So then they bring it up on the floor to see whether or not we were going to remain a sanctuary city. However, the floor leader, who's a man named Carlos Rosa, he went and literally tried to bully people into not making the vote. He physically accosted my 72-year-old alderman and tried to push her out. Yeah, tried to disenfranchise my whole ward. He told people, if you vote for this, you're not going to get this, you're not going to get that. I'm going to put you off this committee, this, that, and the third. So when they made the vote, it was a split. And Brandon Johnson was the deciding vote to not let us vote for whether or not we wanted to remain a sanctuary city. So this is where we are with this. This is a move. And again, because the Chicago Teachers Union has already made these deals with the Venezuelan government, we're fighting against the Chicago Teachers Union, not necessarily the Democratic Party, because the Teachers Union, they are literally pushing their own agenda, and that is a socialist agenda. They will, want to bring as many socialists to this city as possible in order to enact that. One moment.
Oh, yes, please, honey. Take your time. Take your time.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
did want to ask you, what is Brandon Johnson's lineage? Is he a Negro?
Yes, ma'am. So he
Oh,
is a
wow.
Negro. I did my research. A lot of people were trying to say he was a Haitian or a Jamaican. No, that man is a Negro from the great state of Mississippi, just like everybody else here in the city. And that's how, again, we know that he's not there for the Negro. However, I did get a word that he's going to be doing a lot of pro-Negro things because now he really understands that, like, yo, it's time. You got to go up for re-election. You have pissed off the entire Black community. Typically, here in Chicago, the electorate follows what Black Chicago says because we are the most authentic Americans in this city, right? I mean, just nationwide. And so we have abandoned them. You know, Chicago Red and P. Rae, we have been super hyper effective in helping the people understand that the emperor has on no clothes and we looking at a big old ashy booty, okay? So we, because they understand that, now he feel a little shame and he want to put some clothes on and get back on board with the people. And so we want to, and I was just sharing this with one of my girlfriends, now that we are in this space, this is the time for us to go and scoop up everything we want. I have a girlfriend who is actually on the Reparations Committee here. And she called me today and she said, I always want you to remember that Brandon is the only mayor that we've ever had to ever consider reparations. So we have a reparations office in the city of Chicago that is a line item. They're not doing the study. So they hopefully are going to start cutting some checks. And our checks are going to be cut for the redlining, for the Jim Crow, for the schools, for the drugs, for them tearing down our houses. Like, they're putting all of that together now, and Brandon created that office. So I will give him that much. It's so the office in the budget has a $500,000 line item. That's to get the office going, get it staffed, get it going, however, and then we're going to talk about how this is going to be funded. But again, I don't know what that looks like. I'm just getting this from my homegirl that's one of the leaders on this initiative. And again, she spoke with me about that this afternoon. So here we are. So that's one thing I do know as a fact. However, that does not erase everything that Brandon has done. And this is what I told her. Just because we're about to get what's owed to us, he ain't doing us no favors. Black people really understand that as we are pushing for these reparations, as we are pushing for people to respect our sovereignty, they ain't doing us no favors. Don't think that, so-and-so did this for me and now we gotta be beholden. No, this is what you're supposed to do. This is what I got up and went to the polls for, to make sure that my sovereignty would be respected. So thank you for respecting my sovereignty, but this is what you're supposed to do anyway.
Yeah. Furthermore, I would venture to say that you make sure you get the direct deposits before you re-elect him. They love to weaponize reparations. You see them now trying to pander to the Blacks since they lost epically. And 28% of us came out for deportation, closed borders, Yo Donnie, as you call him. We went out there with the backbone of the ancestors who fought back. Now you see Ayanna Pressley and all these melanated folks that are coons, in my humble opinion, coming out here talking about HR 40, which is nothing but a study into perpetuity, which is what they're trying to make of our task force hearings. After we came up with all of our recommendations, now the CLBC is clamoring to come up with new bills to present, which mean more study. Just study it into perpetuity while they're receiving millions of dollars to do it while never delivering. So I don't give a damn if Brandon is trying to act like he's going to be about that Negro life. If those monies aren't directly deposited, and even if they are, we must punish the demon rats for several election cycles.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
This is not no one and done protest voter strategy for me. I'm in it for the long haul, and I'm seeking to get folks up off the couch to join me because, like I often tell them, they've got 282 million immigrants in this country. And with the Negro vote, they're trying to deliver up 50 million illegal in DACA. Had Skamala been elected, 50 million more would have been made citizens with the Black vote. So thank you that you sat the couch out, but you really ain't got no room to do that when you've got democratically ran city and states who are saying that it's against the law out here in California to show voter ID. And they already found 10,000 illegals in Arizona that voted in the elections. If 25 million illegals manage to find a way to vote to get the demon rats back in power, it's the end of the line for the Negro. You got to give up your couch. Because even if you choose a third party, you still make space for a deportation closed border candidate to get a victory. As long as you're not voting for the demon rats. But what you got to do is show up for your cities, because once these cities, as you see, have been overtaken by immigrants down here in California that cosplay us on the CLBC, or they're cooning as us, once that happens, you're just not even going to be thought of. They're not even going to talk about you. I told you that we're only a third of Isaac Bryant's population that he represents in his district. And so that's why you see him running interference. Okay, so if you don't come out and vote locally, you are leaving. It's Russian roulette, because these immigrants are here for their interests, as you see by the results of the Congressional Black Caucuses, which is by and large melanated immigrants fighting for immigrants. They're not fighting for the Negro. They'll fight for you to be studied into perpetuity, but they're not fighting for your lineage-based cash reparations.
I want to
speak to that at all?
Yes, ma'am. When we talk about HR 40, when HR 40 came out, I wasn't even walking. Okay, I was on the planet, but I could not walk. So that shows you how long.
You're showing how old I am.
But I'm just saying, like, that shows you how long they've been playing with us.
Right.
Literally playing with us.
And we keep showing up to vote for the games.
But the thing is, they didn't have to do a study to give these illegals billions of dollars, did they? There was no study. There was no hesitation. There was no discussion. They immediately gave them our tax dollars, our reparations money. They didn't care about what they had to go through. They didn't verify people. They didn't validate people. They did not do any of that. You didn't even need an ID to get some of that money for the illegals. But for us, they like to gaslight us and tell us that, oh, who do we know who to pay? As if we are not the most studied and documented people in this country, as if we're too
in the world
to know our people. We know who we came from. I know for a fact that my maternal grandparents are from Chula, Mississippi and Greenwood, Mississippi. The Union Army came and freed my grandmother's family in Chula from the white man, and freed my grandfather's family from the Choctaw Indians in Greenwood. We know that for a fact. So I don't have to go through a whole bunch of discussion and studies and all this kind of stuff for y'all to figure out that I need to be repaired for the system of state-sponsored terrorism executed by the Democratic Party in this country. We know this for a fact. And again, this is why it pisses me off to no end that my peers in the Black intellectual class are not standing lockstep with me, because all of this stuff has been written down. What are y'all doing? Y'all trying to get gala tickets. That's what you're trying to do. And I do grant them grace, because again, I said I grew up doing this. So I done been to the gala. I know what the chicken tastes like. I know the tea ain't got no sugar in it. I know we're gonna get that little piece of cheesecake. That's not impressive to me anymore. And that's why I left the Democratic Party, because I could see that we're doing the same things over and over again. We do 1 year to try to get the person in office, and then spend 3 years fighting them over and over and over and over and over and over again. Why? Why? Like, don't you know, sometimes I don't want to wake up and stick it to the man every day. Some mornings I want to wake up, make some salmon croquettes and biscuits, but I can't, because I got to put my shoes on and get ready to stick it to the man again. I got to eat something fast in the car. Like, it gets tiring. And again, I've been doing this since I was a little girl. So it bothers me, because I'm like, this is such a waste of time. This is why I left America, y'all. I left the United States of America because I got tired of it. Yeah, it's too long. I can't take it anymore. And so that's why I said, forget it. I'm not going to fight these people. Like I said, I never, ever, ever disrespect the people. I always say I'm fighting the politics, not the politician. Because that politician is still somebody's daddy. That's still somebody's husband. Whatever. I'm not here to, malign you and make you feel bad, hurt your character, talk about Brandon and his mental issues. Okay, no, I don't have to do that. Because he does have like anxiety attacks. And one day when I was at City Hall, I was watching him kind of fiddle with stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, you know what I'm saying? This man really not well. You know, for real, he's not well, and I'm not here to make him sicker. I'm here to do the work for the 37th Ward on the west side of Chicago, the west side of Chicago, the city of Chicago, the county of Cook, the state of Illinois. That's what I'm here to do. So I say that to say we got to stick to the policy, and if we stick to the policy, y'all, and show love. See, that's why Chicago Red is working so well, because we show love. Love is an action verb that compels one to act. So everything that we're doing is out of love for our people. We want to maintain our neighborhoods. You know, like I say, and in the summertime, me and my cousins sit on the porch with the speaker and we play the blues and R. Kelly all night. I'm talking about like on Saturday nights or whatever. We like to step in the moonlight. I know I can't do that in nobody else's neighborhood, right? But I know in my neighborhood I can, because maybe tonight I'm not playing music, but the people across the street might be playing music, because we country. Okay, we want to sit on our porch.
Love it.
And we love it.
We love who we are, where we come from.
Yes.
I will never give that up.
And so because we have so much culture in our neighborhood, and I love that culture, like I shared with you before, I have high self-esteem because I'm from the west side of Chicago. If you think you're not going to have no self-esteem over here, we're going to bully you into some self-esteem. You can't walk with your head down, hunched over down. Somebody's going to literally drive past you in their car, let the window down and say, hey man, stand your ass up. Put your head up. What's wrong with you? Put your shoulders back. You know, because we encourage one another like that. If you're sitting in the house and you're feeling sad, there are spaces that you can go to, community centers, where there are other people who are going to feed you, make you feel better, figure out how to make your issues go away, help you pay your light bill. You behind on your rent? I know a rental assistance program, whatever. We're here to show love to one another. And we can't do that if we are being distracted and set up by the Black intellectual class who likes to go and parrot all of this liberalism that they got from their universities that they believe are the answers for all of our problems. Ain't nobody asked you for that. Those people don't have access to us, so now they go and get you and indoctrinate you with all those things, and you bring it back to us, and I'm saying no. There's a woman in the community. She and I have very similar backgrounds. We went to the same high school, which is the top high school in the state, Whitney M. Young Magnet High School. Michael Jordan sent his kids there, okay? So this is a Chicago public school, and I went to school with Marcus, and my brother graduated with Jasmine. So this is like the school to go to. So anyway, I went there. Both of us went to HBCUs, all this good stuff. So she came back, and she was like, well, I am this person, and we support this socialism, and I have this background. So I'm like, nobody voted you to be my leader. I don't need you to speak on my behalf, because I'm just as intelligent as literally as you. And I say, no, get off the stage. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
We need more of our people to come back and stand for our people. Know that the white man water is not wetter. The white man's ice is not colder. You have value in your own neighborhood. We got big old houses. We got front yards. We got all of the things that you are running to in those suburbs to traumatize your children. I went to Hampton University. It was filled with Black children who grew up in white environments, and all of them had all these kinds of issues. I'm like, ugh, your mama did that to you? Why did your mama leave you in that school? What? There was no Black people around you? But we're so thirsty for white validation because of low self-esteem, which is why my organization focuses so much on self-esteem, patriotic esteem, the love of self. Because if you love yourself, you will spread love to others, and then you can build a better America.
Where can we send recurring payments to Chicago Red? I'd like to flash it on the screen.
ChicagoRed.org.
Okay, hold on one second. They can join there too, right? They can join and donate. Okay, I'm gonna flash that real quick.
I see somebody in the comment, while you're getting that, someone in the comments said, which county in Mississippi? Holmes County. That's where my grandparents met when they were 13 and 18 years old. And they moved to Chicago when they were 16 and 20.
I just love it. We're going to get through the comments. Oh my God. We don't spend an hour on that. Okay. So let's segue into, the meat and potatoes of why I brought you here.
Yes,
I am so over being sabotaged. I've been through this sabotage with the former ADOS movement, which fractured us and we splintered and went our different directions. CJEC, Chris was one of the founders of the California ADOS movement, and we all had our different chapters and we're clipping along. And Marlon over in Chicago.
I know Marlon.
Yes, Marlon Watson was spearheaded ADOS Chicago. Like, we've been here, done that, got the t-shirt and the bumper sticker. And I am determined to expose when this is going down so that we don't become co-opted by white money organizations like the National Urban League, who, after we fought for about 18 months for delineation with the Office of Management and Budget to get to unflatten blackness, which is ethnociding us in this country. He came in, Johnny come lately, and the OMB offered him a seat at the table for him to tell them that it's discriminatory against the 4 million melanated immigrants in this country to not be able to identify as the 50 million Negro freedmen, and he prevailed. He prevailed and was able to stop them from delineation. And so this is what these niggerati organizations with white money backing are out here to do. They're here to undermine our fight for delineation, undermine our fight for reparations. You know, and I have nothing against Yvette. I think some of the things she brings to the table were really, really helpful and instrumental. Whenever we would ask Yvette, what's the solution, as she was politically educating us after 2 terms that we voted for Barack Obama to do absolutely nothing for the Negro, cosplaying the Negro, okay, when he is clearly a melanated,
immigrant.
He is a melanated immigrant. His daddy's king and mama's white. And so he Al Greened his way and Michelle Obama his way and the Negro children halfway, okay? Anywho, the bottom line is she started teaching us political education, and we were always asking, well, what's the solution? What's the solution? She said, y'all are the solution. And we took the ADOS hashtag that she created. That was her acronym. After getting that education, we ran out here and we created chapters to go and be the solution. We made ADOS relevant. We made it a national debate topic. We were the ones to undermine in these, because the revolution is being social mediaized. We were the ones to take to the social media spaces and drag Skamala for the cosplay, drag her on her record out here in California. We were the ones sitting up at night, eyes glazed over, trying to get next to whatever legislation we could tag ourselves to fight for reparations on a statewide level. That was our work. And all her and Antonio Moore wanted to do was to show up once the work was done and take all the credit. We were the ones, when it was time to get the task force hearings going, to get Antonio Moore off of consideration because of the disparaging things he continued to say about those of us who were moving the movement, who were in the mud, who were at the town hall meetings, who were at the city council meetings, who were hosting meetings to educate the communities. They weren't at those meetings. Yvette's all the way in Atlanta. Antonio may be out here, but he didn't come off of his throne. All he could do was disparage. We found that me and a partner had an entire super PAC and were brought onto Yvette's show for her to disparage and say, I don't want your super PAC for my organization. Why? Does it take away from your donations to your ScrewTube channel? We're trying to do work. And so now there's still our Achilles heel. There's still running interference. Chris and them ain't got time to talk about it. Chris and Camila ain't got time for that. They're too busy trying to be effective out here. And I shared last night a couple of posts disparaging what we're doing, disparaging us, laughing at us because we have a few setbacks given the way folks have turned on us, which is no fault of our own. So when I saw you on Facebook making it plain and delineating that you are not Chicago Flips Red, I knew I had to have you on my broadcast because I started to feel traumatized all over again. Not that the trauma is ended, because they had to let that go and keep building relationships and keep moving the bar. They have to keep going. And I'm going to show with the people later what Yvette did recently to give Isaac Bryan, who is an arch enemy of the things that we're doing out here and trying to triumph to get the reparations to our people who are being legislated out of the state. I'm going to show more about that later. But I had to bring you on because we need to know, where do we place our support and where to withhold support and make a thing die off. I'll let you take the floor.
Yes, ma'am. So Chicago Red, again, it has been building up. I was the only, I said it 4 times so you can hear, only Black person on mainstream media in Chicago talking about Republicans and conservatives. And I got red pilled by the president at the Young Black Leadership Summit at the White House in 2018. So I got on the radio in 2020, but before that I was doing Trump rallies, slapping Black for Trump bumper stickers on Biden signs all around the city, on poles. I'm just trying to let people know that we were out here. So I get on the radio, which is WVON. The call letters stand for Voice of the Negro, but now they're glitterati, so it's Voice of the Nation. This is the oldest Black radio station in America. When Martin Luther King lived in Chicago, he hosted the morning show. Barack Obama had a show on a show. Brandon Johnson had a show. Tavis Smiley had a show. Roly Poly had a show. Anybody that's somebody in America politically in Black, they have been on WVON. So I have Black Excellence Hour, which is a show for people with high self-esteem. So I'm on this radio, I'm talking about my Donnie, I'm talking about Republican politics, I'm playing actual news clips, not just a little snippet, but the actual speech so that the people can hear it. I'm going over political things, I'm going over civic things. So the movement is growing. Because one thing that people always say is that, P-Ray, we don't agree with everything, but one thing we know for certain is that you love Black people and you love that West Side. I said, yes, I do. So they said, because you got so much passion for your people, we can listen to you. So that, again, gave me a lot of access. Well, there are a group of rhinos who are white Republicans from the suburbs. They always had an issue with me because for years they had been lying to the establishment, telling them that it was so difficult for them to break into Black Chicago, and they were doing all of this work and it wasn't yielding any results. But here comes P-Ray on the radio talking about, hey, let's get a dose of self-esteem from Donald Trump. And, he's saying, Black folks, y'all built this country. And I'm like, y'all remember, we as Americans is sweet potato pie. So this is getting the people to listen. So they did a lot of things to sabotage me from the beginning. Calling me a whore. That was the first thing. I was nothing but a sugar baby whore. And I told them, unless you've got a sex tape or some pictures of my mulatto children, stay out of my panties. Then it was, because it was wild. It got real, wild. I was a bed wench. I was a coon, of course. I was all type of horrible names that they could call a person. I got called. However, I kept showing up every week, and then people like, no, this girl not that at all. And then my West Side people started to show up like, wait a minute, y'all stop playing with this girl. Like, this our girl for real. Like, I don't know if y'all thought she didn't belong to nobody, but she belonged to this Austin community, and we love her, and we standing with her. So they kind of backed back a little bit. But then I started to get like speaking engagements and all that kind of stuff. There is a gentleman who is a Republican fixer of sorts. He is a Hispanic man, and he wants to be in charge of the Black people in Chicago when it comes to the Republican Party. So then he began to go behind me and tell people, don't have P-Ray. If P-Ray comes, I'm not coming. Or if you have her here, I'm not showing up. I'm like, I don't care. Keep on moving, y'all. Keep moving forward. So we're moving forward. So this group of people were upset because there was a Black man hosted a conservative show on the conservative radio station here. And I would always say I had the only Black show. Well, he would say, well, I'm a Black man and I got a show. I said, no, sir, your show not Black. And you already told me yourself that you were upset jealous that I had a Black audience and you don't have a Black audience. So I could talk about real Black things. Like I would say, my show is like Hannity with a few ain'ts, can'ts, and finnas, right? But your show can't be like that because you are talking to a different audience. So they always felt some kind of way. P-Ray like to say she the only one. I am. You a Black man that's hosting a conservative show. I got a Black conservative show. There's a difference, and that's not to diminish you. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is. But anyway, I kept on saying we, us, ours, because one thing that everybody that's ever met me can tell you that I'm not a hater. I'm not jealous hearted. I don't gatekeep. None of that. If you come to me and you say, P. Rae, I want to work, I'm going to say, come on. It's plenty of work for everybody to do. If you want to be on team, Chicago Red, come on. What can you do to advance the movement? Because I'm not a hater, which brings me to these people. So the one lady I met here on the West Side at this organization meeting called the Leaders Network. They are a group of pastors on the West Side and civic leaders who meet to push, or the initial goal of them was to meet to consolidate the political capital of the congregations in order to push policy. And I know that because my father, my daddy, founded this organization in 1997 after they came back from the Million Man March, but initially it was the West Side Ministers Coalition that snowballs into being the Leaders Network. So I know all these people. I grew up, again, I'm the people's baby girl. So I met this woman there. She's talking about how she was from out of town. She had an issue with her property. Her sisters had threw their building into probate and she was trying to get help. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, why don't you go down to City Hall, talk to the people. But the property issue is not a city of Chicago issue. That's a Cook County issue. So nobody in the city of Chicago can help you with your property issue at all. The county does properties. Cool. So then I go down to City Hall and I meet this other woman. She tells me she's from Albany, New York. The city demolished her mother's property and she was there to try to get some type of resolution for the property. So I thought that was a little strange too, because she told me if they don't give me what I want, I'm going to flip this whole thing red, because I flipped Georgia blue. So I'm going to flip Chicago red. So I'm thinking, what, you just a paid, agitator? What's going on? So I even remember talking to one of my homegirls. I'm like, this one, I don't know, girl. She's like, that's okay. We need everybody. Don't, isolate nobody, bring them in. So I bring them in. But then come to find out with that property, and I got this from my congressman, because when we were at Congress, her mom was talking to my congressman. I was kind of waiting, in queue to talk to him. And he asked her, he said, did you talk to Alderman David Moore, who's the alderman of their area? She's like, yes, I did. He's like, what did he say? She's like, he said he can't do anything for me. He said, well, I can't do nothing for you either. I don't think nobody can do nothing for you. So this is why the conversation that these two women initially were having, which were property issues, snowballed into political issues, because they were coming to my meetings, eating my pizza, hearing what we were doing, and then decided that they wanted to carry this mission forward. Now, the woman from California, I was getting all these invites to the Trump rallies and stuff, right? Because again, I have been standing 10 toes down for my Donnie in the city of Chicago. So much so that my Donnie saw me and sent the Truth Social, P. Rae, I saw you on Fox, girl. You such an inspiration. Go, P. Rae, go. Then pulled me out the crowd at a rally, took a picture with me in the back, hugged me. I got pictures like hugged up with the president. Like, like for real, because normally when he take a picture, he like stand up straight with you. Me and him like this. I say, we hugged up like we go together. So, but that's Melania Man. That's Melania Man. However, I say this to say I had a lot of access. So by me having the access, I tried to bring as many people with me as possible every time I went. So the last rally that we went to was in Milwaukee, and I brought this woman with me. And so while we were there, I'm introducing her to people, because she had started to get a lot of momentum, because she's at City Hall doing all this rah, 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 right?
Which we loved.
Yes, but that rah-rah initially was about herself and her property, until I came down there and started talking about the sanctuary city issue and how that was impacting our people. So, and I'll tell that story, then I'll get back to the rally. So one day, a Hispanic woman, a Colombian woman, reached out to me, and she said, P. Rae, we need you to come down to City Hall today. I say, girl, I don't want to come to no City Hall. I hate going to City Hall. And I got my own microphone, so I don't want to go down there and sign up and go through all that. I could just talk to the city myself. She said, no, come on. So then she called me back 10 minutes later and said, P. Rae, I just put your name in the box to be a speaker. Come on. I'm like, all right, they ain't going to pull my name. Then she called me 10 minutes later and said, P. Rae, they pull your name. Come on. So I hurry up, I pull up my clothes, I speed downtown, get in there. They call my name. They say, we got Rae Ease-Lee. I say, P. Rae, that's me. Now, but because I had the radio show, every chair in the chamber turned around and was looking at P. Rae, because they knew that if I was coming not to be playing, but on real live business. So when I stood there, I spoke about how the first $51 million that they gave to the illegals was supposed to be opioid settlement money. They were supposed to build rehabs with that money. And I had a neighbor who needed to go to rehab because she was strung out on drugs after her daughter got shot in their living room and bled to death in front of the whole family. I'm like, I've been in my building for 52 years. They've been in their building for 45 years. Everybody paying property taxes every year on time. Therefore, we want all our tax money to go back to us because we ain't never late paying y'all. Come on now. So anyway, that goes viral. And that's, again, how people started to shift their conversations, because they could see that the conversations about immigration were getting more attention than conversations about personal property issues. I digress.
Let me take a breath. That's where I first met you, was at that. Well, I didn't meet you physically, but that was my introduction to P. Rae, was at that city council meeting. And if you guys missed the last time she was here, go to the archives, because I open up the broadcast with that particular city council meeting where she was on fire. It was epic. I had never seen anything like it. So yes, you can continue, but go to the archives and check her out. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So, to digress. So now we're at this rally, and I'm introducing her to all these people. Well, one of the people who has been actively trying to undercut me goes and they meet with this woman. And I guess her and this woman link up, and the woman tell her, well, you don't got to go through P. Rae, you know what I'm saying, to get these opportunities. Come over here with me and I'm going to give them to you. All right, cool. You know, again, I'm not here to fuss, fight, or do anything with anybody. However, at that point, that's when I start seeing these Chicago Flip Red shirts, right? And I'm like, what is Chicago Flip Red? We already got Chicago Red shirts, right? Y'all can get Chicago Red shirts.
Okay.
It was wild. So there is a clip of us. I'm sitting in the middle of some Chicago Flip Red people. I don't have on the shirt. I'm the only person there with the MAGA hat on. And I have on this shirt, the picture that me and my president took. One of my friends made a shirt out of it. So it says President Trump and Vice President P. Rae. And it's like this picture that's up in the middle. So I'm wearing that shirt instead. And so they were trying to get me to put on their shirt. They were trying to get me to brand myself under them. But I'm like, I got my own organization, right? And y'all been coming to my organization. Y'all been coming to my meetings. So what is this about? But that's okay. Because again, we got to stay on the business of the business. Now, I had this really nice Trump event on the west side in Garfield Park. Garfield Park is a huge park on the west side. We had it in a garden on this little stage. Mark Carter came. Shout out to Mark Carter. He came to barbecue for us. We had speeches. It was really nice. But when I had that event, I invited them to come speak. Okay, again, I ain't never been a hater, never been a gatekeeper, none of that. This third woman, who's the fitness trainer, she hits me up in my inbox. Hey, P. Rae, I want to train you. I've been watching you. I'm a big fan of what you're doing, this, that, and the third. Now, I got foot surgery, which is why I got all this weight on me. I haven't been exercising. Before this, I was a big old exercise guru.
You are beautiful, sis. Beautiful.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. But she reached out to me and she said she wanted to train me. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? I would rather work with somebody one-on-one rather than going to my classes, trying to keep up and sweating in the back or whatever. So I go to her, I'm hanging out with her, I'm working out with her, giving her all these moves. She's like, well, how can I get more involved? I said, girl, go down to City Hall. We don't pledge, we don't haze. If you want to get involved, go ahead, come on, let's get involved. She go down there, she links up with these other two women, and now they have this group. Right? And that's okay. But y'all group, not my group. But because I was not very vocal about the fact that we are not the same organization, they were able to literally grift off of the momentum of my organization. I'm talking about same speaking points, same everything. They were not having political conversations before we came out. They were not. I went back and I watched the archives. All they were saying is that we coming for them seats and y'all gonna fix my property issue, and ain't nobody at City Hall can fix your property issue. This is a Cook County issue. Now, what really made me want to just make it clear that we were not the same, I don't know if you watch the videos, there's an old man that's always there named George Blakemore.
I love him.
Mr. Blakemore was there. So one day we're sitting in city council, Mr. Blakemore in the front row, I'm in the middle row, they in the third row, right? So Mr. Blakemore get on the mic and he's like, everybody up here talking about they doing this and that for their mama's properties, but they need to be focused on the politics and not personal issues. All you hear is, keep my motherfucking mama name out your mouth, you faggot ass bitch. I'm talking about cuss this man out. Call him all type of D-suckers, called him every horrible, negative, nasty, homophobic thing you could say to a man. They said it right there in the city council. Now, when the sergeant of arms came to, bring all of this down, I told them, hey, I ain't got nothing to do with this. They said, P. Rae, we know you ain't got nothing to do with this. We know that if you come up here, you come in dignified and in order. We know that this ain't you. I said, okay, cool. Next day, I get a call, hey, P. Rae, I heard your people was down there cussing out George. What? No, we don't do that. We don't do that whatsoever. So that's what really made me want to do a hard break, okay? But then we go to the White House for the Black History Month event, and then one of the women got arrested at the White House. So then I get another call. P. Rae, I heard your people getting arrested at the White House. No,
you all thought they were your people.
Those not my people. So that showed me. So then moving forward, like I said in the beginning of the video, now we at Congress and you sitting up there, rah, because these imposers, that's what I'll call them. These imposers have gotten you access to this space so you could heckle the mayor and try to get a viral moment. And I shut that down. I told her, no yelling. And I whispered it to her. I told her, no yelling. This is not City Hall. Okay, we are in the United States Congress, the most powerful legislative body in the world. And you think that you're going to be up here hollering and screaming and acting a fool sitting next to me? Oh, no, ma'am, you won't. No, ma'am, that's not why we are here. So then people like to say things like, oh, well, P. Rae is cool with the Democrats and she talks like them and everything she says is so politically correct, blah, blah, blah. Yes, number one, I was trained by the top politicians in this city on the west side of Chicago. When I was in high school, I was an intern for Obama and the governor. When I was in college, during my breaks, I volunteered for all the elected officials doing all of their writing and all that kind of stuff because I got trained on how to do political writing in the governor's office of citizens assistance when I was 16 and 17 years old down in Springfield. So these are the skills that I have. I've been building this for a year. So yes, I'm cool with all these people. I know how to shake a hand and make a friend because at the end of the day, the Republicans are still a micro minority. So it would be disadvantageous for me to completely isolate and disrespect the Democrats because they hear me. They calling me all the time. P. Rae, we are so proud of you. P. Rae, you say the stuff that we wish we could say, but we cannot say, girl, we got your back. The Black Caucus for the state of Illinois had a party this past summer. And so they put out their flyer. They were like free drinks. So, I put on my dress and I went. So I'm up in a little Democratic caucus party as one of the state senators pulled me to the side. He said, girl, what you doing in my party? I say, hell, you put out a flyer that said free drinks open to the public. I came to get my drink. So we laughing and stuff. They like, you the boldest broad in the city. I promise you. Then you a whole Republican up in here with us. I said, it's okay because if y'all say black, I'm black. I'm here. So he pulled me to the side. He's like, no, straight up though, I want to tell you, keep going. Keep going. Everything that you said, you making it so easy for us to get what we want because now you got the Democratic power structure against the ropes and they're doing everything they can to make black folks feel better, but they don't even know that black folks done with them. So keep on going, P. Rae. I'm telling you, you are just clearing the field for us. So this is why I'm cool with them because at the end of the day, they are still the power structure. At the end of the day, if I need a stop sign on my block, I got to go talk to my Democratic alderman. If I need some federal stuff done, I got to go talk to my Democratic congressman. But if you go down there and you cussing people out and getting in their faces and getting banned from City Hall and getting barred from here and arrested there, calling the Cook County Board president a house nigga at her job during the conference, what?
She sounds like a Jasmine. She sounds like a Jasmine Crockett.
Exactly. No decorum, no couth, no manners. This is Chicago, baby, Mississippi North. You're going to have some manners up here. We used to get whoopings for not speaking to people. You know, let somebody call your grandma and say, yeah, girl, I seen your granddaughter at the store. She act like she ain't even want to speak. You getting your butt whoops. You
as soon as you hit the door.
As soon as you hit the door, because you being disrespectful in the streets.
My mama gave my neighbors, the folks that they knew, permission to chastise me wherever I was serving it. They got permission to make a call. And when I got home, there was more punishment waiting.
Yes, ma'am. That's the type of world we grew up in, too. You know, on my block, we have what are called two flats, which are like two apartments on top of each other with a basement unit. So all of the grandmothers lived on the second floors of their two flats, and then they rented out their first floors. So they literally watched us all day on the block. Somebody grandma in the window calling the other grandma, telling them what their kids doing. So this is why we have manners. I found that to say that they lack decorum. That's the first thing. But beyond that, they are with these people who are funding them in order to undermine what we're doing. And they're pissed off that I have the access that they thought that they only had. They're pissed off that I'm on Fox News. They're pissed off that the president liked me. They're pissed off that I got to go to Congress because my black butt from the west side of Chicago, as they say, you live over there in the ghetto and do in my own $400,000 brick building. Sure do. You know, but because I'm so ghetto and all this other kind of stuff, I'm not supposed to have the same access that they have as this self-appointed white power structure. And I keep telling them, all that's dead. We Americans, baby. I'm a full American. I don't need permission to go and speak on behalf of my people. I don't need permission to get to Congress to watch it. I don't need permission to pull up on my congressman. I don't need permission to make friends with people all up and down the state. I don't need that, but they are so used to dealing with hustlers, people with low self-esteem, this old black conservative that talks about black people don't have fathers and their neighborhoods are dirty. And I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Because guess what? I had a daddy. And guess what? I live in the largest Negro community in America. The Austin community. There are 85,000 of us here. And we love living here. Ain't nobody trying to, in no hurry to sell their building and come out there with y'all so y'all can harass our children. Nobody wants that. We like where we are, and they're not used to dealing with black folks with self-esteem. So because I do have it, they have been looking for groups of useful idiots to take me down. So this group is not the first group that they put on the table. You see what I'm saying? But, oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am, they are not. However, I don't allow these groups to bother me because it's too much work to get done. I can't fight and be busy at the same time. I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to, go back and forth with you. Now, we did have a little Twitter spat, and people are like, Rae, you shouldn't have been on Twitter doing all that. Don't tell me what I need to be doing and not doing if you weren't out here with me in these streets. Don't tell
about
me,
it, sis.
You need to calm down. I don't want to hear none of that because I put my corporate paycheck into this movement for years while all those people sat on their money thinking that they were going to literally drown me out by withholding their funds. They can see what, $200. With $200, I can make some stuff shake, baby. And I got neighborhood buy-in. The joke of the city is, when you talk to Rae, you don't know who she's showing up with. You don't know if she's going to show up with some politicians, some preachers, the police, or a bunch of gang members. You don't know, okay? Because this girl got everybody cool with her, and that's what I'm about. I'm not here to make enemies. I'm not here to politically gangbang. I'm here to save a community by any means necessary. And the first move we got to do is get away from those who are oppressing us, and that's the Democratic Party. So that's why I say all that to say, this is Chicago Red. We are legitimate. ChicagoRed.org. We are registered with the state of Illinois as a political action committee. The money that comes into my organization pays for these lights, pays for this gas, pays to feed my people at the meeting, pays for us to travel. When we went to the inauguration, I covered all my people. I covered the flights. I covered the Airbnb. I covered the ground transportation. We got into the balls. We went to the ball, met some people.
Take a sip of water.
Yes, ma'am, because I'm on the road.
Oh, now you on fire, baby. While you sip, thank you, Yaira, for your generosity towards today's broadcast. You are officially one of the producers of today's broadcast. If you'd like to join Yaira in being one of many producers of the broadcast, please cash at me at $TRPTV. And also, yes, I want you to set up recurring payments to chicagored.org. You see all of the uses of the funds that she receives. I will be setting up my recurring payments akin to what I did for CJEC yesterday. I'm just going through and picking my favorites now that I'm not sending money to Marcel Dixon's campaign. I'm going to send the money to a few of my favorite coalitions throughout the nation, and yours will be a benefactor. And so if you'd like to get into the fight and you really don't have time for boots on the ground, please consider giving to chicagored.org. It is very imperative that we weaponize our vote because our issues are nonpartisan, family. And P. Rae is dropping knowledge and spilling hot piping tea, and she deserves our support because it is wild to me when other organizations are just out here to undermine what we are doing in the name of being pro-Negro descendants, when they clearly are not by their actions. And actions speak louder than words, family. So please, please, please also bless chicagored.org. Even if it's $5 a month, put it on recurring. Let her know that you are in support of everything she is doing to help uplift our people and enable them to flourish in Chicago and beyond. But go ahead, P. Rae, finish out.
So,
and then
I let you say, I pay for everything for my people because it's not easy to do this work. So like we take social backlash, people lose their contracts, people lose their friends because this is a very partisan town. Now, I also want to say that I was good to those women. I was good to them.
Aren't you the one to give them access to all the major news outlets and give them access to Congress and to Donnie and all this? Weren't you the one?
So when I went on Fox on the Laura Ingraham show with one of the women, and Laura Ingraham asked me, they were like, "Oh, do you know these people?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know those people." So I brought them on with me. So that's what made people think that we were the same because we were on Fox News at the same time. And no, we were not. You see, but I thought that, okay, we all doing the same work. They asking for the people. But again, they are literally trying to tether themselves to us to feast off of our hard work and momentum. Now,
I know that story all too well.
Yes. I mean, the people in my organization kept saying, "P. Rae, you're going to have to deal with this. P. Rae, you're going to have to say something." And I'm like, no, it's okay.
That's what we did. And you see what's happening to us to this day.
Yes.
Because folks want us to be quiet and not getting them up with the pigs. And no, but it's like,
don't be divisive. All that weird stuff.
But the bottom line is, all you got to do is compare records. I tell people all the time, for those who are disparaging the CJECs and Camila, let's see your track record. Let's see what you're actually getting accomplished beyond ScrewTube. Let's compare. And the same is true for you. Let's see the record of your long history of what you've done for the community, and let's line it up against Chicago Flips Red, and let's see who's actually putting in the work and who's out here to grift. But go ahead, I digress.
So they're grifting, and that's my whole thing, But again, I was good to them. I was good to them. Now, I want to just to go back to the City Hall issue, because again, I know these people, okay? I know them because I was on the radio, so they know me too, right? So that's when I come, everybody turn their shit around. My congressman, my alderman said, "Girl, when you come and you get on that mic, we know you come to make us work, okay? We know that you getting on there to tell us what we need to do, and we appreciate it." So when we were there, they were trying to pass a $300 million budget increase, right? So the first day we went, we talked about the budget increase. I told them, y'all better not make no $300 million budget property tax increase when people like me trying to still pay on their grandmama's buildings, okay? We ain't got no money for these illegals. Now, if y'all wanted to do a property tax increase to get the kids some school buses, because y'all still ain't figured out how to get the buses together, right? If y'all wanted to get the buses together, if y'all wanted to get these potholes together, cool. But y'all doing this for the illegals, and we ain't having that. That first time, it died. The second time they cut it down, I want to say to maybe 150,000. That time, people were not being professional. They were hollering, they were screaming, they were acting a fool. The mayor had to clear out the whole chambers. Do you know that they passed it, right? So then I had started kind of polling some of the aldermen, like, why y'all vote for this the second time and not the first time? You want to know what they said? Because they were acting a fool out there and I couldn't take it. I just wanted it to get over with. So now your tactics are causing us harm because you making people uncomfortable at their jobs. Why? What are you accomplishing with this? Is your goal to be seen, or is it to get policy passed on behalf of the people of Chicago? Well, if you ain't from Chicago, you don't give a damn. You up here to get your own issue accomplished, which is the issue of your property, which ain't none of my West Side business. All them issues are out south. I live north of Cermak, and those not my issues. Again, we've been in this building. This is going to be year 53. I ain't never had no problems with the city of Chicago. They ain't never tried to come tear it down. Why people didn't throw the building in probate court after my grandma passed, because we don't need to put our property in the white man's court. We're going to have our problems in the living room. Now, we might cuss each other out, okay? It might go all the way down in the living room, but it ain't going outside this house. It ain't going past this door. And that's why, again, I can go and talk about the people. I've never gone to City Hall to push for a personal issue. Never. Even with me, I was trying to get this stop sign on my at the end of my block. We've been trying to get this stop sign for at least 10 years. So I saw the alderman down there. I'm like, hey, Alderman Mitch, you know I'm coming about that stop sign, right? She's like, girl, I know. Now we got a stop sign. And the block is so happy. I didn't have to get on the mic and cuss her out and say how she ain't worth a damn and all this kind of stuff. No, you got to shake a hand and make a friend, because the goal of politics is to get legislation passed. This is a science. That's why it's called political science. And if you will be up there hollering, screaming, acting a fool, and trying to go viral, then you are hurting the people of Chicago. Period. Leave us alone. Don't come here to try to build your brand. We don't have time for that. Chicago is a clannish city. If we don't know what high school you went to, like people, that's the first thing Chicago people gonna ask you. What high school you went to? And if you don't say the right one, we know where you stay. So for me, I say I went to Whitney Young. They say, "Oh, you smart," because that's like you gotta take a test to go there, right? But people know if I say I went to Whitney Young, I'm from the city of Chicago. What grammar school you went to? I went to Skinner. Oh, okay. Because again, that's a West Side grammar school. People know what it is. But if you ain't got no grammar school, we used to have this teen soap opera. It was a teen Christian soap opera that came on in the 90s called The Awakening. And it was like the hit in Chicago, okay? It taught us about HIV. It taught us about teen pregnancy, gang banging.
Got to come back.
Yeah, look it up. It's called The Awakening. Look it up on YouTube. But anyway, I said to say, if you didn't grow up watching The Awakening, we ain't got nothing for you. Get off the stage. We don't want you here. Now, you can participate, but you can't be no leader because you don't know the foundation of what we're dealing with. And that's
because they're not from there. I want to stress to my viewers that these people are on Chicago Flip Red are not from Chicago. Wait, is the trainer who's got a huge YouTube following, is she from Chicago?
She's from Chicago. I talked to somebody who went to high school with her. So she's from Chicago.
But the other two that got big recognition out here are not.
No, ma'am. The woman, the more masculine one is definitely not from Chicago, not even a little bit.
That's the one that turned Atlanta, Georgia blue.
She is actually from Albany, New York. And she was out at the DNC protesting with the socialists. So again, that's what made me say, wait a minute, you a plant, baby. You a plant and get out of my business.
And then they're backed by a white moneyed organization.
Yes,
do you know which one?
I do, but I won't say it. But this is how I found out. George Blakemore called one of my homegirls. Oh, it's a big to-do now. George Blakemore called one of my homegirls and was like, yeah, P. Ray just mad that they getting money and she ain't getting none of it. They gave them this money, blah, 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 blah. So when we were having this Twitter spat, I told him George Blakemore already gave the move, baby, because they be with George. So then They hit
Yeah,
up George.
that's why I was shocked that they cursed him out like that.
Cursed
And
him
I've
out
seen
like
them with him at the city council meetings.
Like he was a piece of trash. Do you hear me?
And he's still friends with them after they.
Do you know that the more masculine one, George, is a painter? She went to his art stuff and broke all of his art stuff, broke all his paintings, talking about George is disrespectful and he ain't gonna be selling nothing, like bullying the old man. Yes. So
and he still run with them like that?
Yeah, because he an old man. He looking to fit in how, still to remain relevant.
Oh,
so
no,
George called my homegirl and she says that I put it out. So then George starts saying, I didn't say that. So then I called George and I'm like, hey, George, what's up? He like, oh, P. Rae, why you say that? I said, because you said it. He said, no, I didn't. I said, yes, you did. He's like, well, maybe I got it wrong. I said, oh, no, baby, you got it all the way wrong because I've been good to you, George. I took you to the RNC twice. I took you when you came to DC and didn't have nowhere to stay. I brought you to my Airbnb and I fed you. I took you to the balls with us. I did everything. And this is what you got to say about me, George. He, oh, baby, I got it wrong. So then those flip red women wanted him to make a YouTube or a Facebook, because he's always live on Facebook, to make a Facebook video denouncing me. And he's like, no, I'm not doing that. So again, this is a whole bunch of mess just because I want to save my community. This is not easy, y'all. This is not enjoyable work.
No, it's not.
No, it's for me. If I was doing this for clout, I could be a Democrat. I mean, if I was still a Democrat, I would be the queen of the Democrats because I was literally raised as a Democrat. Everything they told me, P. Rae, you were the heir apparent till you messed it up. And I said, I don't want to be the heir apparent to this. Well, P. Rae, all this stuff you saying, we can pass this Democrats. I told them, they ain't never going to let you pass this Democrats. Why don't y'all just leave them people alone and come with me? So again, I'm doing the work. I'm making the relationships. And we got these out-of-town people who literally thought they were going to come in and scoop up my movement and move on. And like I said, that more masculine one, she has done this in Georgia. The same exact thing. She told me the first time I met her, I turned Georgia blue. You turn Georgia blue. So what you up here talking about flipping Chicago red for? That means that you are a paid agitator, and this is what you do. You go around the country disrupting current political situations to get what? And that's the story.
Well, I am so grateful to you for sharing. I'm going to run through the comments real quick because they're sending love, and I want to make sure we get all of the questions answered before we go into the second segment and enable you to go get your rest and not.
Yes, my phone is on 10%. I just clicked it. So.
Oh my God, let me scroll fast. 10%. Okay. I'm just going to read the relevant. Thank you guys for your kind words. I see the beautiful compliments for both me and P. Rae. CJEC and Reparations Perspective live at the same time. Popcorn. I didn't know that CJEC was live right now. Good for them. I love it. So y'all can split back and forth between us. Okay. I'm just going through to see what the questions are. Y'all beautiful women came from the South, but still beautiful. Yes. Easy Acts. My people migrated after we were emancipated. They from Tennessee and Kentucky, we migrated to Ohio, and that's where I've got several generations. And of course, P. Rae is Mississippi. That's where her line is. Okay. Root Tracker says her mom and generations of her families also from the Midwest. Yes. Okay, I'm scrolling fast. She only got 10%, y'all. Who is this? She's an Eastern Star and is sworn to. Oh, you can't trust those Greeks. Did you want to speak on that?
I'm not an Eastern Star. I'm a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated on the Spring 07 line of the Gamma Theta chapter at Hampton University. I am not an Eastern Star.
Okay. That settles that. Yaira says they couldn't pay me $5 million to leave this country and leave my citizenship. You know, the very citizenship, Yaira, that they're clamoring to get. They're clamoring to get here while trying to sell us on the continent of Africa, to use us as a resource to do for it what we did for this country. No, thank you. Build it yourself. Did you want to comment at all?
No, well, I was one of the people who ran. I moved to Africa thinking I was going to get away from this chaos, and then I got called a tubob by a Senegalese woman, which is Wolof for foreigner or white person. And then I got all snappy with them. Like, well, we know you're not white, but you are definitely foreign, American girl. Everything about you is American, and you need to be proud of that. So my patriotism was born in Senegal.
Okay, but I'm glad you're back here fighting with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Knight Rider says they were paying immigrants to the tune of $7,000 a month each and thousands in food stamps. But other benefits they were not entitled to. Was that happening in Chicago? I know here in California, they're giving them health care. They're giving them licenses. They're giving them jobs.
Grants for houses, grants for cars.
Housing.
Yes. No,
well,
not
our
housing.
people are homeless.
Making them eligible to get loans to purchase houses in my neighborhood. So the houses that my people were losing because of the subprime crisis, they were gonna flood them with illegals until we said no more. Again, if we didn't fight y'all, Black Chicago was about to be done. And I said, not on my watch.
Y'all were about to become Little Mexico like we are out here in California. Yes. BB says, Lord, when Gen X looks younger than millennial generation.
I'm a millennial.
Yes, well, I'm here to tell you, I am Gen X. Thank you, baby. And you're beautiful, my millennial P. Rae. But I appreciate the compliment, baby. Thank you so much. Root Tracker says, my Choctaw lineage is from Mississippi, Thompson, and other is Harris in Oklahoma. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going through fast. Yaira, thanks for the info. Which county in Mississippi does your lineage descend? You already shared that. Okay. Remember to donate to chicagored.org. Uh-oh. Okay. And they're thanking you, Chicago Red. I'm here. I had surgery, so I'm not feeling good, but I'm going to listen in dental surgery. Oh, feel better, Gwen XOXO. Thank you for joining the live. Okay. Just moving through quickly. Oh, thank you, babe. I love my jewelry. If I ever get you something for your birthday, I know what you love. I love jewelry. Yes. Thank you. Your face is looking, what? My face is looking like a balloon. Oops. Sorry about that. I can't help it, y'all. I didn't know it was looking like a balloon. Her birthday is the first week of September. Oh, thank you. Yes, my birthday. Y'all, I'm looking for questions here, y'all. This is a recurring theme. Okay. Thank you. Yes, my birthday is 9/1. Show your love. This is a recurring theme about a lot of our people lacking self-esteem, seeking validation. Damn, we need some serious counseling against this ongoing trauma we are carrying. Very, very true, fam. Easy X, you're very correct. Let's see here. Did you want to speak to this issue of needing therapy, P. Rae?
Yeah, I don't think we need therapy. We just need to remember who we are. That's it. Okay. Our ancestors didn't have no therapy. You know, we gotta turn your TV off. You are not a baddie, okay? Black folks throw away the baddie culture. Know that we are a great, wonderful people, and that social media is, I mean, not social media, reality TV is not a proper depiction of who we are.
Very true. They said in San Francisco, where I grew up, at an Alice Griffith, the lady that owns the apartment, she said she was 90% Black American in their period, and they're putting all Black American. I don't understand that. Okay, I don't get that one. Gwen. Sanctuary cities cost major cities $20K per economic illegal. That's crazy. That's what I consider our reparations. A month. Sanctuary cities cost major cities $20,000 per economic illegal a month. Can you imagine 4 more years of that madness? We got to get these people out, and we got to get off the couch and vote. And the city of New York was advertising in subway stations that they were all entitled to health care regardless of immigration status. Did something like that similar happen in Chicago? I know they gave it to them out here.
Yes,
and it cost us billions.
Illinois spent $2 billion on their health care.
Yeah, it cost us billions out here too. Era in my old neighborhood. Okay. BB says, in my old neighborhood, none of the construction crews were on the job.
Maybe, or maybe you just froze.
Oh, did I freeze?
We'll see. Okay, yeah, I thought my phone was dying, but you just froze.
Okay. Oh, child. They messing with my channel quite a bit. They don't like me telling the TR Ruth over here, so they like to mess with it. In my old neighborhood, none of the construction crews were on the job. 2 weeks of hiding, however, they're back. What? I thought that would be, and what are your thoughts about this, P. Ray? I thought this was an opportunity for blacks to show up for those jobs and take those over with those crews being absent in hiding. What are your thoughts about that? Why are they now coming back out of hiding? Do you have any thoughts?
Because they are not afraid, and those employers have told them that they are in sanctuary cities, so that ICE is not coming immediately, which is why we need ICE to start raiding these construction sites. Because remember, if our people go get those construction jobs, they got OSHA, they got workers' comp, they got FICA, all those things that those construction people did not factor into their budgets. So they're going to do everything that they can to make sure that the people can work without being paid for benefits.
So they're back. I didn't realize they were back. Okay, so this one says, and then I have two questions before I let you go. Mulatto rights activists, sanctuary cities equal Jim Crow 2.0, a set of privileges for illegal aliens and a set of penalties for U.S. freedmen. Did you want to speak to that?
It's true. It's like we're being punished for having Social Security cards, which is why I say we all got to get on the bus, go down to Mexico, walk back across the border, and see what we can get once we're bused back to our city. That's the only way we can fix this. But yes, if you got a Social Security number and a birth certificate, right now the Democratic Party has absolutely nothing for you.
And which is why we must continue to punish them with a protest vote for deportation, closed borders, and prayerfully your Donnie will ramp up those deportations, because just to be illegal in this country makes you a criminal. Crime is crime. That's the way I see it. So my last couple of questions for you, sis. Why wasn't Gavin Newsom there? Number one. Did you want to answer that while I...
Well, why wasn't J.B. Pritzker there? Maybe they're going to do an additional hearing for the governors.
Thank you. That's right. That was simply the mayors.
Yes.
Okay, I think I forgot my last question some kind of way.
Someone just asked another one.
Huh? Okay, question to Miss P. Ray. Are there, Lord, okay, I'm squinting now. Let me put on my readers. Are there identified tactics to defend against the practice of co-opting?
Yes. So what I've learned thus far is when people reach out to you and they're like, hey, I want to help, I want to be a friend, don't be their friend. Like, make them come to some meetings, make them work. Don't just give them access. For me, I'm too free-hearted. I'm way too free-hearted. This is affecting me on multiple levels of my life. If you come to me, I'm like, yeah, come on, we're friends. No, remember, we're still dealing with COINTELPRO. The same people who executed Fred Hampton are trying to get P. Ray. They are trying to, if they just come out the blue and they're like, oh, I've been watching you, make them come to your meetings and make them work first. But keep them on the lower level. Keep your inner circle tight. And if these people are telling you that they're from out of town, don't trust them, because they don't have the same experience you have. If you're from out of town, you need to be learning the streets, not in no political fights. If they are there talking about political things that don't quite sound right, like going to the city of Chicago to litigate property issues when Cook County does that, that shows you that they don't know what they're doing and that they have their own agenda with the city that has nothing to do with the politics that you're trying to execute. So just be really careful and don't be as free-hearted as P. Ray.
Thank you so much. When I think of my next question, I'll text you. You have been a blessing. You've richly blessed the broadcast today. Show your love, family. We thank you. We give you a round of applause. Thank you for all of your hard work. We love you, and we can't wait to have you back for another enriching broadcast. Thank you for the civics education. Thank you for all you do for the Negro Descendant in Chicago and beyond. We appreciate you, and we love you very, very much. So with that being said, you make it a beautiful God-inspired rest of your evening, and you can continue to watch. I'm going to go into the second half of the broadcast. We're going to be here for some time. They'll probably go to sleep and wake up, and we'll still be here. But, y'all, I got to get all of it out because I can only go live once a week. But
all right, God bless America, y'all. Remember,
God bless America. Negro patriotism, baby.
Yes, we are as American as sweet potato pie. There is no refuge for anybody, for the Negro anywhere in the world. So we got to make it work right here.
Yes. Thank you, sis. Love you.
Love you more.
Peace, love, and reparations. Delineation.
Amen. See y'all.
Bye-bye now. That was rich. That was epic. I hope you enjoyed it as much as me. I love having her here. She just makes me smile. She's going to end up making me move to Austin as much as she talks up Chicago. I saw somewhere else in the chat a comment about someone moving from the South to Chicago. She absolutely loves it. I'll try to find that at a later time. But let's get on to the next part of the broadcast. Just put your PJs on, y'all. It's going to be, this is another long broadcast, but if you have to check out and come back and watch the rest tomorrow, I understand. Have a blessed evening. But I want you to stay until you just can't, till your eyes can't take it no more. Okay, till your eyes get heavy. Because this is just rich. Let's share the screen. Let me hide that comment. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Welcome to the live. Thank you for joining me. Okay, so I want to have this next segment be a part 2. Remember, I told you guys yesterday that there's a part 2 to the shenanigans that I found in the X space that I want to share with you guys about the undermining of the CJEC and NASD and the California Reparations movement concerning ADOS, hashtag ADOSAF. And so I want to make the case for it, and I want you guys to get some more background as to how we got here. And that space I was listening to was really, really exposing a lot of things that I went through and quite a few of us throughout the nation went through concerning the former ADOS movement and why we're no longer affiliated. But we'll also give you some insight as to why we are continuing to be undermined by them, getting in bed with our known enemy, Isaac Bryan, and giving him big ups in the X spaces. It is in direct opposition to the things we're trying to accomplish. And like I said, this is really about those of us who are fighting for state level reparations throughout the country. Okay, this is really, really about us because I need you to see the shenanigans of what's happening to try to trip you up. Chris Lodgson said it best yesterday in the space I shared with you. We are in a political fight. This is the fight of the Negro freedman descendant flourishing in the country of our ancestors. It's either fight or flight, and we don't run. And so I have to expose these things to give my people abroad a peek into their future so that they can try to avoid and circumvent these obstacles and these landmines from your very own people. Okay, so let's get into it. Let me share my screen. Yesterday, what I realized when I was reviewing the live, that you guys didn't even see the video of Isaac Bryan, and this is going to be about Isaac Bryan and ADOSAF. You didn't even see him giving Republican Bill Easley his ass to kiss as he was preventing the motions from coming to the floor. I realized it wasn't even playing when I looked at the playback. So this time I'm going to make sure it's properly queued up. I'm going to share with you about a little bit about Demetra Kay and what she had to say about ADOS, hashtag ADOSAF, endorsing and supporting what Isaac Bryan is doing to undermine us. I'm going to show you that segment. Then we're going to segue into the space. More than likely, I'm going to put my avatar on because I have a gang of work to do, but I'll be jumping on and off the mic as I did yesterday to weigh in, okay? And to give you some more context to what you're listening to, all right? So stand by, family. Let me pull up Isaac Bryan.
So this is Assemblyman Mr. Bryant. He's mad I brought up the reparations vote. So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my...
I didn't see it. I couldn't see it. I gotta show it to you. Hold on. Just give me, I beg your patience. I'm not very technical, guys. I don't have a production team like some of the channels that have more subbies. So you guys just have to be super duper patient with your sister. Let me remove this from the studio so I can try to share the screen again. Just a second. Stand by. Sorry about that. I'm going to come over to make sure you can see it before I start to play it. Very good. This is what you were supposed to see yesterday. Stand by, but it's relevant and pertinent to today as we segue into the X space.
So this is Assemblyman Mr. Bryant. He's mad I brought up the reparations vote. So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my access here. Why are you so upset?
You vote for 3 strikes. You put black folks in prisons, but
here
now
for
you
3
want to be a reparations person.
Well,
But you
we
won't
should
vote
have
for the bill.
We should.
I supported the bill all session.
Then bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill, Mr.
Bring the
Senator?
bill.
Will you vote for the bill?
Bring it up.
Will you vote for reparations?
Bring it
I
up.
would love it.
Bring it up.
Let's vote for reparations
Bring it
together.
up. Bring it up.
You in, Bill?
Bring it up.
I didn't think so.
Bring it up. I'll vote for it. Bring it up. I'll vote for it.
Let's watch
So this is Assemblyman Mr. Bryant. He's mad I brought up the reparations vote.
So basically, Bill Ease-Lee, as I mentioned to you guys yesterday, he is the Republican that noticed all of the Negroes who had descended upon the Capitol in Sacramento to encourage the very bills that the CLBC greenlit to make a motion to get them on the floor to a vote. When Bill Ease-Lee, the Republican, saw us out there doing what we were doing, he got interested and wanted to know, why were we out there? What was it for? What could he do to help? So he goes back into the hall where we were denied access to. They wouldn't allow us to come in there, okay? We had to fight from outside. They would not allow us into the chamber. So I wasn't there. I'm speaking like I was there. I was not. This was CJEC and Nasty and all of their supporters, okay? So we had to fight from the outside because they wouldn't let us in. And that was, Chris went over that yesterday in yesterday's broadcast in that X space that I share with you guys. So if you missed that, go back and review that to catch yourself up to the events. But anyway, so Bill went in there to try to motion to get it on the floor. And now you get to see how Isaac Bryan, who claims to be Negro, who I shared with you guys yesterday, was raised by a white foster mom who adopted him and 9 other of her 200 foster children. And all the Wikipedia could say was that he was born of a teenage mom. I don't know if she was raped or if she was on drugs or what, but that's how he ended in the foster care system. They never talked a thing about what the mother nor the father's ethnicity is, but he has gotten as far as he's gotten as an F- student, cosplaying Negro. Now, he could be actually a Negro. He could not be. I don't know. But what these tethers are doing is they're actually going through and they're scrubbing the inners of net so that you cannot call them out about being a melanated immigrant, cosplaying you to speak on your behalf, all the while undermining you. Let's continue.
So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my access here. Why are you so upset?
You vote for 3 strikes. You put black folks in.
So now, this is what the demon rats do. They gaslight, they deflect. They will never deal with the issue at hand. So now he's trying to shame him for voting for 3 strikes. This man is the California majority leader here. 31 years old. F- student as a foster kid turned adoptee of a white woman with all this political education and is now the leader. He is the California majority leader out here at 31 years old. These people are handpicked and they are groomed for position to cosplay us, to undermine us, and to guarantee we never get up off the bottom of the Titanic. And then there's the ace in the hole, Bill Ease-Lee. Let's keep going. So he's deflecting here. This is what they do. Gaslight and deflect and intentionally neglect the Negro. It's intentional. There's nothing benign about it.
In prisons, but now you want to be a reparations person. But you won't vote for the bill. I supported the bill all session.
He supported the bill all session. Did you hear him, family? He supported the bill all session, but wouldn't bring the bill to the floor for a vote. Why? Because Newsom said it's Kamala's year to run for office. If that bill passes, okay, if the bill passes, it was a bill to return the land that was stolen from the Negro by eminent domain. And the other bill was to establish an Office of American Freedmen Affairs akin to what Obama established when he was in office for the Office of New Americas. And they would not bring the bills to the floor, but you want to admonish Republican Bill Ease-Lee for being interested in motioning for the bills to come to the floor. What did they do instead? They removed the bills altogether after our people spent their money to be up on the Hill to fight for 2 days at their own expense. They removed it altogether so he could not motion to put it on the floor. Let's keep going.
Bill. Will you vote for the bill, Mr.
Bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill?
Bring it up.
Will you vote for reparations?
Bring it up.
I would love it.
Bring it up.
Let's vote for reparations
Bring
together.
It up. Bring it up.
You in, Bill?
Bring it up.
I didn't think so.
Bring it up. I'll vote for it. Bring it up. I'll vote for it.
So you see how they do. They won't even let him bring it. They won't even let him bring it. But that's when CJAC got wise, and they ended up going back to the Hill. As you'll hear on yesterday's broadcast, they split up in teams, and they went and visited said offices and got a call from Bill Ease-Lee to come back. Because while he's not interested in doing cash repair, he is interested in us having an office so that we can do genealogy. That sets us up for repair. When you can delineate and show who you are, you got your paperwork, you can prove that you descend from the emancipated. Now you're getting set up for whatever comes of the reparations, which we are pushing for the reparations agenda that was born out of that 1,100-page manuscript of harms out here. That's what we're pushing for, okay? So, with that being said, I want to show you what Demetra K had to say about event and hashtag ADOSAF and what they did to support this nonsense that Isaac Bryan is on to undermine us and to guarantee that we stay on the bottom economically until we're legislated completely out of the state of California. Stand by. I'm going to make sure you can see it before I play so I don't keep having these mishaps. Okay.
Advocacy Foundation's mission is to pursue reparations for American descendants of slavery. Well, their president, Yvette Carnell, she said that she appreciates the work that Isaac Bryan, who is an assemblyman from Los Angeles, California, is doing. And she basically said, keep up the good work in a tweet, right? Now, she was responding to a tweet that he made that said this. For clarity, I supported just sending all the bills to the governor last year and was outvoted in the caucus. And as incoming vice chair, supported the will of the caucus with an eye toward the future. Never even had time to process amends. because Steve kept them to himself, violating caucus agreements. So he's basically talking about Stephen Bradford, who was one of the main authors of the reparations bill, one that addressed the Freedmen's Bureau, and the other one that addressed the money. Now, of course, we saw Assembly Member Isaac Bryan with his arms crossed, trying to block Assembly Member Bill Ease-Lee from catching them not putting the bills on the floor. So basically, they blocked the bills. They had a whole lot of Black people out in the lobby waiting, hopeful that they would put the bills before Gavin Newsom, and they did not do that. Right now, he was on Twitter arguing with people in regards to reparations, and he's trying to defend himself. He was like fighting for his life. But again, Yvette Carnell, she says, we appreciate what you're doing. Keep up keep it up. I don't know. So what do you appreciate that he's doing? Are you not listening to Black people out there who were mad that he, along with the California Legislative Black Caucus, decided to block the reparations bill? Are you not following what's going on, that they had this bogus study? Now we know it's to be bogus, right? Since 2020, they're trying to see what, needs to happen with the reparations and all that, and they didn't even bother. But they bothered for everybody else, immigrants and people that did not look like us. Are you not following what's going on? So what job do you appreciate that he's doing? Because a lot of us are lost, because I thought the mission of your foundation was to pursue reparations. Well, Isaac Bryan, he wasn't pursuing that. Now, he might tell you he's pursuing that, but his actions speak louder than words. So what do you appreciate? I don't follow Yvette. Now, some of y'all who might follow her, maybe y'all can put it in the comment section. What do y'all like that Isaac Bryan is doing? Especially when he went against the will of Black Californians who could have got a reparations check. Now, was Governor Gavin Newsom going to sign it? Probably not, but that has stopped them from doing their job. And now some people are asking, well, what's in it for Yvette and her foundation to say that they like the work that he is doing? I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but it sure does make you raise an eyebrow as to what you like about what he is doing, especially when Black people in California said, nah, we don't like what he did. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think.
Anyway, the bottom line is this is the same woman, Yvette Carnell, who told us to go out here not one but two cycles, 2016 and 2020, to vote Demon Rat down ballot. This is the same woman that allegedly worked on the Hill for the Democratic Party. This is the same woman that is LGBTQ. I don't give a damn who you're sleeping with, but when you try to prioritize that over the needs of the Negro, all the while pretending to be about the Negro under the guise of reparations, that's what I got a problem with. In the same way I got the problem with the Demon Rats, who constantly want to bring up a study going nowhere. We had a $96 billion surplus that Newsom spent down to an $88 billion deficit on the pandemic and on illegals, while Negroes were legislated out of the state down from 17 to 3%. I've shared with y'all often about how African Blacks were 60,000 liquid to U.S. Black 200 liquid. They were 54% degreed to our 44% degreed. They were median income of $113,000 to our 53.5 20 years ago. Color of Wealth LA. But because we see through your grift, because when we compare paperwork and we compare who's working, who's not, because you kicked us out because we would not give up everything we had built at your behest, told to go out here and be the solution. Now you want to tear it all down and support the very enemies of the state, the Congressional Legislative Black Caucuses, like Isaac Bryan, running interference, creating their own bills, not following the will of the people in that 2-year task force. And that's the problem with studying into perpetuity. The only folks that got paid was Ralph Bunche. UCLA Ralph Bunche Center got $2 million. And that's why you didn't see hardly any audience. It was my channel in ETM Media Group. Shout out to them. They're responsible for my intro, outro, who were screening the task force hearings and playing telephone all throughout the nation to get people to call in, because our first fight was our own task force, half of which were Pan-Africanists, half of which Narcan and Cobra, who voted for race-based reparations when they know that the Coon Ward Connerly and the Asians got rid of affirmative action out here first. I keep telling y'all that California is the blueprint for how to ethnocide, economically genocide the Negro nationwide. That's why you see it in Chicago. That's why you see it in New York. That's why you see it headed to North Carolina. That's why you see it in Atlanta. They're not doing this to white spaces. This is for us. And that's why I keep telling y'all to unash your couch and do a protest vote. I don't care how bigoted you tell me Trump is. He is no more or less bigoted than Joe Crow. This is how we got here. And had we not gone out there and stopped the demon rats this last election cycle, they were on the precipice of creating 50 million more legal immigrants with the black vote, which 90% of our electorate who showed to the polls were women, black women, voting for Kamala, 77% of black men. I don't know the numbers that set out, but I do know 8% of us black women, Negro descendants, went to the polls and were intentional with our missile. We returned an intentional missile to the Democratic Party and are prepared to do it come midterms and hereafter until they unask our cash and our protections from the race soldiers. 8% of Negro women went to the polls courageously with the backbone of our ancestors and returned the missile to the Democratic Party. And 22% or 23% of our black men delivered deportation and closed borders. And all you see is Negroes crying and whining that they didn't get to abort more of our babies, that they didn't get to pour more of these illegals into our community to starve us of resources and bring us these criminals who are actually raping and robbing and pedophiling their way through and bringing in fentanyl drugs into our communities through the cartels that P. Ray was talking about. Okay? That's what they're mad at. They're mad at Trump for wanting peace over war. Telling Zelensky to kiss his acrobat of his soda cracker. You got niggard Negroes mad at Trump for trying to end war, for being pro-life, for being America first. These Negro politicians wouldn't even stand for the young black boy. I don't know. He doesn't look black to me. He looks like an immigrant. It's neither here nor there. He survived brain cancer. They sat on their hands so they wouldn't clap. Al the fool out of Texas, clowning so tough throughout Trump's speech, they had to censure him and kick him out. Just acting niggard, showing they niggard Negro with K-N-E-E asses while trying to sit up here and say they represent us. It is a hot-ass mess. Jasmine Crockett running around here being a crash test dummy for the demon rats, talking about she don't know what you're going to do with $5,000. But have no questions about the trillions that are spent on proxy wars, the trillions that are spent to the Negro ethnocide and economic genocide in their own communities. All the money that was spent on LGBTQ and transgender agendas and men menstruation cycles and all this kind of nonsense that Doge is finding. And Trump just intimates he may want to give $5,000 back to the American citizens of the tax monies they stole and laundered throughout the world. They hate us. And we need to return the hate. And stop falling for this nonsense. And weaponize our vote and continue to socialize our suffering come midterms. We can't let them get any ground. We are at war. And it's tragic when you feel more at peace with Trump in charge of the country than you do the demon rats. The Negroes been voting for 70 years. When they're in control of the country, we're the only ones in distress, while the other groups eat and sleep peaceably. Nothing changes when it comes to the race soldiers executing us. The lamestream media that the demon rat is in the pocket of just don't show it. But it's everywhere else. In the X space. On the screw tube, people are reporting about it. It doesn't end when the demon rats are in control, and they do nothing but give us symbolism. And continue to bring the smallpox POC blankets into our community. To our peril. Let me get into this broadcast so y'all not here till the wee hours of the morning. Shout out to the East Coast, hanging in there, Midwest, hanging in there, Central Time, Mountain Time, hanging in there. West Coast, you got it better than them. It's only 7:45. Let's share this space that's fire. I'm going to go ahead and put my avatar on, and I will pop back in as I hear things, as I get my house organized and get some work done for the week. Stand by, family. Thank you for joining live. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. Make sure you can see it. Yep.
Good evening. I want everybody to come up to the stage. Amaruski. What's an honor? I was discovering the room and I say, why am I here? Why am I doing this? Well, I'm here because this needs to be done. I actually wrote down some notes. The reasons for my title for this room, ADOS, what are y'all on? 2 pieces of legislation have recently come out. This was on the 20th of February. What a great day. What an interesting day we had. But I'll let some other people. Hey, Ruru Friedman, how are you?
What's going on, Freeman family? How's everybody doing? It's good to see you, Wax Nunn, Brother Arthur, everyone else on the stage. Yeah, I myself, I'm doing well. I'm trying to figure out what the hell they're really on, because it seems like they're not on tangibles or anything of anything, that's going to get us to where we need to get to. To me, it seemed like they then gave the Democrats the olive branch. So therefore, they're going to push, that narrative. Another damn study. You know what I mean? What the hell? Cali needs another damn study for after they went through what they went through for the last for those 3 years. It's bullshit.
So how do you feel about ADOS AF and Yvette and what her motivations?
I mean, you know what? I feel like it's nothing but pure ego. I feel like it isn't, what I'm saying? It violates the code. There's no cohesiveness. What ADOS AF should do. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? What ADOS AF should do is show some kind of unified front with what the folks in CJAC have did, but instead, you know what I'm saying? They're wanting to do a whole new goddamn study. Like, what the hell? What is this about? What are we doing right now? You know what I'm saying? They know that CBLC, California Black Congressional Caucus, did what they did and destroy those bills. But instead of doing that, you know what I'm saying? Instead of, look, even if I don't fuck with you, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to join hand in hand with the enemy and show support, you know what I'm saying? Knowing damn well that we're supposed to be fighting for the same thing. You know what I mean? It's just, to me, it's foul. On the street level, that's some foul shit. You feel me? You basically, joining up with my enemy who shitted all on me, you know what I'm saying? And, pushing them through. So I don't know. It's foul.
So I want to ask people to take a moment to tweet the space out, because I do want to have a conversation, because this is about accountability, and we've already lived through or awakened to the flawed leadership and representation by these establishments like Narcan and Cobra and National Action Network run by Al Sharpton, the Urban League, and just various organizations that, we're really coming to appreciate have really let us down. And ADOSAF, I've been watching them to really see how this is going to play out. I was extremely disappointed with how childish and petty Antonio Moore, the co-founder of ADOS, and Yvette Carnell, the founder, behaved throughout the task force. And this was all basically unsupportive, mocking, saying that it was going to end in a disaster. And I have a lot of thoughts on that, because if you recall, Yvette Carnell's background is on Capitol Hill. I think she worked as, may have worked just as a staffer. But I don't know. I always got the feeling like, the prodigal son wants to return, or the black sheep wants to return one day. That basically didn't work out the way she wanted. And now, anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Hey, Brittany, welcome to the stage. Brittany, can you hear me? Hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you? My favorite person online. No, I'm super excited to be in this space. I did want to say something that, without again getting too technical, something that's really been bothering me, and I've been like kind of crashing out a little bit today about this whole situation, is that there's a few things, right? There's definitely a ton of corruption happening, but what's also really unfortunate about this is there's an easy solution, right? But no one is stepping up to implement the solution. They need to file injunctions. And that's issue two. My concern is, like, we only have a handful of people who are Black legal professionals who are overextending themselves, and they need support and they need help. And I think too, like, my frustration in this situation, and where I kind of want to, also start to like redirect conversations, is how can we get other Black attorneys to engage? There are a ton of Black attorneys in California who are not stepping up.
So Brittany, I do want you to hold on to that, because like so much has developed out there, and I apologize, y'all. One of my ears is stopped up, so I'm a little louder than normal. But Brittany, no, we do need to go down that path, because ultimately, so several things have happened since the 20th, and I'll map those out. But then what we have now is and I'd appreciate any help from anybody if people could pull up each of the bills. And if you have that last tweet from Not Your Negro that shows the group that has introduced the Office of Immigration and Refugees. This is just so, wow. I knew this was the age of Aquarius, the age of enlightenment. And I'm so thankful for my Trump vote. The reason I voted for Trump and I voted red up and down ballot in North Carolina. Even for that crazy Mark Robinson. That's just how mad I was. I wanted to contribute to the breaking of the paradigm, the Democratic stronghold. And I'm just so thankful that, just organically, intrinsically, Black Americans have fallen back from their savior role and muling role for whatever reasons. It's not all the same reasons, but the impact is the same. And I'm so glad that the Democrats are revealing themselves, that we are still able to critique Trump and that, these institutions, Al Sharpton, oh my gosh. I mean, there's just so much for us to talk about. But people's sacred cows have to be, slaughtered. We're going to talk about it all. Dr. Darity, the academia, and their support of this narrative. And we're going to go back and talk about, I'm going to lay out the timeline because this started before 2019, which was the year of the HR 40 hearing. This started before this. And I'm going to just show y'all just how cynical this all is from my personal experience. And I just needed these last couple of tweets. One from Yvette, literally praising in support of Isaac Bryant, a California Democrat who literally physically put his body in between another assembly member, Republican Bill Easterly, to prevent the SB 1403, which was the Freedmen Affairs Agency, from coming to the floor for a vote. So I'm just so glad that all of this is being exposed in real time, and now we're able to really apply what they've done to this new situation, because it's a whole new kind of game, and it's very interesting to see how Yvette has positioned herself. And I'm just trying to keep notes because I don't want to do all the talking. I would like but Brittany, it all comes down to these various acts throughout, and you're just like, where are the lawyers? So do you think you can talk about the other stuff before you get to before we shift to how we need to like kind of go forward, of what the consequences and calls to action are going forward?
I mean, yeah, just a little bit, because my experience last year, I had a really successful year where I passed over 6 measures through the work that I do in California, and we secured over $10 billion. And I also had a client that I was working with that had a $21 billion measure. Well, it would have secured a billion.
So what does that mean, Brittany? Tell us what you do. What do you mean when you say measurables? $10 billion, of course, caught everybody's attention.
Yeah, because the internet's a little wild. But I mean, in a nutshell, right? I'm signed to, I've been signed to a few different consulting firms, and I work in political strategy, communications, and public affairs. So I have like a robust portfolio, which actually involves like actual cities, where I do like their communication and also political strategy. So let's say like, the governor is like, okay, for this city, San Diego wasn't a client of mine, but I'm just using that as a random example. But let's say like Governor Newsom was like, okay, we're going to allocate $2 million to San Diego for a special program that addresses homelessness or whatever. So like through the agency, I would come in and I would do like the analysis research, and also work with a lot of their legal professionals and attorneys, and be connected to whether it was like business leaders, nonprofit leaders, community leaders, to also talk about like legal strategy, legal language, so on and so forth, and also taking all of that information and data and then actually creating plans, and then also scaling those plans up. So that's from, again, like coordinating the nonprofits, hiring who we need to hire if needed, helping build oversight committees, reading bills, and then even some of those committees would actually like introduce or draft bills. So I would be doing all of that, as well as like working with politicians and whatnot with what they're doing, and also too, same thing with like bill writing, drafting legislation. So I was definitely exposed to a lot of um, just a lot of the legal aspects that I'm not hearing enough of it come up in these conversations. And again, this like really sets the tone, and it can totally change the trajectory of what's going on. So something that's like really concerning to me, which I do want us to talk about, is I'm just noticing us responding to this new bill for another study like there shouldn't be, right? So that's like one concern. Like I would love to like unpack that conversation so we can also understand here why there shouldn't be after there's already been a successful study, right? Because now it's kind of becoming unconstitutional in many ways.
Yeah.
And also how it works is like throughout these systems, right? Like usually it's just like a straight and narrow process, right? Like in our legal world, they do not reinvent the wheel. So usually, for example, there's already been a study done. So to build on that study and like, for example, to create an agency, they would be citing that study. Like it's like basically like in compute, like when you're working on a computer and you have duplicate files, you don't need a duplicate study.
Let me
You
ask
don't.
you
So,
this, Brittany. If you know, you're in California?
Yeah.
Where was the report produced by the Reparations task force, quote unquote, accepted by the General Assembly? And an
It doesn't have
apology.
to. So this is where we need our black. This is why we need our black legal professionals to step up. From my understanding, it doesn't have to be accepted, right? It was published. It was published through a government entity, so that is binding, right? So
And it was prepared by their Department of Justice.
yeah, and it
Yeah.
was
Okay.
funded.
Okay. I
So
just wanted
that
to
is
check
the
that. Yep.
yeah, so that is the acceptance, right? You don't there's no
Right.
more to talk about. And that's where I'm like kind of again, and like I understand, not everyone has that like understanding or perspective or experience, but this is even me personally where I'm getting, frustrated because I'm starting to see this, especially after, as I've like moved up in my career and I'm doing this work, like I'm really seeing this as a tactic, right? An opposition tactic, because it's confusing, because now we have hundreds of thousands of people arguing about essentially, and I say this respectfully, not like I'm not calling it like anybody a dummy, but we have a dummy bill. It's a ghost bill, right? Like, and that's like what's really concerning me.
Explain
We're
that
spending.
terminology for us, please.
Well, I just made that up. I'm saying we basically have like a bill that's aimed, a situation that's aimed to distract. Like it's not like
Okay,
we're
so let's be clear. You're referring to, and that's the problem, and that's why we're here. That's what's brought this to a head. So, in my estimation, well, first of all, on the 20th, the California Legislative Black Caucus introduced bill, is it SB 437? Hashtag Forever Study Bill. They introduced this bill, and interestingly enough, it's for an agency for the descendants of American slavery. So I got an issue. That's one thing. There's no start date. Well, it indicates that there will be a study to determine how to study, or a study of genealogy, a study of how they're going to figure out genealogy. That's going to be conducted by California State University. I don't know what their racial equity history is and whether or not it's even appropriate for them to get that money. So I need somebody in the audience to look up Cal State, see if you find any dirt on them. So no start date. So the study has to be done before the agency of descendants of American slavery will even start. There's no start date, there's no end date, there's no funding or cash payment attached to it. And then we have So that came out that morning, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then after that afternoon, we had Donald Trump and the Black conservatives at the White House, and they announced the Icons Garden, all lineage-based recognition of our heroes and icons. And so it was like, they were kind of feeling themselves. And then it was Chris Lodgson did an interview with Dominique DePrima on her show on Freedman Fridays, and he was definitely sounded very, very, very confident. And who knew? But the next day is when Republican Bill Easterly and CJAC released SB 513, and I think actually that might be the delineation bill. 1315. That is the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency, which is tasked with identifying eligible recipients and I forget what the other thing, but primarily and there's so many nuances, there's so much of this to unpack. So they make this announcement, the press release comes out, and all throughout, we're really here to talk about ADOS AF Yvette's behavior throughout the task force, and then watching this process again, mocking, and then all of a sudden, a tweet comes out. The next day is when this is introduced by CJAC, and so basically, I feel like ADOS AF felt like they had a checkmate, because they were congratulating. And I was shocked to see the tone of the tweets, that they seemed to be, encouraging the California Legislative Black Caucus, even though they had just physically blocked Bradford's agency bill on August 31st, 2024. And that person, Isaac Bryant, the one who literally put his body in between one of his co-workers who was trying to introduce the bill, is the one that Yvette praises. She had the nerve to come out and say, "We appreciate your work. Keep going, sir." And that just floored me. I thought that was very, very bold. And then next, her chief minion, Reggie from Boston, responds to someone else that says, "What annoys me is that someone as brilliant and charismatic as Yvette could have made a real difference in making people aware of what was coming and what we could have done to fight back, but instead she was mostly dismissive and incredulous about the possibility of it even happening," referring to Project 2025. And Reggie says, "She's been ringing alarm bells for over a decade, only to be derided and smeared by the party she tried, in Corinth, and still tries to help. You're late and apparently slow, as her positions are well documented." So that, combined with a few other tweets, to me said, wow, she's just blatantly positioning herself to be what I think is the new controlled opposition, the NAACP 2.0. Where's my notes? And then so once I thought about that, I really took, kind of like the rose-colored lens glasses off, because I said, this is another organization also fighting, for reparations. But then I was like, but not really. And there's a page from her website, and which, also part of why I left back in 2019. And just for a backstory, I started the second chapter of ADOS and left like right during the pandemic, during the break, the big break. And part of it is what I'm about to post. And I'm almost certain, I really got the impression that ADOS had been assisting in the blessing of this bill, or the Congressional Black Caucus, California Legislative Black Caucus is basically going to use ADOS-AF as their like grassroots proxy to endorse this trash. And so, people's biggest nightmares about, such a structure is, will immigrants or whatever. And I would say, if their hand is in it, the answer is probably yes. This is the page I was referring to. And I'll put this in the Jumbotron. Although our justice claim for reparations is sacred to ADOS, we are fiercely committed to advocating for policies that eliminate the divides faced by Black citizens with immigrant backgrounds. We recognize the lived experience of racism and discrimination among all Black people in America, and we invite all people from all backgrounds to join this cause. So, yeah, I think just that combination, and that like I said, that's part of why I left. I wasn't interested in the type of hierarchy that she was going to be bringing into the organization. I won't get into that deep back into history about it, but what I do want to say is that it just got me thinking about how she's done such a hard pivot to what looks to me like, as I say, becoming a controlled opposition. She's going to act like she's against the Democratic Party, but then, ultimately deliver her constituency to the polls with shit like down ballot, blue Democratic down ballot, bullshit like that. But some of the questions, the deeper or the darker doubts, how Black liberation movements seem to always become infiltrated or forced team with LGBTQ. And quiet as it's kept, I just find it interesting. I just find it interesting that, she is a member of that community. She is a Democrat. She kind of checks all the boxes, and that's, overlooked. And I think because people assume or probably think it's like some organic thing, but something I found out because I met Dr. Darity, who lives in my area. And so he came to our first ADOS meeting. But I just find it interesting. I found out that they actually, because I went to meet him because I had seen ADOS online. I was like, what is this? And, and I noticed he lived nearby and he knows some people I know. So I said, let me go check this out before I jump all in. And when I met him at the time, he hadn't even met them yet, but they had done the work together. They had done Closing the Wealth Gap. He and Antonio had done that, published that. And I found out that they had actually met at a conference in Kentucky in 2016. I guess the title was about American Descendants of Slavery, held by and don't get me wrong, but his last name is Shelton, but basically ADOS is his quote unquote idea. He had a conference, and I just find it interesting that at that conference, Dr. Darity told me that's where he met Yvette and Tone, and Cam Howard was also there. So basically all these people came to this conference and got educated on this concept, descendant of slaves, lineage. And it's like they each came away with a way to monetize what they had learned. So Dr. Darity wrote, "Where do we go from here to equality, reparations in the 21st century for Black Americans?" He got his lick. And then he proceeded to go out around the most task force and, comfort them and let them know that, wink, wink, municipalities and states can't afford reparations. So, they kind of got, they got the endorsement to not press any kind of cash payments and really take it seriously, I think, from that kind of academic endorsement. And then you had Yvette and Tone. They came out with ADOS with the help of Marlon Watson. I don't want to leave out Marlon. But to me, very, very meticulous and planned. And we all know about Yvette being involved in the Progressives for Immigration Reform, which I always found it interesting, and really haven't figured out that connection of why you would go with a sort of like an anti-immigrant. And I don't think, well, delineation isn't really from that. It was never stated like that. I kind of came up with delineation now, but and how she circled back around and has her platform says that she will be advocating for immigrants. So I don't understand that connection, other than it seems like, I don't know. I'd be interested in other people's thoughts. So my issues is that forced teaming has reared its ugly head. Somehow, always our movement seemed to be infiltrated by the gay community, forced teaming, intersectionality. The second is controlled opposition. I really believe that's what she is positioning herself for, because what she's supporting will not result in reparations. And she is literally supporting our enemies. And then just the audacity of trying to rename our entire, ethnic group as ADOS, which is in fact trademark. I know why, but it's still audacious, I think. Given, obviously, I can speak from personal experience how audacious that is, and so I think that just shows a lack of respect for the community. And then finally, intellectual property theft. The ADOS and the minions love to talk about how we're all the splinter groups learned everything from her, which, for those of us who are less knowledgeable and maybe did stumble upon her, didn't realize that all of her material is from Callie House and everybody that came before her, and Dr. Claude Anderson. But intellectual property theft in the form of just an office of ADOS, which they never supported. But they always claim that they have such scholarship. Everyone's taking from them. Their scholarship goes back 10 years, and that's the problem. Their scholarship goes back. There's no forward thinking. And as a result, they have kind of sat around like a little vampire for the last 4 years, not advocating, not supporting or amplifying any of these on the ground actions or reparations task forces, just not behaving in any way, shape, or form, but definitely consistent and on brand for my interactions with ADOS and Yvette. They have always pretty much done very specific actions against me personally in this fight. But the intellectual property theft is from Mark King Carter, because it was during Clubhouse that he spoke of the Office of New Americans, and basically, took the Freedmen's Bureau off of the pages of history, and blew that off and put it, in real time, and put it up against the Office of New Americans and said, what Mark said, we can get that too. And now here we have not only that showing up on ADOS-AF's platform, which is fine. I want us all to have the best ideas, but it's theft. It's, and then at the same time, they're calling everybody else stupid, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, they're stealing people's ideas. They're sitting in the window licking section, listening to me. I know they steal my shit. But yeah, so Mark King Carter really brought that to life. And I'm not saying that Be the Power didn't have it in their 10-point plan, but it was really Mark King Carter and him on Clubhouse talking about that so much. But they still didn't bite. That was years ago. That was 2021. And so now it's especially egregious to me that they're putting their hands in this trash bill, aligning with the with the California Legislative Black Caucus and Isaac Bryant, to support an agency that they have never, they've only supported until recently, and that it is such a sloppy bill. As I said, no start date, no end date, no cash payment. But what there is $12 million sitting out there, and I think that now the ADOSAF is a nonprofit, that they want some of that money. I have some backdoor intelligence that they are positioning themselves, and I'm not going to be that one to, blow their shit up, because there's still other lineage, but they do need to be canceled. They do need to be not taken seriously. They're not advocating for us. So I'll stop there and see if anybody else wants to speak.
I just wanted to bring it back again, like the importance, right? Or I feel like the bigger conversation about, asking questions, to some of our Black attorney and legal professional class. I think to your point, right? I think a lot of people have this perception, right, within our communities about Black attorneys and law professionals, about them being rich, but a lot of Black attorneys make almost like 50% less than their white counterparts. So I think that there's a lot of like overlapping here where, there's attorneys who've been chasing passion and been trying to do meaningful work, but they're not making money. So this becomes also an opportunity to grift, right? This becomes an opportunity where you're guaranteed a check, you're guaranteed security within a certain time frame. And I think that needs to be, and again, I'm not defending that, but I think that can also help like lessen the confusion as to like what's motivating people to go the opposite direction, to make ridiculous choices, right? They're broke. And I think that's something that they,
and Yvette is not pro reparations. She never has been. That we should make that clear. So
yeah, I mean, but even like, again, like irrespective of like personal opinion, I think also too, California is a very opportunistic space where, again, with one of the clients that I was, working with, it was like a $21 billion measure. Some of those, some of the attorneys that ended up countering the bill, they knew that, they knew that it was a tactic, right? But also it was a check, right? So, it's literally like playing chess. And I think that also, goes into it as well. It's just like, again, some legal professionals are just trying to get a quick check because they've been starved out. But then even in terms of a situation like this, right, there's actual laws as to why what's happening now is unconstitutional.
I don't think. Do you have? I don't. And we have Arthur Watkins up here, and that's why we need people like Arthur Watkins, because I don't know what your experience has been, but oftentimes I'm doing a lot of the educating. Like you said, the motivations are because there is no motivation to advocate for us, because there's no no money in it. And I don't think there's a lot of understanding or training regarding the way we want it done. But yeah, look into California. Everything about what they're doing out there seems like a
Yeah.
lawsuit.
And I did want to emphasize too, right? Again, when you start to see that whole like all lives matter situation, and you see people who, they just switch their views to support that from a legal perspective, they're chasing a check because it's already been set through. I mean, a case that I could reference is, I think it's like Morton versus Mancari. So that set the precedent for like preferences within cases. So this is what, like they use. So they refer to the Japanese Reparations Act, right? So basically that said that lineage-based eligibility is acceptable and race isn't necessarily constitutional. And we would run into more challenges. I mean, the precedent's already been set. You just need people to actually file injunctions, people to actually do the work. And literally, there's a bunch of people within our community. It's divided, which I think that this is just generally speaking within the legal field. You're going to have people that end up, taking on the side of corruption, and you're going to have people who are like chasing purpose. But the issue is like there's like legal professionals aren't being incentivized. So that's also a challenge. And that's why too, I see these conversations also as an opportunity. Like, how can we get a fund together to make sure anyone who's going to step up and they're going to fight back reparations, that they're paid, that that they can feel secure? Because this is the issue. It's like literally people switching sides because they're dangling a salary in front of them, and they're literally leading us to dead ends. And then we end up like exhausting our resources debating about bills that are unconstitutional. And then we get frustrated because we just keep hitting a wall because these tactics are very unconstitutional, but we don't have anyone to file the injunctions. We don't have anyone to step up and say no, or to fight back, or to dedicate 3, 4, 5 years in court, right? We don't have that because there's no one pouring money into that. And I think if, again, we want to have a real conversation about like countering this type of behavior, we also have to talk about how we can get clinics going, how we can create funds to attract attorneys to choose to be on the right side of history, because there's no financial or economic benefit, and that's the problem. We're at a structural disadvantage all around.
Well, I do know one resource, and it's interesting. It's interesting, and it just reminds me again why I should keep an open mind, and that is the social and equity justice institutes that are popping up at colleges and HBCUs, but they tend to put on conferences like that, and they had one legislation in the Negro. But I'm just saying that's potentially a resource. But actually, I do want to get back to the dirt and talk about, really how dirty and foul, EVAD is and ADOS AF, and they're out here trying to act like, that their hands are clean.
Can I be put in the queue?
Please, no, you can actually speak.
Can you hear me, Don? Good evening.
Wait a minute. Let's let Arthur go, and then you, Ray. Sorry.
Well, I get what Brittany is coming from, and that's the reason why I created the American Freedom Legal Fund, because I know that attorneys are scared. They're scared politically and financially. They're both ways. So there is no agency. Like there's no agency for us. There's no agency for our attorneys to actually do all the fighting. And I've noticed that even a lot of times I don't talk about this, but my niece is an attorney, and she went to Wiley, and she graduated from Southern Texas, in Houston, and she wouldn't touch a lot of things, because she feared that it will actually give her license taken away. And so, although she helps me a lot in everything I'm doing right now, but it's more of a consulting side of it. But she will not touch a lot of things. So, what I'm doing with the American Freedom Legal Fund, I'm actually putting it underneath a trust, and the lawyers are going underneath the trust with the fund. So that fund would be a way to administer what Brittany said that we need, as far as having attorneys fight for us. But you got to make sure these attorneys that's fighting for it, that they can actually stay financially secure. So if they're not financially secure, they're not going to go out and fight for you. And the government set it up that way so they wouldn't fight for us. So we have to become their agency, and they have to feel secure when they go home at night, that they can pay their water bill, their light bill, their car notes, their mortgages, just like us, because they want their student loans. They're buried in student loans. So we have to make sure that we're able to take care of them so they can take care of us. So hopefully, I've had several attorneys already reached out to me to join the movement that I'm doing right now. I got them on standby until everything's completely set up. So you're going to see attorneys working in these work groups behind on Freedom Nation in a private section. So you won't see them, or you may be locked out of it because they're working for under the American Freedom Legal Fund to do the work that Brittany says that these other attorneys are afraid to do. Because Camilla Moore is an attorney. She can go and file something right now, but it doesn't mean that she's going to spend all these hours and neglecting her making her real money. So we have to be able to compensate Camilla Moore. Hey, Camilla Moore, here's $5,000. We're going to continue to have that $5,000 coming. Go ahead and do this. Knock it out. We have to be in that position. If not, we're just spinning our wheels. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
No, that's exactly what I found. And it's also the political aspect. They have to be solely committed and able to commit solely to this because, lawyers have, their relationships impact their other cases. They have that kind of incestuous relationship. So one thing can muddy the waters for everything else. So yeah, that's the issue. The political ties, not wanting to get on a judge's bad side, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah. So we'll get back to more of the legal aspect of it because I do want to know more about the injunctions, but more importantly, identifying what exactly is cause for action legally. But hey, Ray, welcome to the stage.
Good evening. Good evening, Arthur. Good evening, everyone in the room. I just want to bring up some things that I think should be addressed as far as we need to come through with some solutions. If you remember,
you want to address the title? Have you noticed?
Yes,
this
all ties in together. But I just want to step back to before the elections when we witnessed what happened at the Senate when they came with the bill and how they wanted it lineage based, and they told them to put it on the table, and they witnessed them put everything up there for them illegals, and they wouldn't put it up there, and then the Republican guy grabbed it and he threw it up there, and they wanted to silence him. And finally he got up there and they witnessed him disregard him and eventually tell him to shut up, basically. And more people stepped away and sat down from that party. And fast forward to, we had already noticed that all the Mexicans were up there, and they were, as they were saying, the reparations and all this, and they began to take over. And fast forward to these fires, And now I put in the blue pill. Did y'all see after this bitch, excuse my French, Karen, is that her? I don't know her last name, that little fuzzy head, brown Q-tip lady of California that was down in Ghana when her city was on fire, has a plan for yes, for the African diaspora, and it's Nigerians and all of them involved. And if you read and click the link and read, and then briefly, the African American and African community, we need to be putting our foots down, and we have to show up with enough numbers and voices where these people are misrepresenting us. And we have to, in case people don't know in this room, what is going on with all these Democrats. Like when they do these marches, all disrespectful during Black American history, they have insinuate that it's us, and then you would see people taking pictures, like all white people at these protests where they're showing up with these illegals. Okay, well, they couldn't rile us up that way. And then now they moved on with another protest. Oh, show up wherever Trump show up. And they got some of the LGBT B boys. But what's really going on is it's the trans white men who are able to dip in DEI, and the white women for DEI that are mad, but they use our Black boys, and like they're like either unaware or so shielded out by what these people tell them. Okay, and then now what they have going on with Al Sharpton and this boycott, they know damn well that it's not Black Americans behind this. Because as for me, I'm very educated. In any job I do, I've always done over and beyond my peers, especially if they were white or anybody else. And I'm not tooting my own horn, but I've always excelled, you know. And after segregation and all that, which when we really needed those bills, the Democrats have taken, underhanded us, and given these jobs, and that's how they're all in the government under DEI. So what Trump did was cut off the aid, U.S. aid, because he's realizing that these people are funding these organizations, right? Including NARC and all these people that are Sheila Lee, also an immigrant, gave the reparations fight. Like, this is all wrong, wrong, wrong. It must get out of their hands. And right now we're receiving so much fight because we are their only hope to get any type of funding, and any type of funding that they can do what? Take and lace their pockets and take, because the bigger bag comes when these HBCUs go and seek out immigrants over us, including giving them our scholarships that you see when people repost and say, well, wait a minute, this is for Black Americans. They undermined us because they can get money from U.S. aid for these immigrants, even in this housing scam. And it gets so deep that when they're shilling these people, making them think, like, for instance, Pennsylvania, this freaking mayor, and I know him. My father was best friends with his family, his uncle, Big Gamey. He is not allowing our law enforcement to abide with ICE, but they're still coming through. But what did Trump say? He's going to cut federal aid. So right before Trump is going to cut federal aid, they're saying, oh, he's taking away Social Security and welfare, and lie, because what he said is he's going to take it away from illegals, right? And immigrants that aren't qualified for it, right? Because they were getting it for fake injuries and because they couldn't speak English, right? So when they take it because they're not compliant, people are going to blame Trump. And what I'm saying, to make a long story short, as far as our reparation fights, we have to take this more serious, or it's going to be wasting our time into a nothing bag. Like I see us in the same position we were before, with going back and forth with these people about lineage, this and that. Then when it gets up there and California got passed, then we got up to the Senate and we said, oh, the same people bullshitting us. Unless we grab these people by the neck and start showing up in places where it counts, like the Senate, like the House, like when there's government officials from both parties that can hear us out in mass, then they're going to continuously try to do it. We
What
need
do
to
you
be
think we
saying,
should do about Yvette, though? She's part of the community, and
we have to show up and say that all these people are not organizations that have spoke to any part of the majority of Black Americans, especially Pan-Africanism, especially ADOS, especially after she has all of us blocked, to even be their self-appointing. I've had enough of self-appointing organizations when I read about our reparations plan. It's about NARC. NARC is the reason why Haiti and African come in mass. And then as I read more down the slope, there's other organizations that are responsible for all this shit that went on during the pandemic.
do you think Yvette is moving into that? I mean, her website.
Yes, I do.
So couldn't you talk
And I wouldn't be surprised if this African diaspora in housing in employment shit that they got going on, and look in the pill and y'all read it. And it's just so happens they just made this announcement about gene. I wish I would give them some genealogy. And up here they got all during History Month, they had at the libraries, y'all. I bullshit you not, free genealogy tests. I read in one of their statements, it's a must that you push the ideology of Africa to Black Americans. And our people don't wake up. They know it's an ideology. This has been a plan I read since 2016.
Yeah, that was the year of that conference. That was the year of that conference. Yeah, who knows who was behind that? Because like
we must discuss this, because these people, not, and I know where people say not all, but they're more of a harm that it's been discussed in government documents, how it's a harm in mass immigration is just not good for us, and to be anything that we receive must be inclusive under the Democratic Party with people of color, minority, and we see none of this money. And this is how they are continuously robbing USAID, robbing these organizations, and robbing the Black American community. And we want it to stop. And we want to be able to speak in the court of law on our own behalf, on our own repair. And I bet you, if we wake it up, that is not for the diaspora and not for everybody that is the same skin color, but for lineage. Just like when you see when we talk to Americans and they understand, people actually think that we are the ones saying bring all these people. People really think that we are really for paying everybody in the, not just America. They think that we want repair for the whole globe, because of the way these people are on TV as the minority. The Pan-African is the minority. The AKA and the Boule is the minority of Black American. And the African diaspora is not us at all. But yet they put on a front and they put them on TV and they put them in these award shows and in movies as if they are our representation. And we must figure out a way, y'all, and have rooms on solutions. And I'll land my mic there because I'm just going on and on. I don't be repetitive, but I'm just trying to make it. If somebody who is a solution solver, and I see Arthur sitting here, it is a must that we attack this and nip it in the bud.
That's right. Yeah, stay on the stage. Hey, Nat, welcome to the stage. Please share your thoughts on the title. I'm interested, as an OG, what your thoughts are on the development of Yvette from, just all along with the task force. I don't think we as activists were completely naive and put all our eggs in the basket. We saw the corruption. We saw that there were members on the task force that were against us, but still, we followed through on the process, and I feel like we dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. But long story short, we got to see the Democrats basically betray us. And so I'm just curious if you've seen her tweets and what you think about that, where we're at now.
So, like many of us, you know how there's that double feeling of shock, not shocked, disappointed, but expected this, but didn't expect it. So I don't know if that's the denial or how to describe what that is. And to see it play out, it's betrayal to me because, they like to taunt, we got you all started, we brought you in. And like you said earlier, it was a phenomenal point. You're still speaking on what happened 4 or 5 years ago. You haven't progressed anything for us to even take from you now. But the interesting thing for me is at this point, based on what we've seen and based on what's been developing over the past, I don't even want to say, well, basically for the past couple of weeks, but we've seen this before. We have to look at ADO's Advocacy Foundation no different than we look at Narcan and Cobra as we go forward. And I think it's difficult for some of you all that has worked with them before. But this is the interesting thing that I'm noticing, and perhaps maybe you and some of you others that are a lot smarter than me can help me understand. So we saw ADOs being thrown and smeared throughout the news. And when people say ADOs, they're literally speaking to us that are reparationists, those that are delineating, those that are engaging in self-preservation and advocacy for our specific lineage. So it got a very, very, very negative, there was a smear campaign. So if we were to now openly engage in rightful and justified bringing them to the front of the congregation, do we now appear to be giving them that have already had a negative view of us more fuel? So, but then it's two-pronged. Is Yvette looking to get behind and emerge in front of that negativity by taking a different stance and separating from the rest of us? So it just seems like there's a whole lot going on where, we need to address what's happening there. But how do we do that without seeming as though we're knocking ourselves in the process and making us seem as though that we can't get right and we can't get it together? And there's fractures amongst these xenophobic, people. And then is Yvette also one of the many reasons, in addition to the grant, the access to the finance and the funding, is she also engaging in some type of behavior in order to clean up an image that she knows that she's part of? And that's that whole we're bad, we're again xenophobic, we don't know politics, we told people to sleep on vote the couch and all of those other things. So that's my submission, like what's going on there, and strategically be able to hold them accountable for where we feel we were wrong without seeming as though that we're aligning with and agreeing with the smear campaign that came from those that, that do not like us engaging in self-preservation and advocacy for our specific.
Do you think though that they are not in alignment with us, or they are actual enemy obstructionists? Because I mean,
I don't think they can be aligned in order to be aligned with us. So I think the foundation,
are they just out of alignment and pursuing a different angle, or are they actually an enemy obstruction?
Did you read her statement? Her statement says, well, why would they not? Wait. Blacks, Africans, it is everybody. And then she's up there. I'm telling you, she is going to be up there getting, and if they get that, they're asking for 50 million up there. All of a sudden, the mayor wants 50 million. They're going to build this for African American in Africa. And And the Nigerians, they gonna be getting that check and getting that scamdemic money, and they want Black Americans in the front. It's no different than now. Regardless if we show up, they want
Ray,
to
are you
put us
speaking?
in the
Are you
front.
speaking on Yvette and the ADOS Advocacy Foundation? Are you talking about ADOS and the Advocacy Foundation getting the 50 million? So Dawn's question was, are they still aligned
I'm
with
talking
us?
about, I believe it's all going down in California, and her talking about, oh yeah, and getting behind them. I wouldn't be surprised. It's no coincidence what's going on, and she changed her. If you read Ada's the link to her foundation in her city, it's inclusive. Yeah. Hispanic, knowing damn well these people that tried to, they didn't ethnicize some people in them neighborhoods up in California. And what she think that the fires and all that come from?
No, I
But
mean,
this is known fact. The
Arthur's gonna
FBI
have
has
to
a whole
sue her.
write up how the gangs, how they've got some of the neighborhoods they admitted to ethnically
So Dawn, so can I?
We want to stay on topic. This is like about ADOS AF and Yvette and her
Yeah, that's
betrayal.
Yvette's
But I
program.
understand the bigger picture. But
But so Dawn, so is she? Yeah, if she's aligned with us, I think the foundation. I don't think they fully remove themselves, but what I think they're doing is they're becoming. Not becoming, I think they think they're elitist. And if you're aligned with this, how do you bottom, like they sort of like created this hierarchy where we're bottom cast and not worthy, and they're doing everything siloed amongst themselves, and we get, talked down to and talked at. So if we're aligned, if you're in alignment with us, why would you not involve us and help us understand exactly what you're doing and help us understand the bigger picture instead of chastising us as though we're your children or we're less than you. That's my point. So are they aligned in terms of, I didn't know that she wasn't truly a reparations or for reparations, but in terms of our specific lineage, I think that's still there. But in terms of the work they're doing, you removed us. So how are we aligned? Does that make sense? Like once you X us out and say we're not worthy, then we can't be aligned because it's supposed to be a collective.
I think what's dangerous
Where everybody
about,
has their lane. Go ahead.
I think what's dangerous about Yvette is because obviously she's got all the talking points, but she's also the face that says looks like yes, but is saying no and gives cover for a no. I don't think that she actually ever. I know she used to be a Bernie supporter. And so this is very much where she's at now, is very much in line with the whole Democratic U.S. aid philanthropic model, basically get paid off the poor and keeping that going. And so this is very much on brand, I think. I'm gonna let
that were her big government.
Yeah, all that.
Her support of big government.
But
Yeah.
she's
All right.
dangerous because she I don't think she ever was pro reparations, and then then there's the element of how her followers interact with her and how they show their support for her is not necessarily supportive. But Max, I'm gonna go to you and then National.
Hey Don, how you doing? Peace to everyone in the room. I was flipping through the jumbotron, and I noticed that Chad, whatever his name is, posted a screenshot about how he thinks that they're whoever it is copying the supposedly called American Freedmen folks. I think this is hilarious because a lot of us have sat here and said, you don't need to call it a Freedmen agency. We're not Freedmen, right? I don't know how many people that claim that they're Freedmen are actually active in the community in California because no one's running around.
Max, let's stick with the symbolism. How about this?
Well, hold on. Let me land this. I'm not going to talk long because I'm still trying to get some work done. I got a meeting to go to. I'm going to be very brief. because where my frustration lies is that, I'm someone that is active in the community, that talks to a lot of folks in the community. And I constantly have seen folks that are putting forth, um, certain ideas and proposals and bills that you can see how they're going to lead to failure. But then I go and see Chad Boogie get all frustrated that an immigrant person goes and calls the California Immigrant Agency. They're they're not calling it Freedmen. They're not calling it no fucking weird ass, lame ass name, right? They're not. He's complaining about that. They're doing a study. Yeah, that's because they don't have any respect for you. They don't have any respect for any of us. So rather than us come together, listen to all voices, and put forth the best ideas, oh no, 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 no. It's the people that are trying to find relevancy in their lives, trying to be the loudest person in the room. We gotta push Freedmen Agency. We gotta push Freedmen Agency. We gotta be Freedmen. We gotta be Freedmen. We gotta be Freedmen. But meanwhile, other folks are going around and not pushing Freedmen. So again, I'm going to keep saying this. We're not freedmen. We don't need to be called freedmen. You mean to tell me it couldn't have been the California descendants of Yo, buddy, you can put your thumbs down all you want. I haven't seen you in California once. I haven't seen you at a city council meeting. I didn't see you at the state reparations task force meeting. I didn't see you there. Period. Right. So while you put your thumbs down, remember you're not a freedman. There's no paperwork around
Hey, I
freedmen.
want to ask you a question.
Oh, he lives.
I'm
No,
not-
Let me let
he lives in California. Let him express himself. That's not what we're talking about. But you can express yourself. That's a whole nother question on, advocacy and community engagement. I'd rather keep it on the symbolism of ADOS supporting, us being permanently marked as slaves versus us permanently being marked as freedmen. I just think it's ironic. Yeah.
well,
Double mute.
yeah, so they're going to keep spitting in our face. Actually, no, they're going to keep spitting in the freedmen's faces, right? Because you're not a freedman. No paperwork is freedman. We wouldn't classify as freedmen. Meanwhile, someone else just went ahead, right, and is proposing the California Immigrants Agency, no freedmen anywhere. But let me guess, you're now going to tell me why freedman is the best way to go and that I'm a freedman and that move.
Okay. So thank you, Max. Thank you for that. That'll end your submission. I appreciate that. Now, clearly, I'm sure you recognize that immigrant is a status, and nobody's saying anything about the fact that we've been using the term refugee from Reconstruction period, that they've been using in present day, and what she put in the heading. Both of those are statuses, so they didn't need to use freedmen because they're not freedmen. Yeah, we could have named it just the Sunrise Agency, but they didn't. We're talking about what we have before us. And I think the chess move that CJEC and those made out there with Bill Easley, I think, as I said earlier, broke the paradigm. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful to see who's for us and who's for their organization or their moniker.
But Dawn, but I'm out here.
But you still,
I'm on
but you're still, that whole argument about not having freedmen papers, we've already debunked that, addressed that. It's no need to really go back to that. If you're not a descendant of slaves, then you're not a Black American. And if you're not a Black American, then you're not a descendant of slaves. And then you're not eligible for reparations.
Dawn,
And if that's not
what
you, no, if that's not you, if you're all free, separate claim. But if you're connected to chattel enslavement in the United States, then you too can walk through the doors of any agency that purports to be.
but Dawn, but what I keep getting back to is that the folks that I see laughing and putting the thumbs down don't live in California. haven't been involved in
Well,
California.
that's
Don't
because the
but
people in
but don't.
California aren't activists, weren't getting it done. I mean, you need outside help. I don't know what to tell you. I got
But what I'm saying
plenty of
is these
family
people
in
aren't
California.
volunteering. They're not volunteering. They're not engaged anywhere in California. They don't do anything for the homelessness in California. They don't do anything anywhere in California. So meanwhile, you guys are running around saying Freeman this, Freeman
But
this,
have
Freeman.
you had calls to action, though, Max? This is
Yes, you know
Twitter.
I have, Dawn, you know I have.
Okay, but
Dawn, you know I have.
this is not the space.
In my community.
Fine. I understand your frustration because it's fucked up out there in California. I get it. But we're talking about a grassroots, or what we thought was a grassroots organization that has just blatantly betrayed us. You know, that's out here cultivating a constituency all just to deliver to the Democratic Party, not to, empower them to make their own best choices, not even to get them resources, not even using all of her analysis and charts to say, hey, even if she is a Bernie Sanders progressive or whatever, she should be talking about reallocation of resources, equitable funding, things like that. But I see that she's just not just a betrayer, but she just never was. She's just a fraud, just a out and out fraud. And we just need to become better at recognizing that early on. But I think she is trying to position herself as we move into the election. And I just think she needs to be called out. That, that Yvette and the organization, I had hoped better for them. That they were, just no. I'm gonna go to the hands.
Hey,
Channel.
Don.
Huh?
She's an alleged fraud. Don't just use fraud.
Did you say
He
fraud?
said she's an alleged fraud. Don't just use fraud.
Oh, an alleged fraud. Okay.
You want to address that, or I can go?
You can go.
So, okay. Hey, hey y'all, what's up, room? Known Don for a long time. We met at the first ADOS conference when we had a lot of faith in the movement. I'm mainly here to be a character witness because I was around for a lot of moving and shaking in the beginning. I got to see a lot of backdoor shit, behind the scenes shit. I tried to make a lot of connections, build bridges, as they say. And that's pretty much what we here talking about today. It seems like every time there's work to be done or networking to be done that's going to help further us in the movement, no matter who we're dealing with, we have certain people who say, oh, you moving wrong, or you making a mistake, or stuff like that. So she's complaining about the people in California working with Representative Ease-Lee or Senator, whatever he is, but that guy. And yeah, it's unfortunate. Yes, they wanted to be the forefront at the forefront of the Black reparations movement. She thinks that this whole new fervor and energy and momentum behind this Black reparations movement in America is solely thanks to her and ADOS, and nobody else deserves to be in the conversation if they're not in lockstep with ADOS. Again, I'm not somebody who would have had a problem with that if we all gave them a mandate to feel that way, but they don't have a mandate, as we've seen by all the splits and the different organizations that have popped up that are doing just as much work or outworking ADOS. And we got a lot of fracturing or whatever. So I've seen that. I don't like the Twitter banging and all that. I get upset and sad when certain people that I think are good people happen to fall out over different disagreements and things like that. But yeah, it's unfortunate. I want to answer what the sister Net asked too, talking about why don't they just break it down to us and instead of chastising us. It's that's not their mentality. Their mentality is, if you wanted to know why you need to do what they're saying to do, you would be tuning in and watching the show and paying attention and repeating all of their talking points and all that, and then you'll understand. Because their thing is do the work. You don't just get to ask them and they give you the answer. No, you need to go through all the videos and watch all the live streams from the first one to now and catch all the way up, and then you'll understand. And you too will be a part of, ADO's foundation.
Did he cut out? You done?
No, I
Yeah,
think
I landed. I landed. Excuse me.
All right, thank you. I think he's gone. Ern, you want to go ahead and go?
Yeah, I go. I first start by saying happy Friday to everybody in the room. Even I say happy Friday to the people I agree with most of the time and the people I disagree with. But as far as just staying on topic for this space, ADOS, AF, what y'all on? 30 pieces of silver don't buy much. I think this whole California episode with ADOS, hold on, let me turn this heat down, son. It's sizzling. I say this whole episode with ADOS over this last few years, specifically in California, has been interesting to watch play out. And when I say interesting to watch play out, we watched it from start to finish. From at least somebody like me, I was there in the beginning too, Don. Maybe I wasn't vanguard like y'all at the conference, but came in shortly after. And I say, was there to witness the splits. Just to comment on the splits, I would say it was by far our best decision not to continue forward using ADOS as the branding for our advocacy, because it's clear that we weren't in alignment after all of these years. And so we look at California. At first, they supported the state task force as long as Tone would have had a chance to, quote unquote, speak. Then CJEC and those people who were part of the split, obviously X'd them out, not of the process, but just as far as their nomination to the people, just so that people are clear. And what we've seen is ADOS completely abandoned the state reparations project in its entirety. Every single ADOS member who officially called into the California Task Force, which is fully recorded, did not call to advocate for anything lineage specific, only to say that we think this task force is a sham and Antonio Moore should have been on the task force. That was the only comments. And so when the reparations task force ends, you had ADOS insert themselves saying, oh, we started this thing, this wouldn't have got here without us. And then moment of truth, once bills were introduced and then failed to pass or failed to get introduced in California legislature, ADOS across Twitter and in California, Tone specifically, laughed at the situation. They mocked the fact that the grassroots advocates in California couldn't get it over the finish line, and a lot of them were saying,
how much you think they got, my dog? How much you think they got?
No, I don't think they got no money, and I ain't even gonna say they got ethnicized. I think this is personal ego, right? Like I think Don, you've been saying like maybe Yvette, egomaniac. I would say maybe that's what's showing up here, and I think those people who was a part of the split the first time around, it was all clear that we seen clear problems with leadership style, leadership development, and just a follower mentality where people was going to refuse to think critically. And so we see this.
You don't think they got no bag? You don't think no bag to do that?
No. No bag. I ain't making up no rumors or nothing, because I know just like all of our orgs that get donations from Black Americans, regular Black Americans, they doing the same thing. These people really believe in what ADOS is pushing, which I'm not going to fault because I know I originally came from that camp. But as far as how they plan politics right now, I cannot take them serious as experts. I also can't take them serious when I see them going out of their way to lie about their quote unquote leverage. And so let's talk about the leverage, because Net brought up something that I mentioned earlier, which was these people are claiming to have this leverage with the Democratic Party, or this ability to apply pressure. And this was the same party who spent 4 years, and we was all there. We was all considered ADOS, and we watched as the media, people in political spaces, as well as general sentiments of average Democrats said ADOS, xenophobic, far right,
MAGA, similar to what you see going on with CJAC. All of that happened to ADOS years ago.
Nah, ADOS was not that though.
Hold on. No.
Wait your turn, please, sir.
Yeah. For them to go and flip the switch and, laugh at this idea of like the CLBC saying Chad and CJAC and all these other folks are right-wing Republican MAGA, it's lazy, but it's also hypocritical because it's like y'all was just in that boat and you seen that whenever we advocate for our specific selves, the Democrats go with that propaganda wave where they turn lineage into this weird thing that's supposed to be racist. And so, I find it real hypocritical that they did that. There's some other things I do want to bring up as far as like them saying they are with the party where we have the most leverage, since that's where most of our people vote. I want it to be clear. Most of the Black Americans that vote are in lockstep with legacy organizations that do not give a fuck about reparations. So when an ADOS advocate tries to claim representation from the 80% that averagely vote Democrat, those are Obama Democrats. Those are not lineage specific Democrats who give a fuck about what we talking about on this app. Matter of fact, if you want a real representation, those are the Heartbreaker D Democrats. And ADOS Democrats are the niggas who do down ballot, similar to Texwell, et cetera, that know they are not in a position to actually bargain. This is why we've heard it in countless spaces. They have said we're trying to build up our advocacy. And so, part of building up your advocacy for me is doing what you see with CJAC, where we watch them grow, we watch them organize, we watch them put forward actual policies that's getting national media attention. I'm not in California. Somebody said, y'all ain't in California. I'm not in California. But when them California grassroots activists say this is the call to action, I'm always there to support them. When those grassroots California activists say share the word, I'm always there to share the word. And so, unfortunately, unlike them, I don't have as much sweat equity in the game, considering the fact that they have put in over 1,000 hours in the name of lineage and pushing forward our claim. And so I find it kind of crazy when anybody, whether it's ADOS or even the people in this room, talk about official grassroots reparationist advocates. And again, if y'all want to do paperwork for paperwork or bar for bar, we can just compare y'all with the top advocates in California.
Yo, Sean,
and we'll see
that's a little bit disrespectful.
Hold on, Milan. Nobody in this room has the type of fucking volunteer effort for reparations and lineage as a Chris Larson. So when I see or hear somebody online talking crazy, all I'm thinking in my mind is, nigga, I just want to compare you to Chris Larson. What the fuck have you done in the name of lineage? And if you can't show me nothing, not an organization, not 20, 30 call to actions over multiple years, I can't take you serious. And matter of fact, I can't respect you. But I'm going to land with that done because I am rambling and I want everybody else to jump in there.
Thank you, Ern. I appreciate that. Power, did you want to say something?
I just want to salute the fellow about his passion, because he's very passionate. And I guess I'm gonna just land right there. You know what I mean? I'm brand new up in here and all that. I know you don't like me, and that's
I
fine.
wouldn't jump to assumptions because I see we follow each other, but I don't know you.
I'm saying who's saying that? Who's saying that I'm jumping to
This is
assumption?
the host.
Salute, let it be known. Yeah, I love you, baby. You know what I'm saying? You Gucci as fuck, and Ray is Gucci too. And who? Netta. Oh, here's what I wanted to say. No, not for nothing. Netta, I want to go ahead and bury the hot shit with you, baby girl. For real, I love you. Me and you, I don't know why we have issues. Like you are that girl right now. You're that lady. I salute you, my Grace. You know what I'm saying? We just got up on the wrong page. But and I had you block. I had to go ahead and unblock you because I heard you speaking in another space. So we just got on the, you know what I'm saying? We just kind of got off on the wrong foot. But you Gucci as fuck, and everybody love.
Okay, I'm glad y'all made up. So let's get back on track here, Power. If you have something on topic, you said you're new here, so you might want to listen. You know how we are.
In terms of the 30 pieces of silver, yes, correct. You're absolutely correct. Right. So where are we going with this? I mean, you know what I'm saying? 40 acres and a mule, that's a lot. That's a lot. And we accumulate it. You know what I'm saying?
That's rare for me. But Power, I'm gonna just put you in the holding pattern for a minute, and we're gonna get back to the hands. Who was next? Was it well? How about why they do me like that? And then Brittany, Net, and back to Earn.
Awesome. Thank you for the space to speak. Let it be known. Shout out to all the family in the room. I'm speaking as a Californian and someone who is in favor of AB 1350 over SB 518. And it's really, really hard not to take things extremely personal when, just like how Let It Be Known said earlier, you have a certain org who already said, one, that they don't believe in local reparations, so they weren't showing up for shit. Two, they said, hey, you can't use our name any fucking way. I don't care what the fuck you call yourselves. It's human
That
language.
part, thank you.
So people started like, oh, all right, bet, whatever. And then like three, they're buddy with people who literally violated our constitutional rights. It is absolutely sickening. Now, typically, I don't care how organized or what money organizations get, because everybody has work to do and they need resources to do it. So I really don't give a damn about, people getting their money, whatever. But I would like to let the room know that 518, like this, when you have nefarious motivations, you gonna end up with egg on your face. The CLBC is right now very, very bad. It's not just the CLBC, but it's the Democrats. These people look crazy. They've lost it. They've like lost America, and they're scrambling right now, right? So the CLBC on the 21st, they still had not put forth an agency bill. So I know I was over here bringing the alarm like, look, they violated our rights in August 2024. Then they sent out that letter on, I think it was August 31st or August 28th, saying that, oh, we'll bring it up next year. Then when they released the bills that they initially released the bills, that agency was not on there. And then people are like, oh, look, see, they lying. So then last minute, then they at 9:00 Pacific time, they released the 518, which is contingent upon 437, the never ending bill that will never start. And if it happens to start, they have to basically tell everything that they find to the CLBC, and then the CLBC can decide what the fuck they want to do. It is bananas. And then we got people.
Yvette is supporting this. She basically said, keep up the good work.
Yes, because she's over here. We got like these people literally violated our constitutional rights. Okay, they denied us due process. We were not allowed access into the gallery. And I actually believe it's funny because I know we are on the side of justice and truth. And I think that was God, because if we would have been allowed in the gallery, we wouldn't have been on the second floor and screaming at them, hey, bring the bills to the floor, but they denied us access to the gallery to get inside the actual hearing. And so we had to be down there with the lobbyists. And then, everybody sees all the videos and stuff like that. So it's just wild. The last thing I'll say is this.
Thank you, sister, for your bravery. Thank you.
Oh, well, I am my grandmother's mouthpiece.
I watched that, and a lot of us in this room did call-ins to help California get there. And a lot of it was freedmen, FBA, just Black Americans, because that's what we all are, regardless. Don't let these people separate us because we want to do and move how we was, because what's understood amongst us shouldn't have to be and doesn't need to be explained. I'm sorry for interrupting you. But
No, real talk. No, real talk.
One mic.
So and it was Black Americans from like all different organizations. So I will land with this. When people have nefarious, there are people, really, really, really great people that are part of that org who really, really, really want justice for our people. That is their driving force, and the ADOS HQ happens to be the school of thought that they resonate with. I don't necessarily resonate with it, but that doesn't mean I don't see its value. But what I don't fucking like is when these people, knowing how much work we've been doing in California, they gonna come in there and be like, oh, well, see, now we're buddy with the Democrats, and we gonna give you another fucking study bill. Are you kidding me? And then you gonna call us stupid, and then you're gonna be mad when we've been trying to reach out to the left. We've been trying, on Read Day, Reparations, Education, and Advocacy Day 2025, we reached out to everybody. You know who ran from us? The CLBC. They ran from Black Californians. But you know who didn't run? Bill Ease-Lee. And he said, hey, let's talk. And yeah, oh, I like what you have to say. And he didn't need no motherfucking study to put his name on the bill. So people can say, oh, he's trolling or whatever. I don't give a damn because he put his name on the bill. And we actually may have something tangible when the black faces on the left, they have no problem giving billions to undocumented people, billions to immigrants, 75 millions to try to fight Trump's immigration, whatever, and then he gonna turn around and ask for $6 billion and use a Republican to do it, and they gonna sit around there and align themselves with that. That is unacceptable. So that's where I am with it. I don't care about everybody how they get their money. Get your money however you want to. But if you haven't put a motherfucking bill up, if you ain't have nothing tangible from your advocacy, you gonna need to shut the fuck up about me and mine. I'm done.
Why they do me, they gonna say Tone had the intern that got the bill started. That's the only thing they gonna claim at this point.
Tone has a fat tongue and no sense. No,
in the YouTube.
Hey, I want to, before the next speaker goes, I want to talk about what they're saying, why we're stupid this time around to reach across the aisle, because as we all know and have known that reparations has to be a nonpartisan issue. But the reason we're stupid this time is because the Republicans are in the minority. And the bill obviously is not going to go anywhere, which I don't know how they even in any way, shape, or form calculate anything about this as a win. I envision, like I said, it's the slaves versus the freedmen. So that's what kind of chaos they have set up. That's unfortunate.
But Don, can I
go
point
ahead.
out one thing? So kind of crazy that we talking about minorities, and I remember specifically ADOS saying vote for a third party candidate, knowing damn fucking well that we were the minority vote, that we couldn't potentially get her to, you know what I'm saying, get in that office. But despite that, it didn't mean attempt or at least try or at least make your political position known. And I don't think that's no different from what we're seeing with California, where they was able to get the first Republican to co-sponsor a reparations bill. I'm gonna say this, who cares if Bill Ease-Lee is against cash reparations? Right now, Bill Ease-Lee is in support of actual reparations legislation that we all rock with. Hold on, Don, let me just land with this. He's in support of that. But if y'all watch that Camila interview, he had clearly said it. He said there's a lot of things that CJEC and I don't agree with on. And he even mentioned the cash reparations because of that. So it's clear that CJEC, no matter what Ease-Lee will say, is going to fight tooth and nail for cash compensation. So I'm going to just land there. But I just find that hypocritical that, when it was vote third party and do this and that, nobody cared about the minority position that we was in as a people. But all of a sudden in California, this is supposed to be, very big news.
Well, so Yvette's been talking about, political sophistication and the fact that we have none. But I do think working across the aisle is very sophisticated. I wanted to point out Bill Ease-Lee is against cash reparations for Black Americans specifically. Bill Ease-Lee is against cash reparations for Black people. So let's not hate the spin. Let's not forget like how important words are.
But Don, you know what he did say though? He said if he's not for repair.
But Black people are not owed reparations. Freedmen are.
True, but the other thing about that is he said he would support keep giving the money to citizens versus what the Democrats were doing, which was giving all billions of dollars. I mean, they were even giving for like home buying homes, food, all this other stuff, and they're taking away from our kids at the same time, but while they're giving all these resources to undocumented people and immigrant resources. But he was like, I would rather it go to American citizens than all the way out and spending it on everybody else, like what the Democrats are doing. So he never ever once said that he was for cash reparations, but even back in August, he was like, well, yeah, let's have a debate. And that's another thing, like the Democrats, how are they going to act like they're the moral authority over the Republicans if they vote against either one of these bills? I cannot wait for that.
It's a no-win situation. I'd love for us to delve into just how bad this could play out in just every angle for the Democrats, for Newsom, for 2026, 2028. But no, hon, what I'm saying is like regarding political sophistication. If we're moving into this era, we have to know when to notice our own freedmen dog whistles. Do you feel me? So, no, reparations for Black Americans is unconstitutional. Can I get a thumbs up? Do we all agree that Black people do not deserve reparations, cash reparations? But guess who does? The descendants of slaves, and that is not what he said, and that is never what they're gonna say. So let's put our yeah,
Well,
let's
he to
sophisticated,
clarify,
let's elevate, and let's
but Don, to clarify, he did say he doesn't think Cali should pay cash reparations because of he believes the slave states and maybe Congress should do that. And so
y'all,
I'm saying
I'm just trying to
go ahead.
bring you around to the political speak so that you don't jump and get baited every time somebody says, well, last week they said they were against cash reparations. For who? For what? So yeah,
I mean,
people can off the cuff. I'm just saying we've got to move beyond that because
I agree with you.
Okay.
But if we're talking about political sophistication, there's never going to be a political situation where you have a politician that 100% agrees with everything that you're pushing across the board. And that applies to Democrats. And so there are Democrats right now who will do the study at every state, every city, but they will never do cash.
Oh
they
yeah,
will
no,
never
that's
do
the
it.
whole
And so,
conversation.
that's
the
because,
fight.
but that don't mean we shouldn't stop. That don't mean us as grassroots should stop advocating for cash reparations
No, that's
and
an
finding
excellent
politicians
point.
who can. Like, that's political sophistication.
You're
Can we
right.
get the numbers needed to get it passed? So if we already counted Bill Easley out, that he's not for cash reparations, but he might be for everything else, that's cool. That's in my eyes, that's political sophistication. Like, there's Democrats right now in Congress who not voting across everything on the Democratic agenda. But they will, they will vote for certain specific items, and that's what you use them for. That's it. They don't have no other utility.
It's also about understanding how government works and how checks are cut. And that's why we push so hard for the agency, because now we understand that laws have been written such that individual checks can't be cut theoretically. Now, if I had blood pack up here, shoot right, we're exempt from all egregious laws, wavering and all that stuff. But that being said, you need an agency and we do need an agency for legal representation, as we've discussed here, and also to basically put together the freedman role.
And to get it to Congress, which again, I've been tweeting about that all day. Like, this is the appropriate pathway. Even if he says that Congress does need to come in and share responsibility, this is the exact pathway.
Hello, exactly.
So that's what, so it's like being stuck arguing about like legal semantics is like crazy, because regardless, he still moved the bill along, which he's like indicating, like, I'm getting y'all on your way. Even if he doesn't agree, like, it does not matter, right? Because this is the proper pathway to get to Congress, to have that conversation about who shares responsibility and what, to have the agency established, right? So that you can make a plan, we can figure out and crunch the numbers, right? So like, again, like debating about what he said, like it has nothing to do with the legal process. Like
Right. And
it
let's
doesn't
not
matter.
lose sight of, so then let's not, neither bill has cash payments in it. But we need to understand that we need this structure. You have to have a vessel to receive the benefits, okay? You got to have somebody that actually makes a request to the governor, to the treasurer, to the U.S. Treasury. It's really as simple as that. You make a budget request, pay the niggas. But that being said, to understand that once the structure is put in place, so Bill, he can go down in history having, introduced this legislation, getting it passed. And then once the structure is in place, they go to work. And their job is to, make sure that the constituency, the clients, get all the benefits that they are eligible for. We don't have that. We see that these people coming in, they basically have a life coach, like a DIY, citizenship navigator for themselves. So that's essentially what it would morph into. What we see them doing, and we can get to that later, all the things that I like about what California is doing now, how they have pivoted and really they've just gone to another level now. And so Brittany, I would hope that you'll be more encouraged, in the coming months. But I'm gonna let Actify go and then back to Net, because I wanted to talk about, yeah, there's a lot to unpack here because the Democrats are the majority. They've introduced a bill, and Bill Easley and CJ. And there's so much good optically, psychologically, strategically about this situation, just as it is, regardless of which one wins. But like, how do we navigate this with someone like an ADOSAF? Do we take them out, or do we pressure them to come to where we are? Like, what is this type of advocacy? Are we going to duke it out, or are we going to merge and come up with the best version? Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, I don't think the Democrats and ADOSAF have any good intentions other than a get out the vote strategy. But with that, Actify Press, welcome to the stage.
What's up, Dawn? I'm trying to be relatively nice here, but let me go to the 20,000 foot view for me. All right, I think this is what we need. We've needed this for a long time to trigger a bidding war for our support. Right, we needed both sides to be involved, and I think that's more important than anything that's going on here. Triggering that bidding war for our support ups the ante on both sides, and it will continue to up the ante. Maybe not so much in California because we don't have enough votes to make too big a difference, but I guess to a degree we're placed well enough to help some people. But I think ultimately the Republicans throwing their hat in the ring is important, right? And I think as much as ADOS folks are maligning Billy Easley and his stance against cash reparations, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody who's smart gives a fuck. If you're going to put this bill in, we agree on it. Drop it in. You did your job. Pat them on the ass and go on about your business, right? And move on to the next. And I think the role that ADOS is playing in this, right, the org is playing right now, is going to backfire. They're dealing with the most backstabbing group of motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. They're gonna end up fucked. They're gonna when this is over,
How
right?
so? Did you talk about that?
Mark my words. If they win and get their hands on that $6 million, all ADOS is gonna end up with a wet ass and body. That's where they're going to end up. All right. So I'm not saying that they're getting a shot at that $6 million is their getting their cut of that $6 million. I'm not saying that's their goal. It could be, but I'm not saying that's their goal. But if but the California Legislative Black Caucus, they are some backstabbing motherfuckers. They backstab themselves. It's not just they backstab the grassroots; they backstab their own shit. And you're gonna get in bed with them thinking you're gonna win something, or thinking you got some sort of influence? No, you're in a snake pit, and you ain't got enough fangs. You ain't got the funding. You ain't got the bodies. Nothing. If you had this is the old 80 West, and there could be a social media swarm, and the Democrats have admitted publicly that their social media presence is garbage, right? If it was the old 80 West and it could be a social media machine, yeah, that's something. But now it's just Reggie and Dap and like three other people that really have any influence on online. That's it, right? And half the people they can influence don't really give a fuck about them. It's just entertainment. And I don't know, man. This shit is frustrating. If they had been okay, we're in the room now, and they're over there now, whatever. All this backbiting and and playing this, I don't know, this mean girl game of
Yeah,
oh
the
they're
mean
over
girl,
there.
right?
Yeah, this is Nikki Barnes
Mean
2.0.
game.
This is ridiculous. It's what I don't know, man. It's frustrating for me because I had given them grace for a long time. I try to stay out of this shit and keep my Twitter fingers to myself, but this shit is
Yep,
getting
you
out of hand.
have.
This shit is getting out of hand, and it's simple shit. I can't believe non-human media is questioning the status of freedmen. How the fuck do you get all this legislation with freedmen on it, giving out resources to this particular group, and then say that, then intimate that or infer rather that the status doesn't exist? How the fuck do we get here? And how far do you have to go to try to prove that you're going to be good attack dogs for these snake ass Democrats?
Yeah,
I
that
I don't know,
part.
man. That's all I got. And also, I agree with Ern and why they do me like that. If you ain't got if you and y'all know how I feel about Max, but I if you got something to say about folks who've been obviously putting in work for 4 years now, and I mean obviously putting in personal time, putting miles on their cars, time away from their families. Obviously, we've all seen it, and it's easy to point out. Well, he was in damn Los Angeles that weekend, and the following weekend he's in San Francisco. Well, goddamn, this motherfucker's moving. This is obvious shit. But you're gonna say they really are working with the people. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody wants to hear that shit. That's all I got. Thank you, Don.
But I want to say something real quick. If the status still doesn't exist, why did it take Obama to strike out Oriental and Negro? It took legislation to do it. They have never done that with the freedman status at all. They didn't even do legislation to end Reconstruction. They did a compromise.
Yeah, but I think
They didn't
Arthur,
do any of it.
I think what we're looking at is the people in power are terrified of the freedman status. That's what we're dealing with.
Apparently.
They are so terrified that they reach back for the dreaded ADOS to get help from them to avoid dealing with the freedman status. That, to my mind, is telling. It's extremely telling. And I don't, yeah, that's it.
They're afraid to even use it. They skip over really quick. But what I look at it is like this here: if we're not making it popular and mainstream, it won't educate a lot of people who just not was never educated by it. 'Cause it's not in any of our kids' history books at all. They completely erased it out of our kids' history books. They never mentioned it in the kids' history books.
I think Net was next, and then National. And
Yeah, I just wanted to get in real quick to say again to your question, are they ADOS still aligned with us? And listen to why they do me like that, Earn and everyone else. That
the answer now has to be a no, because do recall, when you're aligning with a party that violates our rights and our right to due process, then you're against the people. So you can't be aligned with us because we're for the people. When you go, and this is very petty, but just think back to when Yvette went on Clubhouse and said that we are not ADOS and that we should stop identifying as such, and she didn't want to be aligned with us. And then when you think about how reparations, which again, you brought a revelation to me that she was never truly for reparations, but when you say that, when we understand that this should be a bipartisan or nonpartisan issue, and you have likes of Reggie, who is saying openly in Twitter right now today that the Democrats are our party. This is who we should be
Wow,
aligned with, and this is who we belong
really?
to. That's not black. Yes. So that's that they just are not aligned with us. And what I'm thinking back now, in 2020, in hindsight, and to your earlier point, I fell for the okie doke of what I wanted ADOS to represent, but the reality is they probably never really did so. So it's not betrayal because they were never with us. We or Net convinced ourselves that they were,
Right,
based on some of the things
right.
that they said that I could
Well,
align with.
I even
So
think that
I
those of
yeah.
us that ultimately left thought we could shape it into exactly what you said, what we wanted it to be. And we didn't realize that we thought we were working it. I thought we were dealing with a person that was not comfortable going outside, that was bookish, maybe research oriented. This is what I thought we were dealing with. People that just needed encouragement. Like, that's how manipulative Yvette and Tone are. And then I realized now that we were up against a machine. They made it, everything about it, the so-called organic moments were all orchestrated. And then there were points along the way to point out when Tom Steyer ran, the white man who was pro-cash reparations, whether he was real or not. At that time, I thought Yvette was real. I thought they were real. And we tried to reach out to Tone because Tom Steyer agreed to an interview. He was going to come to the conference, the second conference. And Tone did not return the call until the Friday before Super Tuesday in South Carolina. And obviously, it just became clear that, they're just full of shit. How would you, and I told Yvette, reached out to her, told her that they wanted to get ADOS's endorsement, but little did I know, she had already banked on, I don't know, Bernie, whoever she had her cast ADOS chips for and had promised to deliver to, but they completely ignored Tom Steyer. Exactly the kind of candidate. Yeah, I'm cooking. Exactly the kind of candidate that a reparations movement would back. It's bigger, it's a machine. And like I said, that's why I went back to 2016 to tell y'all how they all met up at a conference. It's like, you go to a real estate conference and you're like, come home, you're like, you and your partner, hey, let's start buying trailer parks and rehabbing them. They went to this conference about American descendants of slavery and lineage advocacy or whatever. And like I said, Dr. Darity came away, wrote a book. Cam came away with Narcan and Cobra and whatever. And Tone and Yvette started together.
Afro Descendants.
So they all monetized. And here we are thinking that this is something real. And, all along, it's just a way to, create a constituency.
Did you ever think about the brain drain that happened during the split now?
Brain drain that happened what?
During the split. So how many
yeah.
actual grassroots advocates ADOS lost? Like they lost an entire state of California to the point where it was just Tone and a few loyal. But overwhelmingly they lost like what 20 to 50 solid grassroots activists, and those 20 to 50 tip of the spear, they getting legislation introduced, they becoming the community partners for the task force. Again, the digital footprint is long for that 20 to 50 that left in the state of California. But then when you look across all the states and you just add that in tandem, the org lost so much brain power that they had to start over from scratch and rebuild chapters where honestly they had a presence. And so like,
that chapter holding pattern was crazy.
So I don't know about this leverage that they claim to have when in the state of New Jersey or in the state of New York, they only have about 15 members. And so it's like, how serious is ADOS being in the context of this conversation? And I don't know, Don. We probably could hash that out as far as like the reality.
You know what,
I'm gonna add on to Ern said.
But you,
Man, I got my hand raised. I can't keep getting cut like that.
My bad, bro.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I could
Oh,
do two,
hey,
three.
I can't.
I could do
Your
two.
hand's not up, just so you know. Go ahead.
Well, it ain't up now.
Go ahead.
But look, I ain't come here to cause no problem. All right, I just wanted to, you know what I'm saying, earn something you said earlier. You know, I've been around, been working ever since, and I've been working even when I came in acquaintance with many of you, which was dope. And I could tell you, firsthand experience with ADOS and everybody else, I could bring back many memories about how they did not listen to us, how they did call everybody dummies. And if anything, the brain drain did not come out of freaking ADOS. The brain drain came from those of us who had our own ways of thinking and our own ways of moving forward. And truth be told, they have incorporated many of our ideas and many of the stuff that we talked in our conversations and brought it into their whatever you want to call it today, Advocacy Foundation. You know, I'm somebody who's never called myself ADOS or anything, but I was definitely supportive of whatever they were doing. Just like I was supportive of Friedman, and just like I was supportive of anybody else who have come out of um, the abyss. We'll call it that for now, because I think what really has to happen is what exactly is happening amongst us is that the effort for reparations and staying central on that focus has to continue to grow. And if we get turned down in the state, because I called into all of the California task force meetings, all right. Any task force meeting they had available, I was there. I called. You know what I'm saying? So the other dude that was talking about, oh yeah, I don't remember you participating in those phone calls. I don't know who the hell you are. You know, talking about Friedman and stuff. I think that's some crazy stuff that y'all let new people come in these conversations, start a whole conversation, and then now you got like a small movement against the term Friedman. You know what I'm saying? And talk about exercise. So these things are things that we have to move past as a collective, and we have to use even this disruption as a way to galvanize and gain more people and attract more people. You know what I'm saying? We have to be careful not to run the new people that come away to want to participate who may have heard about you because somebody was bashing a freaking a classification or an identity and so forth, right? And and then moving forward, every time there is a point where we consider failure or resistance or a policy that's not passed or pushed, it just lets us know that we need to show up with more numbers. We need to be more impactful. And I think that with that thought process, that mentality, Dawn would say, man, I want reparations in my lifetime. Like that's what Dawn actually used to say to me. I want it in my lifetime. I don't want to, wait that long. I want it now. You remember that, Dawn, right? So it really comes down to how fast can we get more people involved? How fast can we get more people there? How fast can we get more people to take action? You know what I'm saying? In that rate of speed. When it comes down to ADOS, they do not represent us, our voices. And I think that we're becoming more vocal about that. And that's part of the process as well, is letting people know that when you do talk to them, luckily I haven't spoken to anybody in real time in my environment that's like, oh yeah, but ADOS said this and that. I have spoke to people in New York and in Maryland in person, do my works, and they have said, oh yeah, ADOS, man, they're causing a lot of problems. They're causing a lot of trouble. And my first interaction with some of the people was a lot of trouble and a lot of nonsense and stuff. Like we were getting attacked.
we were getting attacked on social media and in person on college campuses. The students and stuff were very they felt that ADOS is very, Yvette Cornell specifically, was very distasteful. That's the common word that has came across with her. And I'm happy that you brought that up, Dawn, because I was going to say it. Yvette Cornell is what I would equate to an opportunist from my observation. Now, if I'm wrong, then someone can prove me wrong. But I remember there was some advocacy for a specific group of people that has been problematic for us. And I remember when she was a Bernieite, because I got the videos in my text message. You know what I'm saying? With the interview and everything, and certain problematic statements that she's made. And now all of a sudden, even the ADOS acronym, right? Where she got it, where it derived from, and how she was using it, saying that somehow it's for reparations, but now it doesn't seem like the ADOS advocacy group is even pushing reparations and lineage-based reparations. And then the crazy part about it is, I remember when she was calling everybody splinter orgs?
Yeah,
And her
yeah, that's it.
children.
Splinter orgs. You know what I'm saying? When I had Society of Freedmen, which is still there, you know what I'm saying? Naeem has Sons and Daughters of Freedmen, which is still there. And I think there was some other organizations that came out of ADOS as well. But I think like ADOS New York had formed their own separate thing. Because I remember there was this whole thing where she was trying to pull like high rank. It was like, everybody needs to send me everything you're doing, send me all your
Yeah.
financials and all that.
Hey,
See, I remember all
hey,
that.
man, but remember the main two when she's talking about splinter orgs, she was talking about Nasty and CJ.
Yeah, man. Well, look, I'll put it this way. Her cronies definitely put a bad taste in my mouth. I remember Simeon came in one of my rooms and was cursing me out and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that was the name that I was trying to remember yesterday, Dawn, and a few other people that was talking. It was Simeon. It was Simeon. It was another woman in Atlanta. And I was like, where's this vitriol coming from? You know what I'm saying? So ultimately, what I'm saying is that if we are the grassroots and we are the growing people that speak to other people who are ultimately or recognize themselves as being part of grassroots, right? We have to really stay on task. And that's really the benefit, is realizing that there are organizations that are out there. And ADOS Advocacy Foundation, and I'm not making this statement, this is based on everything Dawn put down and everything everybody else has said. If we are recognizing these people, this organization to be problematic and not to actually represent us and not to be moving along with us and not keeping us in tune, not keeping an open line communication as a body of people, right? Then we have to basically say, okay, well, you are oppositional to what we're trying to get done.
That's what I'm saying. That I don't know if we can keep quiet anymore. All of us have been trying to, be good sports, not, obstruct one another. But I think that's the point we're at, that we need to be telling people, no, we don't associate with ADOS.
Yeah, I mean, and for and the last thing I want to say is, for anybody that wants to contest Freedmen, take your ass to the courts and Library of Congress, any place else, because anybody, talking to us about it and coming up here and being loud and wrong ain't gonna do you any justice. You just sound stupid. You sound stupid. You know what I'm saying? Because black and white don't lie. Y'all want to talk about paperwork, but don't want to read a goddamn thing. I'm done.
I'm dying.
Can I just add though on that point, because I do want to emphasize, right? Because I do hear this a lot when we're having these conversations. You don't have to be liked, to be able to strategically litigate. And I think that that also brings us back to what we were talking about in the beginning, why it's so important to support funds that will support a good defense team for us, right? Because the issue is that there's no direct relationship between grassroots organizations and litigation, right? So that's kind of I think that's a little bit of the disconnect. Yes, you can support legal strategists and attorneys who are helping us, but there's not that many. So I think that also too, it's super important that we have to like really figure out like who can help us move things along on the legal front, because this is why, just even beyond our movement, you see this with other movements. People go, oh, I don't know anyone who supports that movement. Like even the paper straws thing, when it first hit the scene, everyone was shocked because everyone was like, I didn't vote for that, I didn't like, no one knew about it. But this is how like unpopular movements are able to like move quickly through legislation, because no one's paying attention, or people are just unaware of the connection between, you know, litigation and moving through our legislator, and you know what's popular or trendy on social media.
So let me jump in. I want to build on what Ern and what Men's was saying. Like Ern was talking about the brain drain, right? I don't think it was a brain drain as much as it was just a labor drain, right? A lot of the people who end up,
They
you know,
lost me.
well, yeah, of course, Don. But I'm saying it was both, right? It was both, but the labor, because when we talk about the conversation and, oh, bring them through me, and she was upset that the worker bees, quote unquote, had too much pool and was the ones out here moving and shaking. But this the same person who said, go take over these organizations, take over these legacy organizations, go get your NAACP, your NAN, your whatever, and get in there and shake some shit up. But I never saw her get her NAACP membership in Atlanta. I was I'm good friends with the person that's the president of NAACP over whole Georgia now. He was just the vice president of Atlanta at the time, but like I'm making meetings for her to go and have these sit downs and get to put her platform out there for them, and it was all rejected and nothing. It had to be on her terms and it's her way or the highway and all that. And then to go with what Mans was saying, like, yeah, I had conversations in the DM with Yvette, and I'm being nice and giving my observations and things I think we should do. And she told me I was stupid and I wanted microwave reparations, blah blah. But then, a month or a couple weeks, a month later, she might do a show where the title of the show is verbatim what she told me I was stupid for suggesting to her in the DMs. So I mean, it's unfortunate, when they lost the people like Friday Jones and Chris and Don, and these are people who have ran shit. They lost a lot of people who were veterans or active duty military or reservists or whatever. People who know how leadership is supposed to work. People who got people skills and know how to deal with stuff and be diplomatic. Like they didn't have any interest in that. It's you're gonna do it our way or you're not gonna do it. And then
They do the
it was,
HBCU tours to turn
yeah,
down.
yeah,
Man,
yeah.
do y'all remember when they had that Jamaican cursing Black Americans out from the organization? I forgot her daggone name. She was cursing
Who you talking
everybody
about?
out.
Jam.
Oh, it was a Jamaican girl, man. I don't remember her
Oh,
daggone
you talking
name
about?
now,
Oh,
but
you talking about Zarina? Yeah, Zarina
yes.
Ayers. Yeah, I had to. I stepped to her. I stepped to her one time because I'm like, I get that you're an ally and all this and that, but like, you going too hard against people that's actually,
She's her number 2
freedmen.
person now.
Oh wow, yeah.
She's
See,
Serena Harris, the Haitian, is like Yvette number 2. She was on the paperwork. That's why I was like, damn, she just
but
gives
but
0 fucks
But
about.
look, but this the thing. Like somebody asked, so what do we do? Or you asked Don, what do we do? Do we beat them down? Do we join? We can't join with them because their thing is you're gonna do it. We're right. Everybody else is wrong. So there is no compromise to be made because we if we're not agreeing with them, we don't need to be in the conversation. That's how they feel. So we can't work with that. We got to split or denounce them. And I went out of my way to not get on that bandwagon. But if y'all saying it's time for that, then it's time for that.
I think it's time to denounce
No, I think
ADOSAF. I do.
I think what ADOS Foundation is doing, so if you all are correct, there was the brain drain and they don't have the social media presence that they once had, that perhaps maybe that they're using our political capital and our advocacy to remain relevant, which is why we
Yeah.
see them in our circles. And remember, she was 100% against state and local reparations, but she showed up in Atlanta. So I think that they're sticking around. They're using us. We're being used because remember, we had somebody text say, we're not in the fight for reparations. We're into civics and building policy. Then all of a sudden they're showing up at state things. They're using what we're talking about in order to gain relevance, to remain relevant, and then just to go against us. We're their indirect goals. I think that's a play.
That was good. Ern, I think you next. And Jubilee, I see you on the stage, but I don't see a hand up.
Jubilee can get in there before me. I already went, and then I'll just come back. Then I want you to kind of walk us through the discussion for the the realistic conversation. So Democrats majority, all of that good stuff. But what's good, Jubilee?
Huh?
Yo, what's good? So let me see. I got a few notes here.
Not notes.
Yeah, got a few notes. So
Minutes.
let me see. So when it comes to ADOS, and I feel like I didn't express this like a million times by now. Um, I was so proud of it. You know what I'm saying? I was elated to see that this was actually happening because for me, I always done seen the differences and always noticed the bullshit when it comes to our ethnic side and stuff. So when that first dropped, I was like, yes, finally, of course. But I think my personality, like I try to stay away from all the hoopla and shit, like all this internet beef and stuff like that. None of that matters to me, right? So if somebody says you're FBA, you're ADOS, this and that, I protect all of it. And I think what's most disheartening is the fact that you have people like myself and others who've been blocked and reprimanded or whatever, who truly rock with the idea and the perceived agenda. You know what I'm saying? But they are alienated by that collective. So it's a few things like we sitting here talking about like what's their pool going to be, and I think they're celebrating this connection with the Democratic Party because they do know that their pool is dwindling. Like so they trying to go the route of the notable recognition that's more worth more on the scale than actual groundswell. You know what I'm saying? So that connection from the collective is like it's similar to like the focus of the Democratic Party when it comes to black people in specific, because it's like they to me at this point ADOSAF is sort of like a manifestation of the rhetoric hidden in the Democratic ideology. Remember, Jasmine Crockett, she up here saying $5,000 ain't gonna do nothing for nobody, right? And then what's the other chick named Nikki Barnes? I was in a room where she was talking and she was like, I fight for the educated black people. I fight for the hardworking black people, the home owning black people. So there's this type of black person, right, that they're truly advocating for. And if you don't fall within that guideline, then you just like not a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Because I had a conversation with a couple of people on here, and they're like, if you don't align with certain, um, perceptions of our history and ethnicity and shit like that, then you're not considered ADOS. At that point, it goes from being a lineage descriptor to an ideology and possibly a cult, right? So, I mean, the whole blocking spree thing, like, how y'all gonna alienate random people who are centering the same things that you're doing? Then we get to the social media and clout. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole like bragging rights thing. I done went back and forth with some people like with people when we get ours, people ain't gonna be invited. What the fuck y'all talking about? Be invited to what, an ADOS meeting? What, like seriously, what are y'all talking about? So there it's almost as if they like creating this kind of like internal hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? But it's not proven to be true. And and I feel like the whole point of doing ADOS AF was to separate themselves and the work from people who who just, you know what I'm saying, who just use that term. Because just like with the word woke, I remember Erica Badu, she said in the interview, she said, once something is dispersed out into society, it takes a life of its own. And the truth is, ADOS has taken a life of its own where Black Americans identify with that. And if they want to use that, I believe they should be able to. But now they tell people, you ain't really ADOS. We started, you know, so what is it really about? You know what I'm saying? And then just them as an organization, like, I ain't gonna lie, like this, I'm not even trying to be funny, but even just the name ADOS AF itself was like indicative of like some bullshit to me. Like, what do you mean AF? Are y'all trying to be funny? Is this like some type of like cringy attempt to connect to the social zeitgeist? What are y'all really trying to do with that? Like, I just can't take it seriously. So when that came out, I'm like, okay, that's kind of like a sign to me. Then what else? What else do I have here? Oh yeah, I think what it's evolving into. I think what is going to happen is just like it's just going to evolve into its own little faction of ethnic first Black Americans. Like I almost see it as like it evolving into like some type of like political Jack and Jill for adults or something. Like it's not. I don't. They don't have it in the collective in their interest. Like it's pretty clear now. So when it comes to Yvette Carnell, so I really appreciate her voice, right? I really appreciate her voice. And, you know, whatever path she's cleared, whatever concepts we take, I know they love claiming flat blackness came from them, the decadent, all this stuff, right? As if it ain't other brilliant motherfuckers in this whole movement. But the ability, her disability to distinguish herself as a figure and a leader from her personal feelings is just it's quite embarrassing. It's so embarrassing to the point that the fact that the Democrats are syncing up with them, I think that it, how can I put this? With that personality and being synced up to what she's been synced to on this app alone, obviously the Democratic Party is going to use
Playing
her.
her,
You know what I'm saying? Like that's
playing her intro.
exactly like that. That's so obvious. Like, but it's funny because you know, we under the impression. I'm under the impression like they see this as a win, but it's kind of like it's almost kind of like somebody cheering, like being happy about, you know, a girl being happy about a dude asking him out whole time. You know, he only trying to smash and gonna leave her the next day or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But she's just so happy about it. So that's the way I see them with it. Like they, I saw some ridiculous tweet saying when the government throw you an alley oop or something, you take it. Like this, what we doing now? You know what I'm saying? So, it was something else.
What
Oh yeah,
about how about this somebody you know and I know said,
you said
well,
what?
what about if ADOS saw opening with the Democratic Party and they took it?
Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing. Like, I feel like they have their own like insular ideology. You know what I'm saying? That just doesn't include us. Like, I really don't know if this shit is for the collective anymore. And the last thing I'll say is this: true leaders have a charisma and a passion about them that's enigmatic enough to pull people in. And she actually repels people personally. And I've been trying not to say this for a
And
minute
who
because
else does that? Who else out here does that and lords over a concept that would is like we're talking about it?
Well, in the last term, the Democrats sure did.
No, I'm talking about somebody who's first
who's a figure.
who has two names and one of them starts with L. He and Yvette are very similar characters to me. But I guess nobody wants to guess.
Yeah, I can't even think.
I'm trying to think.
Well, let me land with this. I'm gonna land. So, like, I just feel like being unable to separate yourself as a figure from personal feelings. That's you can't be. You're not fit to be a leader. Maybe a co-leader.
Lord Abba.
Oh, okay.
Are
Yeah,
I
they not
disagree.
very similar in how they have like keepers are such an important concept, and yet they actually actively repel people? And to me, that's suspect.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna land with. So I feel like when you have that type of personality that's like you're not really warm, like say what you want. Like people can say you ain't gotta be nice to everybody and shit like that, but real motherfucking politicians, they kiss babies and shake hands. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that they trying to be politicians, but you're trying to herd people in. You can only do that so much if you blocking everybody, talking down on people, don't know when to shut up, don't know when it looks bad on the collective. Like you're personal. You know what I'm saying? So when you have that type of personality, but you're still trying to force your image into public consciousness, I have no choice but to believe that this shit is tied to some type of like personal gratification or personal effort or something. You know what I'm saying? So I'll land with that. I got much more to say, but I'll
Well,
land with that
I'm
right
gonna
there.
say to that I think, because here's my scenario, my villain origin story for Yvette. She's a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed young person on the Hill working for the Democratic Party. She's got dreams, she's got aspirations, but she's rebuked, rejected, thrown off the Hill, and she vows one day to come back. You're gonna need me one day. You wouldn't listen to me while I was there, but you're gonna need me one day. Yep, I think this is exactly what this is. Corralling a bunch of folks.
It's a personal
Oh, hell yeah.
thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's yeah, finally my chance, and it might cost the collective. Well, I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
think
so.
that's her origin. Like she's returning to the Democratic
Or
Party.
villain origin. No.
Let's just popcorn.
That
Go ahead, Ern.
yeah, no, I was just gonna say.
Hey, Ern, we can't hear you. Something going on.
You making
Start over.
popcorn?
Y'all can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say I'll come back, but no, I was gonna say with the Yvette thing, you know, former Howard grad, Bernie bro. I mean, it's obvious that they are most likely aligned with the left in all type of ways. So I'm not surprised that they are in support of the Democratic Party in the way that they are today. I think like we've been having these discussions like some of the other clubhouse spaces, even in some Zoom calls, like the idea down ballot, when you really think about it, it's still blue no matter. Who. And so it's like when we're talking about these political conversations and how Black Americans had to evolve their mind, I don't know if ADOS has made that political evolution yet. And, you know, it's obvious, like, you know, Tex lays it out pretty good when he says we got to learn how to walk the dog. And, you know, they refer to the Democratic Party as the dog. But the reality is they don't see that they're the ones on the leash, and the people that's holding that
I'm
leash
going to
isn't
pause it for a
the
second.
white
I want to
Democrats,
make
but
a
it's the
comment.
Black Democrats
Hold
who
on.
got all of the actual ties in play.
So I want to make a comment when he was talking about how Yvette was trying to deter us from our own work, from our own chapters that we had co-founded throughout the country. How dare you tell us to go out here and be the solution? And then when we go out here and become the solution, you tell us to go align with legacy organizations that have white money backing. And this is why, you know, what they're deducing in this space feels very true. We were told to vote Demon Rat down ballot in 2016. And the folks that stuck around for hashtag ADOSAF were told the same thing. I fell out with many of the folks that are still a part of that hashtag ADOSAF, who were still on that dum-dum crap in my space, and we were going back and forth between my protest voter strategy for deportation, closed borders, and they were still getting directive from Yvette to actually vote Demon Rat down the ballot. Now you clearly see what these Demon Rats have done to us. And you're going to pull that same crap that you pulled in 2016, which she did not explain very well. There were a lot of Negro voters that went out here and voted down ballot, meaning they included Skamala and Joe Crow. Wait, I'm sorry, 2016. That was Crooked Hillary. She was running at that time. I can't even remember who her VP was, but yeah, they voted from the top of that ticket all the way down the ballot because they didn't have understanding that she meant just vote for the Senate and the House on that ballot to keep these demon rats in control after 2 terms of no Obama and Crooked Hillary running interference on Bernie Sanders' campaign. I was actually working Bernie Sanders' campaign, and I saw him pivot in the end and allow Crooked Hillary and Debbie Wasserman Schultz take all of our donations given to his campaign and just gave it to Crooked Hillary. And when we went to court over all of our donations being given to her, the courts told us it is the Demon Rat Party. They can do whatever the hell they damn well please. And that's why you see a lot of fallout in how this Demon Rat Party is failing, because the courts told them the constituent be damned. Bernie supporters be damned. They don't have to listen to you. They don't have to not give Crooked Hillary that money. They are free to do with their party what they damn well please. And that's why you're observing right now the fall of the Demon Rat Party at the hand of the Negro Descendant. Myself in particular, Rae Ease-Lee, Chicago Red, Mark King Carter, all of us that have been pushing for the protest vote. They got 28% of our electorate who got their asses up off the couch and went out here and did something about it, directly returning the missile to the Demon Rat Party. And so when you listen to this space and you hear them intimate that Yvette Carnell is just in position to deliver us up to the Demon Rats, it makes total sense. It makes total sense because we were told to vote Demon Rat down the ballot. We all left. We're the splinter groups that left. CJEC, NASD. There was a time when I was working with them, but I couldn't be muzzled about immigration. I couldn't be muzzled when it came to telling the Demon Rats exactly to their face where to get off, to give them the biggest FU to their face. When I was in spaces, I could not be muzzled. I could not be quiet. I could not see us sit silently in the gas chamber. I saw all the writing on the wall. I've shared with you guys my testimony towards the end when I called out Amos Brown, who was co-chair to Camila Moore on the task force. But when you look at how Yvette was trying to drive us to work with the legacy organizations, white money legacy organizations like the NAACP, we were told to go and take that over instead of working on our own ADOS chapters. And in the end, you heard the fella talk about how, we would not give up our intellectual property. We would not give up our chapters, any of the money we raised, no one that came into our organizations. And she kicked us out because we would not acquiesce once we grew it. She wanted to take it over, take it from us, and do exactly what she's doing now, which is offering up those supporters that still follow her niggardly to the Democratic Party. More than likely for some money, because they are down here fighting for half of that 12 million that we got by the sweat of our own brow, which is just a drop in the bucket for all the stuff we got to get done with this Office of American Freedmen Affairs and genealogy to set the people up to receive whatever comes of the tangibles that should come out of this once we continue that fight. Bill Asaley, the Republican, is just setting us up to be able to do the work. He may be able to say, oh, I don't really agree with cash, lineage-based cash. He didn't say lineage-based. I don't believe in cash reparations, but that's not his monkey nor his circus. His whole thing is, let me at least give them a head start with this agency so they can start to do the work. But you see that these demon rats aren't for it either. They're running interference, wanting us to be distracted by their bills that are going to take us into a perpetual state of study while doing nothing, as our people are legislated out of the state of California or arrested for vagrancy because we're homeless to breed free slave labor in the private prisons out here in California. The same slave labor that they used to put out the recent fires out here. The same slave labor that Kamala said, I don't give a damn if you're a nonviolent offender. I need slave bodies in the private prisons out here to put out the white fires and the white heels out here of the wealthy. I paraphrase it, but that's basically what she said. You can look that up for yourself and check everything I'm telling you. I'm coming with receipts. What you're hearing tonight is all about the receipts, and I'm exposing it. And I'm happy to do so, because enough is a freaking enough. We are tired of our people being on the bottom. We are tired of them not getting the repair they need, while the demon rats make excuses to spend our reparations, taxes, and Social Security on proxy wars and to replace us with immigrants, to economically genocide us with immigrants, including the melanated ones who are fighting to get the very reparations we are owed while not attaching us to any of their claims. Why is that? Because there ain't no money tied to the apology that CARICOM is for the Caribbeans. Let me get back to it. Thank y'all for hanging in there. I can't believe y'all still hanging in, but I'm grateful to you because I'm going to finish this live all the way. I want everything memorialized here on this particular broadcast. Even if I don't want to come back for a part 2 and 3. I got too many other topics to tackle. So I'm going to keep it going. If y'all go to sleep, it's okay. At the end, I'm going to do my declare and decree, pray us out, and play the outro. Yeah, I'm not even going to tell y'all how much longer we got, but hang in if you can. If not, pick it up tomorrow. Love y'all. Thanks, family. Stand by. I'm going to mute my mic, and I'm going to turn the X space back on. Stand by.
Plays like this is the reality we dealing with. Like, we know across the board we still outnumbered as far as the number of voters who on the same time as us versus the number of voters who not. Like, if we want to be realistic, we can admit to those things in this space. But we are a growing force. We watched this thing grow. And, you know, just to kind of take it back to California without getting too far in the weeds, I think what we seeing in California is the trial and error that we're going to need when it comes to the federal level. It's the trial and error that we're going to need when it comes to our states. Like, I didn't learn so much about the benefit of a task force having an agency associated to it versus not in this fight over the last, 2 or 4 years when we compare Cali and New York. And then I've learned other things, like Don says, about like the agency having this structure that provides the means for a refund, even if not a refund, but compensation, even if Bill Ease-Lee doesn't agree with that. I think genealogical services, all of these things that we seeing out of California is, in a sense, still tip of the spear. Like, we really learning and growing and evolving based on some solid grassroots efforts out there. And what's becoming very clear is that ADOS is not at the forefront of that action. What they are at the forefront of is all of the hate that you would see aimed towards that group. So we haven't seen one time where the Advocacy Foundation tried to work, I'm gonna use my name, in earnest.
Oh my God, that is so sad. What
They
you're
have
saying
they've
right now.
never done, this is facts. They've never reached out across the aisle since the split to work with those California advocates. Even Camila Moore had to admit this when she said, we invited Tone to give testimony at the task force, and he declined it. So they gave him an opportunity to participate. And I can see how we think about somebody like Tone. It's clear you should be able to see the ego just from you like clicking on the channel profile image. Like he has an ego where if he felt that they spurned him and they left this chapter, he don't really give a fuck about the advocacy. And this is why we've seen over 2 or 3 years pass, and he only talked about celebrities for the most part and the failures of the California task force. So I don't know. I'm going on a tangent.
No, you're not. No,
Hold
you're
on,
not.
Don. Let me say this. I'm blocked by Yvette and this one lady, but there's this video I really want to play in this space because in the video, Yvette is like, Bill Sadie, he said he don't support reparations. That's not your friend.
Play it.
So we need to get them unblocked. I just sent, hold on that. Did you get it? Can you?
Yeah, I have it. I'm turning on my other phone so I
that
can
gonna
play
play
it.
it, but just remember this.
Y'all nasty.
Just remember this. Just remember this. Somebody used to say, we have no permanent friends. We have no permanent enemies. We just have permanent interests. And when you listen to this video, you're going to see people exposing they fucking soul. And what I'm seeing is like a lot of people not going to see this reparations thing through. I seen something on her channel when she was complaining about Trump and saying
wait.
Go ahead.
Wait, what do you mean not going to see? A lot of people aren't going to see it through.
They don't have a heart for it. So, like Yvette, if you watch the one channel, it's so many clips we can pull, but she was making another. There was another video where she was like, Trump's elected family. Yeah, if y'all talking about tangibles in 2025 and y'all don't see the play of what's going on, y'all are lost. Like reparations is not at the forefront right now. She came out her mouth and said that.
Let me stop you there.
Go ahead.
Yvette does not like y'all niggas.
I know that.
Okay. I want to say that again.
Obviously.
And Tone too. Let me say
for sure.
They do not like y'all niggas. Like they literally think they are better than their followers. And I've met a lot of them. I can see why they get that. There's a reason why people follow people who clearly don't have their best intentions. I mean, the people that follow them religiously are the ones that truly believe that redemption only comes through Yvette. That's what she has them believing, that everybody else is stupid. Someone said they had a recording of a show, or she did a show basically telling her followers that they're not allowed to engage with any of us, or they can't be part of the organization. So we're talking about straight up, she has a disdain for them. I remember seeing Tone at the conference, and 2 of his followers came up at the cookout, and the way he like sucked his teeth and like, because they were bothering him, he was trying to eat his hamburger. And it just struck me, you know how you pick up on someone's vibe and you're like, damn, that person's kind of nasty. Like I could see in the right situation, that person with like that nasty streak.
I mean, but you see that from Tone anyway, Don. Like remember watching Tone's show, and when he let the crowd speak, he cut them off within 10 to 15 seconds, and then he get them up out of there real quick. So it's like he don't even value their opinion if they don't agree. And he'll start saying some anti-black shit like, "What I need for you to do is take care of your kids and not watch the NBA."
Hey, look.
Talking to the caller that's trying to agree with him. Like,
look, this is the thing, right?
Left, so I agree. Go ahead, Nash.
This is what I learned about them, right? You can't teach them anything. They teach you. They are the teachers. Yvette is the mother, the daughter, and the Holy Ghost. There's no way to reparations but through her. You got it in her and Tone, and that's what it is. Like that's how I got blocked by Tone, because I never had no bad words for Tone. I never said nothing crazy to Tone, crazy about Tone. But again, given those observations, in full disclosure, I'm somebody that come out the Black Lives Matter movement. I was, that's how I got my social media following and things like that, because I was in the police brutality space, still in the police brutality space. but just giving them the game on what I saw being so heavily involved in the BLM movement and how they was moving. And I'm like, look, y'all moving how BLM was moving, and y'all gonna hit the same landmines, barbed wire, potholes, whatever. And just different little observations I would give Tone. He didn't want to hear that because it's like he couldn't son me, but by the simple fact that he couldn't just tell me whatever and I just roll with it, that was a problem. And that's how him and Yvette moved.
Okay, so Ned, have you been able to?
I have the clip. Yeah. Let me know when you're ready, and let me know if you can hear.
Go ahead, let it roll. So, tell us what we're listening to, please.
And before I hit play.
No, I was just gonna say we listening to Yvette Carnell clip from YouTube, just speaking on this situation with California, and I guess really it's the fear mongering or like the anti-Republicanness that's popping out, where they like, how could y'all even meet with the Republican who said I don't believe in cash reparations? It's a level of political immaturity that don't make sense. Like, our people have met with politicians who called us niggers, and the reality is, for policy, who gives a fuck? Like, that's really what it is. So I don't know where she was going with it, but Net, you got it.
Oh, wait. One last thing, because you said this too, Ern, talking about reaching across the aisle. They don't believe in that. You reach out to them. They are right. There's nothing that they need to ask you or convince you that you need to see. You need to get on board and bow down and get on your knees and beg them to hear you out. But go ahead, Ned.
Well, she's a woman that gets a President's Day shout out and a Mother's Day shout out. But here it is from her peoples. Let me know if y'all can hear.
Left people who believe in reparations to run into the arms of a man who said the Republican liberty, that's Republican liberty opportunity, not handouts. You ran into the arms of somebody who calls it racist handout. That's not a win. That's not politics. That's not the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's not your friend. The Republican Party ended slavery to give people freedom, not dependence. 81315 reflects that, not bloated bureaucracy, no blank checks, a targeted effort to recognize a foundational American community. That's what they did. And look at them. They was all out there with him, smiling from ear to ear. Smiling from ear to ear with somebody who called yourself a handout.
I just, so y'all can't see, but she has a screenshot of CJAC and them in the picture with Bill and Sally mocking them and her facial expression. Oh, it's supposed to.
Wait.
Let me finish.
Wait. Please don't butt in, but I just want to say she is she is such a hater.
But what happened to permanent interest though, Don? Like, what happened with that? What happened to permanent interest, right? Like,
right,
she
is party over
like,
politics for her.
Ain't your friends, so the Democrats are our friends. They've been our friends the whole time. Like, I don't get.
But wait,
I think it's almost like abusive boyfriend syndrome or some shit. Like, I don't know why they think these people is out for our best interest if in all the cities where there's a Democrat president. That's what I'm saying. Like,
but wait. Hold on. The crazy part to me is that she even tried to drop a little nugget out there to say they didn't give Black America. What did she say? They didn't give Black Americans independence. They just freed them from slavery. So what? So what did the Democrats like? What? That's crazy.
Exactly. So I apologize. I had to butt in. I for not letting the video play because there's still another minute and I have to go. I just was letting you all know that she's making, which as she's speaking, she has a picture up of CJAC and up, and she's making facial expressions mocking them. So just to paint the picture for you all. Here it is. Yeah.
And let it be real. See, we on the ground. See, I'm gonna tell you what's going on. See, the California Let's That Black Caucus, I believe on February 21st, they put on some bullshit ass bills, and none of them, they didn't consult with CJAC and other people on the black grassroots in California. And also is that the California Let's That Black Caucus, that guy Yvette Carnell, and she's not even from there. She's basically a Democratic shield though. So it's a whole lot of things on behind the scenes that I don't want to talk about.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Listen,
I can hear
y'all,
you.
you know, a couple of months, well, for the last, I don't know how long it's been, but I know it's been at least a couple of months. You know how all of a sudden they started saying that they were fundraising to write legislation? And I kept saying, why don't
Yep,
need
they
money
wanted
to
100K.
write legislation? Why is that a fundraising? But it's interesting. But supposedly they assisted in working with the Legislative Black Caucus out there. But that is
And
gonna
also,
play the. Why don't you hold on? Ned is gonna play the rest of this clip to give us some stuff to chop up. You still with us, Ned?
Yep. Let me know when you're
We
ready.
ready?
Here you go.
Is everybody okay? What were y'all smiling with this man for? He was saying all that stuff in the thing. Let me just say, this is a master class in what not to do and how not to handle things. A master class. Let me tell you something else. A master class not to do. Stop putting your business out on Twitter all the time with your silly selves. It's a master class. I ain't seen no. I have not listened. I have not heard so many emotional tap.
You said cut?
Yeah, because if I was in control, I'd be pausing because, oh my God, that is so annoying.
She's just trying to trigger. She's
So
trying to trigger.
Yvette,
Go ahead.
so does she have? If she knows, can recognize this is a master class on what not to do, who has the master
Her
class on what to do?
attitude,
Them.
though,
That's what they saying.
It's a personal.
condescension is incredible. That's how little respect she has. It's like she is like literally seeking to maintain control over this group of people, shaming them, making them feel stupid. That is fascinating that she's doing it so out in the open. But go on.
But she says you don't do this on Twitter, put your business out, but she's shaming them in public.
Yeah,
Here goes some more.
humiliation ritual. The broken Negro. We can't do nothing. How?
And she and humiliating the entire ethnicity at that. It's not just like one faction of people. Like the shot is hitting everybody.
Yeah, and I think what she don't realize,
it too.
they wasn't going just public on Twitter with this information. They was going public to the world, and so there was an illusion that they was involved in the democratic process with them to come up with these recommendations as one of the partners. And the reality was they didn't have no involvement in the last two bills that came out because they were undercut, because the politician had so much ego that they felt, oh wow, y'all not gonna stay in y'all place when we tell y'all we gonna just randomly cut the bills we promised to y'all all year. Y'all not gonna sit back and just let this happen. Like Reggie Sawyer coming out there laughing at him, doing the mockery. Like,
yeah, he sure
spent
did.
thousands of hours advocating for this, and you came out saying how we ain't do it. You think they supposed to be quiet,
Oh, that's
be
not me.
diplomatic,
That's them,
but we're
Buffalo.
not going to do what you want us to do.
And,
Like, no.
and
I think so. Let me just land, bro. They went public and informed all of us this is what's going on. And then when people like Reggie and all these other folks were saying, oh, it's over with, the Democrats, they ain't gonna never have a chance. They went and shocked the world again and said, fuck it. The same Republican who don't believe in reparations is going to introduce a reparations bill for us. And I think for people who don't understand politics, like getting a bill introduced with a number assigned requires a lot of fucking work. My organization is trying to attempt that feat, but it requires a lot of work. So if you can get a politician that's telling you, I'm going to be the sponsor, I'm going to give it a number, and I'm going to get it introduced, but if it don't get all the votes, hell, at least they got the shit in the dough. And so I think like what they up with right now in this next phase is, can they garner support? Because Don, you saying it, like the Democrats got the majority. This is a good point we can allude to with Reggie. We know Gavin Newsom, if anybody gonna act like a bitch about this situation, is his bitch ass. Like he gonna not fuck with the, you know what I'm saying, the preferred option coming from Bill Ease-Lee, etc. If it's associated with CJAC. Remember, he said, I don't believe you should have threatened politicians. Nobody threatened them, but they did hold them accountable and like jeered at their ass when they showed up in places where they thought they was welcome. Like that's what it is. And so, you know, I'm gonna just land by saying
them pulling this move off to get a different person to co-sponsor is equivalent to getting a Democrat, like how New York, they had Nikki Lucas, who was able to say, even though my own Democrats is pushing this bill, fuck it, I'm gonna introduce that's power. Like if we was all getting bills introduced, obviously we may shake up the political realm, but that's one area where I say across the grassroots is far and little who are actually getting legislation introduced. And when it comes to ADOS, I'm waiting to see what legislation have they actually gotten introduced. Now, the only one they got going, hold on, the only one they got going for them is the Minnesota study. And that was really the work of Trey Hearns, who's not really a ADOS AF member. He's a person who identifies as ADOS and has pushed it. So that's the only one I can think of, but I'll end with that, Don.
Okay. So I want to give the Black Vanguard an opportunity to speak. He's there. And then I do want us to finish the Black Weight because we just got 1 minute left in this clip. So Black Vanguard.
So on August 31st, anybody know the transparent happened on August 31st, 2024 last year, how Reggie George Saunders, I'm gonna give you a history about Reggie George Saunders. He was trying to run for local office. We actually blocked him and had a whole campaign for a few months, and we literally blocked him from getting to local office in our city we at. So he's done though. And also the California Legislative Black Caucus, Isaac Bryan, he was one of the main ones that blocked Bill O'Saley for putting bills on the floor. He said that I wasn't for reparation now, I'm gonna support it now because he felt kind of bad because the Democrats actually said they was gonna support, especially the California Legislative Black Caucus, and they reneged on that at the very last minute though with Senator Stephen Bradford, though he was the person that co-authorized the agency bill that was gonna get $12 million though, and also a Freeman Bureau though. So Senator Street Bradford and also the other California Legislative Black Caucus members, they said they didn't approve of Senator Street Bradford support the bills though, so he went on and did it for the community though. And then Gavin Newsom, along with the DNC with Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, he told them to kill the bill though. Biden Harris, along with Gavin Newsom, he told them to kill the bill, and then they curated this fake infighting and say they support the bill, and they allowed the bill to die on that date. So fast forward to the Christmas thing, Isaac Bryan went to the community and we told him, yeah, you ain't welcome in the community though, unless you pass a reparations bill though, because you didn't have no problem giving these illegals $50 million to support the legal cause against the Trump administration though. So every time these California, let's say Black Caucus members come to our community, we actually block them and actually confront their ass everywhere they go. So he had a Mercy Town Hall meeting. The community confronted Isaac Bryan though. We literally had to stop Isaac Bryan from getting hurt because people's about to lay hands on him and shit though. We had a Mercy Town Hall meeting. They're literally about to put fists on his ass for selling out the community though. And also he did Christmas at the Christmas party though. We actually confronted him about that. Why did you block that? He put on a bullshit bill supposed to be study for study. I think I think it was some kind of it was study for reparations at the UC school. I said that's not reparations though. I want cash paying reparations. We don't want no damn study at these black universities in California though. Fast forward over there, Bill O'Saley is at. That's actually a power move. What we did is that we met with the other side though, so we could do the bills because the bills that California, let's say Black Caucus put up was bullshit bills. They didn't consult and confront with none of the black grassroots
So are
in
you
California though.
Jack?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So you were on the lobbying team.
Yes, I am though.
Okay.
We the ones with Sacramento
Yeah.
on August 31st and also on January 7th though. We got teams going all throughout the Bay Area though. We actually met with Bill Saley though, and we had him co-authorize that bill though. So that's why Van Carnell, along with the Democrats, California, that Black Caucus member, they mad too because that says he's going to force them to create a bill to support the cash pay reparations though, funding agency though. That's why they're mad behind that though.
Hold on to that. Tell us how long y'all have, because there's a time to edit. I already saw some strike throughs when I looked it up online. So how long do y'all have to make edits? And I need to make room on the stage. Ibashi, can I put you down to bring up? But how long do you have to make changes or improvements?
I believe by May though, they got to May to come with funding for the for agency for the bill though. They got to like May though.
Okay,
April
so
or May, I believe.
I definitely got to get Z. What's her thing? Z Black specific up here and Jubilee back up here. But yeah, y'all. So this is gonna be a battle royale. So you might as well like do your meditating, sharpen your blades, because what we're on is the budget cycle. The government, but the fiscal year runs from July 1st to June 30th. So we're finishing up, believe it or not, the 2025 fiscal year as of June 30th. So right now, what they're doing is budget review and looking at the budget and seeing what they're going to put forth and pass to go into effect starting in July 1st. So there's time, a lot of time to fight it out with both of these bills, and we have to remain. It's great to see Bill Easley come forward, and that's a whole other set of conversations. What does this do to accelerate change our relationship with the Republican Party, especially as we move into 2026? Just so much that I'm thankful for, how our activists in California have completely,
And
changed dynamic. So thank you, and the leverage you've provided. Go on.
and also is that Bill City though, he said he don't agree with everything though, but we actually sitting at the table with him now on the grassroots level though, and these Democrats on the state level, they don't know what to do though, because we've been loyal to the Democrat Party. Now we saying that we work with any political party, right? A Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Independent, that fits our agenda though. If it's a Republican that supports our agenda, we want to support them. Our blind loyalty to the Democrat Party is over though, because you got to think about it is that in California, it's a super Democratic majority state. The Democrats run California from top to bottom. Look how the condition of our people is treated in California, though. From San Diego all the way to the Bay Area, though, the conditions of our people haven't gotten worse, haven't gotten better. In Los Angeles, though, the Karen Bass, though, they just gave them $340,000 for legal representation filed against the Trump administration for 3 months. Then on the state level, they gave them $50 million and Gavin Newsom signed it into law though. So we fight against that too as well though, because that's actually discriminatory. They actually go against violating constitutional rights. So we doing things behind the scenes behind that though, because how you gonna get people that are not citizens in this country? And this is coming out of our tax dollars though. They're giving these people millions of dollars off our tax dollars to fight against the entity that these people got nothing to have no business in the country though.
Look,
So yeah.
look, that's triggering. So what he's referring to is that there's already a 75 million annual line item in the budget to for illegal immigrant services. I mean, they are so bold out there, but that's what it looks. The POC government. This is what fear of black people did to America. This whole buffer class.
And just to
And
be
people
clear,
rolling out money out there.
people was calling that CJAC supporting UBI, but the reality was that was CJAC going before Democrats saying, if y'all giving these people that's illegal all this money and making it real personal by saying, this is the story of my grandfather, this is the story of my father, real Americans, like to what Bill Easley was saying in this video, which gets a little, I don't know, I ain't gonna make it like this nigga a superhero or some shit, but it got to get to at some point when we having this.
Because actually,
no, yeah, but when we having this conversation about where we can bridge the divide with the Republicans, it comes in a conversation of America first. Because historically, when we talking about America, y'all, not y'all, but white people in general have excluded our people across the board, Democrat, Republican, et cetera, North, South, whatever. And so does American first really mean we're included, like to the point where we get prioritized? And if it doesn't, then there's no bridge that we can kind of submit together. But in this context with California, I'm just pointing out the fact that in this context of that 75 million, they giving that to the illegals. Like there's, I don't know. Like you said, Don, it is depressing when you really think about that fact. And we fighting for fucking 12 million in reparations to go to an office. I do feel like we being cheap with ourselves at some point. But
one more thing about that is that last year, before we went up there, they was trying to get them $100,000 a down payment on their homes, though, in California. But we raised a lot of noise behind that, though. They actually vetoed, Gavin Newsom actually vetoed that bill before it went on desk, though. But they were trying to get them $100,000 to buy their first time home in California, though. And also is that they passed a bill, I believe, a year or two ago, giving them illegals free health care in the state of California, costing taxpayer dollars in California $2.6 billion a year.
And they
but
showed
also
up.
they have like
Wait. Trigger. And I'm talking about me personally. Like, stop. Woo. Because it's exactly what Brittany was saying. Like, we don't have anybody stepping up. These are such blatant violations. It's just crazy. But we have to think about what kind of, do we have critical mass there? But I don't want to get off into that. Like, specifically, I mean, I'm not saying that's off limits. I'm just saying I'm triggered. That's all. But if you look at the numbers, so that is the thing, we have to talk numbers. We're at the point where we have to talk numbers because relationally, 75 million annually versus begging for 12 million. You have to say
Fighting for it. And these supposed to be our friends, to what Yvette was saying, right? Like
who I saw
the Democrats.
No, but that's the thing. We watched them.
They giving 75 million to illegals.
20 POCs in that line for health and human services when they were talking about the UBI. And if anybody has it, if you could please put that call to action in the jumbotron, you can go to that. Not your Negro, his profile, or he has that, the UBI for seniors, and even that's a whole room too. Now you saying let me catch your breath. Does that mean you want to speak? If you want to speak now, go ahead. I'm talking to Z Black, and then we are definitely going to the tape to finish it.
Okay, hey, what's up?
You can finish the clip, Miss Dawn. I can wait.
Oh, not Dub Black. She said Z Black.
Oh, my bad.
Z Black.
No worries.
Tell
what's
them
up,
where
that
you're from. Where you're at.
Oh yeah, so I'm in California. I'm a CJEC volunteer, and I just really wanted to speak on two things really quick. One about the violence, them acting like we were violent on 8/31. That it was just ridiculous. It didn't happen. Matter of fact, we were so moving and so inspirational that a whole Republican has joined the mission. So like, what are you talking about? How is that violent? Number one. And then I was going to go into that a little bit more, but I want to hear the tape too. So then the second thing was the seniors first. The seniors, you don't even hear, like ADOS or whatever is supposed to be, the IT organization, but you didn't hear them going up there asking for money for the seniors. But you did hear the immigrants. They were at the same hearing, and they were up there asking for money, for more money, for additional money. They were asking for emergency money. They were asking for money for legal services. All the organizations and the lawyers were asking for that money too. Like the money for the legal services, that doesn't go to them. It goes to the lawyers and the nonprofits. So like, what the fuck are we even talking about? So I just wanted to add that in there. We really need to get the seniors onto the seniors first, because that I think our families going up there to those committee hearings, I think that would be good.
Can I just share something really important on, because when we talk about the migrants in California gaining all of this political power, right? So the top legal funds, money that's going towards legal representation, has a total of, so California Immigrant Resilience Fund has $75 million. The Immigrant Legal Resource Center has $8 million. The California Immigrant Policy Center has $25 million.
So what you're
So
saying
again,
is that y'all need to file a lawsuit.
we need to raise money for within our community because these are private donors, investors who are funding these funds. And then also too, we're using advocacy ineffectively. So you don't argue with the legislator, right? Because they're already funded. They already have legal teams. If you want to apply pressure and reallocate money, call these legal funds I just named. Tell them you need to make space for us. We need legal representation because we're demanding from the wrong people. So that's why we keep hitting dead ends, right? If we're going to try to, again, be, very strategic, it's either go to the other legal funds and demand that it's in violation of your consumer rights, civil rights, for them to leave you out of their fund, force them to allocate money to us. Right. And then use that to file injunctions to push back against all of these organizations that are violating our rights. And I put in the chat too what exact rights that they're violating, right? The issue is we literally don't have a legal fund, or it's people creating legal funds that are misrepresenting the masses, which came out. So the issues we're having right now is we're asking for demands from the wrong people, we're arguing with the wrong people, and then we're using our grassroots organizations and our social media influence and power to challenge the wrong people. Again, in my opinion, I think we need to be researching those other funds because it is unconstitutional. It is. Why don't we have money? Why can't, if you have a $75 million budget, why can't we at least see $3 million of it? You're representing everybody else but Black people. You're representing all POCs but Black people or Black Americans, lineage based. That's a problem. That's unconstitutional. Like, these are things that we can organize against. We should be embarrassing them. We should be putting pressure on them. We should be demanding. We need, from all of these funds in California, we need at least $1 million. And we do have, that's our right. That's part of our civil rights. That's part of the 14th Amendment. That's how we need to strategize, because there's nothing to do. Again, like once all these other organizations are moving through institutions, you only have to fight that with legal action. You can't fight that. Like, once it passes over into that threshold, advocacy, and that doesn't work. Like, social influence doesn't work after that point. And I think that that's what's confusing people. Then we have to shift to like other means, again, to get help with getting legal representation, getting help with filing injunctions, because the problem is it's a grift, right? People know we don't have the resources to challenge them legally. So they're literally exploiting our lineage. They're literally exploiting our status, right? Which is in violation of our civil rights, of the 14th Amendment, of our consumer rights. But again, we literally have nobody to fight, to file an injunction. We have no one to pay. We have no help. So we're just like in this, again, we're just hitting this wall, and it's kind of getting frustrating because I'm seeing us exhaust so much resources demanding from the wrong people. And this is why people sit there and they laugh in our faces, because they know in the back of their mind, especially when you're dealing with corrupt legal Black professionals and politicians, they know you don't know what the fuck you're doing. So it's a joke to them. It's a game to them. And I think that that's also important to make that connection, because again, once it gets into the system, like, you have to file. You either have to create a new bill or you have to file an injunction. It's those two options.
Right.
You can boycott, you can do all of that, but it does not matter. And that's why they're laughing at you. That's why they're treating you like shit, because that's not the proper pathway. That's not the proper way to do it. Right. So, I mean, I'm just saying that. But again, we're literally comparing, like apples to grapes, right? Because we're talking about all these other, we're talking about all these other groups, but they literally have hundreds of millions of dollars for a legal fund.
All right.
We
I
don't.
want to stop you there, and I want to just stop you there because we are going to play this tape. But Brittany, I just want to amplify you and say that I agree with you 1,000%.
Brittany.
Especially with especially the redirection of the energy, especially the fighting the wrong people in the wrong ways, and realizing that there's very administrative mechanisms and tools that we can use first and foremost, and then of course the putting the legal things in place. That's a whole room. I'm gonna pause it there, but I just want to let you know that everything you said was brilliant, and I agree wholeheartedly in terms of us applying our constitutional rights, the violations thereof. And Arthur was trying to break in. If you guys don't collab, you should. And after on the other side of the clip, I want you, you two can chop it up on the stage because I wanted him to respond to, kind of like not the challenges you were making about the absence of legal structure and how he's one person out here trying to fill that gap. I wanted to also end with and then clip about Yvette's theft of intellectual property. I mean, where she's at is 10 years back. Everything Brittany said is where we need to go. Brittany is like more of a legislative version of Mark Carter's. But it's basically take our shit. They're violating our, he'll say Title 6-7, Section 3. Brittany's saying legal, Arthur as well. But like you said, Brittany, there is no one. And guess what? We should see that as a comfort. Like, oh, that's why this shit isn't working, because we're talking to the wrong people about the wrong shit. And we've been talking about slavery and not about us in the here and now, and that they're fucking violating our shit, malappropriating our tax dollars, not before we even get to the inheritance we're owed. So that should be of some comfort to us, because guess what? We've been banging our heads up against the wall for the last 60 years that we have come into the political sphere. So with that, Net, please play the clip. Thank you. I'm muted.
Here it is. I have not heard so many emotional tantrums and foolishness in all of my life. And let me just show you this. Black Caucus Vice Chair Isaac Bryan called the coalition's bill, talking about I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear that?
Somebody put up the second. Yeah, I'm here, but the video stopped. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out why.
And let me just show you this. Black Caucus Vice Chair Isaac Bryan called the coalition's bill, talking about that Republican bill, a very unserious move by a very unserious legislator and unserious small group of organizers. Ooh, my goodness. He's talking about y'all, CJ and Nancy and all y'all. He said a very unserious move by a very unserious legislator and a very small group. I think I'm jumping to the political article, but listen, working with a little Republican prosecutor who has a stack of bills and a history of pushing back against all efforts to address harms to Black people in the criminal legal system is a very unserious effort. Bryan also claimed some members of the coalition are affiliated with MAGA. Lawson said his group isn't political.
That's it right there. And I don't know if y'all saw her clip circulating where Z Black, when you brought up, what was happening back in August, where she's actually mocking y'all and saying that you all were doing everything wrong and how dare you not take advantage of being nicer to the CLBC. But that was this clip in its entirety.
Right. I mean, but that makes sense because we need a legal fund to do anything. So I guess we were kind of protesting wrong. But I would say, in addition to the legal fund, maybe going to these departments and getting some carve outs, you know, because I don't see the migrants having to go through the same things that we're going through. And you know, whatever legal fund that they have, they're still getting way more money from the state for all different kinds, through all different kinds of departments, programs, grants, whatever it is. So they need to carve something out for us. Maybe start with 3%, 5%, 10%, 12%, I don't know. But it needs to be more than just worrying about some lawyers filing some injunctions. There needs to be stuff moving. And I feel that the way that we do that is by showing up, because obviously it's ruffling some feathers. Not only did they wait to the last minute to even submit a bill, they waited to the last minute and then got pissed off because somebody else called they bluff and submitted something better. So now it's not about the policy, it's about worrying about who's MAGA and who's Republican. Where I'm a fucking independent and I damn sure voted for Trump. Fuck this DEI boycott. And I'm not with no illegal aliens having to pay for people that aren't putting no fucking blood, sweat, and tears into this shit. Straight up. So I don't give a fuck about no legal fund. It's all kinds of different ways to protest and do whatever else you got to do. So I don't really think that any of the actions are irrelevant. I think it might need to be some more coming together before anybody can trust any lawyers who have been, what, decades in the mix, and we still haven't gotten shit.
So I wanted to Zinga, what you brought up and what Brittany brought up, but yes, there are ways to get reparations right now. And Mark Carter helped me see that through the disparity studies, but now understanding the budgeting process, which is what every city is in right now. And that's what we saw. CJEC attending was a budget preview where they start to decide what they're going to do with the budget. But when she said we don't need injunctions and what she's saying is that the money is already there. That's what Mark said. The money is already there. It's in the transportation, but it's also in each agency that the reparations task force found and found the harm in and calculated a cost. So I was very pleased to see them at Health and Human Services asking for American Freedmen, Senior American Freedmen, whatever, UBI payment with no non-restricted direct cash payments for senior American freedmen from Health and Human Services, which I believe, I wish I had the calculator up.
They're already paying the immigrants too. I gotta add that in there. They're already paying them. They're trying to renew it this year. So we do need to be in those rooms. I'm sorry, we do need to be in those rooms. Our seniors need to be in there. They're already getting paid, and they're asking for an additional for the.
And they brought their grandchildren.
Yeah, they're asking for additional. Yep. Yeah, but we're supposed to get a legal fund. No, we need to get some of this bread that's being doled out. And we want ours to be, for our seniors to be unrestricted. You don't have to be an undocumented immigrant and only make this much money. This is a debt that's owed. Our seniors should be getting it with no restrictions.
But so the fine point on that is, as I was saying, the task force calculated that Health and Human Services, or that there were health harms. So there's a cost. So there's a premise. You can actually calculate the cost, what is owed from Health and Human Services, and translate it into these UBI payments. I wanted to say,
can I add something in real quick, please, Dawn? That's probably across all departments. I think they even have one for Department of Education, for criminal justice. I mean, we've been harmed by everybody. So, like,
and what I'm saying is to get the most leverage out of what is already in the system, what's been accepted, is that you guys calculated, I think, 4 or 5 areas of harm. And so basically you go, like you said, the carve outs, you go knock on each of those agencies' door during the budget process, like you're doing with Health and Human Services, and say, you know, run me my check.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to get people to do that are in education, because they're trying. So when all these cuts are coming up, and they're talking about cutting the services to the homeless, cutting the service to the homeless youth, but they're still talking about ESL classes. They're talking about immigrants' rights. They're talking about all of this stuff too. So all of that costs money. So if you guys are going to cut homeless, you guys, what is our carve out? What is the carve out for our students? Because if we're not getting no carve out right now, even 3 or 5% is more than what we get now. 10%, 12%.
Well, the point is
So
that, like what Brittany was saying, is that all of those are violations, like nation of origin violation, due process, probably the 10th Amendment. You're right, undermining your right to the pursuit of life, liberty, and property. I mean, there's just so many violations. I mean, a government is not supposed to put foreign aliens ahead of its own citizens. Anyway, all of that is egregious. All of that is extremely triggering, and I think you will be very successful if you remain on this path. And so, I want to get back to intellectual property. This is why ADOS is dead. It's a has been. It made its pivot too late. It got its 501c3 status too late. It's a Pan-Africanist, LGBTQ, democratic voter turnout machine. And they stole our idea, the delineation movement idea about an Office of Freedmen Affairs. And this way of advocating that Brittany and Zinga and I and others are talking about, Mark, that's not them, but that's where we need to go, and that's what will yield actual, tangible, monetary results. Whether it's by pressure that shakes loose these resources, or by ultimately by injunction, like Brittany is speaking of. So I think this is a much more fruitful path for us, just generally speaking. And Arthur, I wanted to give you the opportunity to chime in on all this, to talk about the legalities. And I also want you to also look at the up in the Jumbotron at this Office of Freedmen, no, I'm sorry, Office of Immigrant and Refugees that they just introduced regarding violations of what I was just talking about. And I'm just see if I have room on the stage, Color Girl.
Dawn, didn't they introduce that bill last year as well, and it was shot down? The Office of for Immigrants. I recall Gavin Newsom not signing on for that. Was it last year?
Possibly, yeah, they could be doing it obviously to be disrespectful. I think it also shows, it's a good opportunity to show that, people talk about the term freedom and whether it still exists or not. And yet all in our face, they've been using the term refugee, which is plucked right out of the Reconstruction era, and redefined this in a sense, modernized. But, people are selectively intuitive, I guess. And any other clips you might have of that, because I do not want to get off the topic of bashing the reparations obstructionists. Anybody wants to speak can go ahead.
I just want to say in my pettiness that we watched them yesterday in California, and not one of those organizations got up and said black and brown or tried to force team or advocate for to share any of their resources with the so-called black
Not,
folk. Had to throw that out
not
there.
one said a word about Brown, and I couldn't believe the audacity of them to ask for more money talking about I came here, I worked hard, can't even speak, barely speak English, and actually asking for more money. Like Black people would never.
Well, there were Black people there asking for more money for them as well. They were advocating for them. Yeah.
Yes, we
and not
did.
for us. Yep. And not for us. So.
Well, I think that's part of our problem as a Black people, part of the trauma that we have gone through in this country. And we. Can you hear me? You
Yeah.
can't hear me?
People are saying West State, that's what y'all. Can you hear me? I think we lost her. Yeah, it's popcorn.
I want to say something. I'm just
Please
playing. Go ahead.
No, I do want to play that clip of what she had to say about what happened in August of 2024 and just hear her some more. You're right, Dawn. She just don't like folk at all. And dislike is an understatement.
Yeah, it's the dripping condescension in the unserious
And
just the way
unnecessary.
I just cannot I just can't fathom how, but it's just like you said, an abusive relationship. It's like the person that kidnaps you and kidnaps the child and then tells you your parents, gave you up. They don't want you anymore. That's what that sounds like to me. Like, I find it extremely disturbing. That there are people that listen at and hear that sound and that energy in her voice and are not like extremely offended by it. Like, I think about the people who listen and accept having that woman talk to them like that. And then just the disingenuousness of saying it's unserious to go across the aisle when we are people that have not had our needs met. That's exactly what they've taught and preached about the Democratic Party, and then to turn around and demean going across, walking across the aisle, truly internalizing that this is a nonpartisan issue. It's just so disrespectful of our intellect. It's just like y'all are just stupid. You know?
Well, you know what else, Don? Something else that kind of caught my eye too. I saw a post from her that said it was basically calling out how I think this administration is trying to do away with their funding on telehealth, which is a system basically in place for people to have virtual doctor's
Yeah.
appointments and
Hmm.
other things like that. She actually attempted to shape, I mean, or paint telehealth or losing telehealth is like some huge blow to the Black American community. She was like, when y'all grandma and auntie and uncle can't get in contact with the doctor because telehealth going, what y'all going? She said some bullshit like that. It's just like you said, it's like we're not dumb.
So
You
she's
know what I'm saying? Like,
probably now in a position now that she's a 501c3. You can get like certain grants. Like y'all remember my grant that I got for economic climate and justice. So I created a grant, and so they'll say, well, we'll give you $10,000 and you do engagement and outreach on this topic. So she's probably in a position now where she can make some money off of pushing different issues, especially on Twitter. But yeah, that's what that sounds like. That's what that sounds like, because that's such a turn. It's such a turn away from what I anyway. I guess I'm amazed when people are you just realize, wow, you just not who I thought you were.
And this is to my point too, which I also want to affirm everything Z said, right? Because things can work on parallel tracks, but injunctions become important, especially when you have organizations misrepresenting an already established group with a status. So that's like my concern. And like, I mean, an example that most people can probably understand is what happened between Cardi B and what's her name, Tasha K, right? Like Tasha K can't say shit about Cardi B anymore because she filed an injunction to shut her up. So she can't talk about her, she can't reference her, right? So it's like it's kind of the same process, right? Like just because you have a 501c status or you're able to move legislation around, you're able to move and pass legislation through, right? You still cannot misrepresent a protected class. But the only way to deal with that is through an injunction or through another bill that will counter that. So that's why that becomes really important. But also, again, everything you said, Z, is equally important at the grassroots level. So I just wanted to, again, like confirm that those are really great points.
Can you hear me now, Dawn?
And Don, just 1 minute, Miss C. Don, let me know if it's okay to play this clip from Yvette. It's from the same video that we just listened to, or either she just has the same clothes on. But this clip is 4.5 minutes, but it's up to you.
All right, we'll go to Miss T and then we'll play I'll try to stay in the clip. The only reason why we cut it up because I can't handle it.
At least you're
So
honest, Dawn. At least
we'll
you're
go
honest.
with you, colored girl, and then we'll go try to make it through the clip. But if you want to pause, Net, feel free to pause and discuss. So that's the way we'll do it.
Okay. I just wanted to say a couple of things, and then I have a question for Brittany and you, Dawn. Personally, I just think Yvette's just getting her lick back because they trashed her friend. They did not allow him to be a part of that committee. And I think she's just on a warpath, nothing like a woman scorned, right? And so you didn't let her friend on the committee or the task force. So I'm gonna one up you. I'm going to get in the place that you couldn't get. And I'm gonna do my thing. That's what I think Yvette is doing. But now I do have a question for you, John, and you, Brittany. Okay. So the immigrants are receiving all of these benefits based on a specific harm or specific harms. Is that correct?
I don't know about
I don't
harm, but I know about certain benefits that are triggered by certain
needs,
cross state lines, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. So why can't we force our elected officials' hands into every document that affords a certain right to an immigrant or a refugee that also includes the descendants of the emancipated or the anything other than black, however we categorize, or even freedmen, right? Why not force them to add us to every bill and every set aside? Why can't we do that?
Well, no one said we can't do it. As Brittany pointed out earlier, we don't have people who are.
Why can't we do it? Why can't we do
it? And also, it wouldn't necessarily be your politician because, as we were saying earlier, the money is already allocated.
Correct.
What Doge is showing us is the misappropriation of funds, which we all knew intuitively in our gut. But I did that chart that showed if you had redirected all of those fraudulent funds poured into U.S. aid into our community, the wealth gap would be zero right now. And it means that if we have consistent annual expenditures into our community, that we can close the lineage wealth gap.
Okay, so they
by
don't want to
the
do
end of
that,
10 years.
right? So if the money is already out here, how do we get access to that money now? Because we have the same egregiousness that the immigrants and refugees are claiming America has done to them or to their homeland. They've done the same to us. Shouldn't we qualify as well?
Well, if you would like to go to an immigrant attorney or go and try access immigrant services, I mean, sure. I mean, that's theoretically a strategy. Um, should we have to do that? Could you do that, strategically?
It's not about should we have to anymore, because the fact is we have to. Nobody is
What I'm
jumping up
saying
to
is,
be
I
out
don't know.
on board with us.
I think that's what we've been talking about all along, I guess is what I'm saying. And when you say what do we have to do, I mean that's what we have these discussions about. You have to first of all know what's going on, what's been allocated, meet with your legislators, your agency heads, the people who already have the money. Go to budget previews and get your budget items put in, advocate for your budget line items. So that's what we have to do. We have to advocate in a totally different way, and it doesn't involve marches and rallies. It involves pen to paper, consistent consistent persistency, integrity of action. Just set your sight on a goal, on a policy goal, and stick to it. I mean, what a lesson, CJEC and Chris Lodgen, um, since the beginning with his first organizing circle after ADOS imploded because of Yvette's selfishness and inability to manage and lack of leadership skills. He had an organizing circle that kept us together, and that's what led to me starting Concerned Black American Citizens in that organizing circle. And just his persistency in the face of all of even us who support him and our ebb and flow support. I mean, I think we did great in supporting through the task force, but I'm just saying in terms of like when things didn't go the way we wanted, and they just stuck to it, and we can all learn from that. I shout out a son. She's not here. She's another person I admire. People who are able to, just stick to the goal, stick to the mission, not ideologically and not, able to pivot and be nimble, but, stay on mission. And even when you, at first you don't succeed, continue, because that's really what California is helping us see. You just keep at it. There is no final no. It just depends on how hard, long you're willing to chip away at it. But I don't think that the establishment can withstand our advocacy for much longer, and that things are, crumbling, changing for the better. Go ahead, Ern.
I just wanted to add really quickly to answer Color Girl's question. I do think Let It Be Known was saying we do have to pivot. So that's one thing, right? So it's like basically like you demanding something that requires a different person at a store. Like you're demanding something from the cashier, but you should be talking to the manager, GM, or corporate, right? So it's the same thing, like just targeting the right people that we should be making demands to at a grassroots level. That's why I think, it could be a good strategy to look into to actually go to those funds. Also, I think, again, why also supporting legal funds or advocating for legal funds is important, because we also get access to really important information. I can't speak to migration specifically, but I was listening to a case regarding another marginalized groups, and well, two cases regarding two other marginalized groups. And what I found really interesting in them passing laws and policies, they cited um, legal cases from our situation, and they always refer to the 14th Amendment. So I think that that's really important. I think that that gives us a legal angle, because it's like, how are you using our history, our trauma as legal precedent, but then you're cutting us out of what you receive from using us as a way to, gain benefits. So I think that, again, there's definitely, I think there's a lot of opportunity to start positioning ourselves that way, where again we need to be applying pressure to these funds, because it is discrimination, especially if they're not properly collecting data or measuring impact. That's a transparency issue, right? So even if you say, oh, I'm serving this group of people, but then if serving this group of people is creating disparities within your community, um, and causing harm to Black Americans, then we have legal rights. So again, it's about learning to hold accountable, and then also really understanding, like having access to really critical legal information. Because again, I mean, I think a case can be made, if a certain marginalized group is able to, make a case or get a bill past that leads to resources, but then yet again they're citing our history, our trauma, and our harm, and then they're leaving us out um, of the benefits, then there's a problem there. And it's our responsibility, which again, I was saying this on a thread a few days ago, right? It's only us, like only we can save each other. It's our responsibility to focus on who we need to focus on, to hold accountable who we need to hold accountable, and for us to really drive this. But again, we're going to keep experiencing dead ends and going in circles, and we're going to get the response of certain people laughing in our faces because we're demanding um we're demanding we're demanding the right things from the wrong people.
We should
So
be
that's
talking
like
to the
really
county
important.
execs and the treasurers about our checks, not
Yeah, yeah. And I think too, like if
not
we're
the
trying to
mayor,
adopt a new
not the
approach.
mayor, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then we talked about, someone brought up something about education. You have to go to your school board.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go to college districts. You have
You
to.
got to
I
go to
mean,
the
the board is
Department
pretty much.
of Social Services. I mean, they
Yeah.
literally
So you have.
print checks in their offices and mail them out with people's names on it. So, like she said, so
Yeah,
true.
those are the people. And then also too, those are the people who more easily succumb to social
Pressure.
pressure.
Yeah, I'm
So
like, exactly. This is a whole space, and this is movement intellectual property to the window lickers down there. Yvette, I know you're listening. I know your minions, Reggie, y'all are all listening. Cause we're smarter than you collectively, and everybody that left behind is like the short bus people that listen and do everything you say. Um so all the smart people left. Earn does really cool graphics, so it took you like 3 years before you could find somebody that could like update your website. So there. Um so yeah. I wanted to say I just saw these tweets that Earn put up there, and like Yvette, fuck you.
That's what I was
Such a
gonna bring up.
bitch. You're
So
such a bitch.
Don. So the crazy thing is,
Dang.
Yvette somewhere in
Salty
Georgia.
bitch.
She's somewhere in Georgia, and you got this Isaac Bryan like tweeting her, someone who he's never met with
That's who you need to be
legislatively,
called, what you said to
right?
me about me and my youngins, my young fan base. Look what she's saying and how she's kissing his ass.
Exactly, but she like again, she hasn't done 1 ounce of volunteering in California for
None.
this initiative, and you got the legislator who killed their own man's bills. Like Bradford has worked with them on a number of initiatives. He came out and said these niggas Karate Kid, swipe me with the cake.
No,
Like
he's
I didn't
saying
expect
that
them
he
to.
can't wait till the hearing so he can have.
Right, right.
Brittany, you
So,
see,
but
he's
now,
promising obstruction. Can we sue
yeah.
him?
I really, it goes back to my point about vindictive politicians. So like these people, not even really trying to be representatives, they at a point where their feelings have been hurt for seeing this type of advocacy. Like this issue is so fucking dire that I would expect nothing less of people who claim to care about reparations in the modern day era. But yet these politicians, they're so offended by this. Whatever happened on that final day when they, and then this is the thing you got to say for CJ. They gave these people the benefit of the doubt. And like that's why it goes back to Chris Larson. He's always optimistic in his political advocacy. And he said, we're gonna give them a few more days, family. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. We're gonna see if they can introduce. We ain't gonna jump out the window yet. And then they start getting whiff, like, hold on now. They not moving right, they not doing this right. They started pulling the fire alarm, so to say, and showed up in numbers at the no other group doing this. Showed up in numbers, advocating. Like they didn't squash beefs with, whatever people felt about Black Lives Matter. Let's do it. Fuck it. Whoever gonna show up, this what we need in this moment. They did that in the Black quote unquote politicians. And this is why, I think Camila said in her interview, it doesn't matter if it's a Black politician. If I disagree with the bill, I'm gonna call it out. Don't matter if he's Black or Democrat. But this is a prime example. Voting for your skin color not necessarily gonna mean your issues gonna get addressed. And I think like how we watch Reggie Jones Sawyer, how we watch we watched Shirley Weber's daughter read a fucking book the entire time while people were screaming in the hallway for the justice that they said they was gonna give them. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
and Yvette
this
laughed.
is this is the reality. Yeah, they all laughed at that. But these the same people who laughed at that who telling you he said he'll never do cash reparations. You laughed. You obviously don't give a fuck about it as much as us if you're laughing at a loss that could have benefited the elder. Like, you know how many elderly died since that task force? And while we've been preaching reparations, it'll be these people who's supposed to get it first. But the reason why most of them not involved is because it still feels as if it's a dream, because not a lot of our people are really fighting for this thing to the extent that we are. And so y'all laughed. And a lot of people, grandparents who got the lineage, went through Jim Crow, they died and didn't get any justice, just like their grandparents. So the shit was funny. Yeah, Tone, yeah, see, they should have came. Yeah, that was funny. Y'all YouTubing, y'all monetizing, get the donations in. That was funny. This is political immaturity, family. Y'all, no ADOS in sight. No lifeline, no, we got orgs in Cali that for this day we decided to show up. No. You've seen them posting online. You've seen Simeon response. You've seen all of these key players laughing, Reggie, etc. Yeah, they don't know what they talking about. Bet they wish they was with ADOS now. Laughed. And so we at a point where these people now trying to take the moral high ground and say, you're working with somebody who said they don't support cash reparations. Fuck you. Like that's the real. Like,
I thought I was
that's
bad.
the real.
Hey,
And I just
Lineage,
want to echo
welcome to the
too.
stage. I was hoping you would come up, give us your
I just
perspective.
wanted to echo
Mm-hmm.
really quickly your
Mm-hmm.
point, Dawn, though, right? I think that this is also at the same time, it's an amazing opportunity, right? Because I think we often forget, we're playing chess, right? So it's move by move, right? So the only reason why they was laughing was because they thought they won. And now they're backtracking because, we hit them with a power move. So like that's like, I think it's really important to keep that in mind, right? And just also being mindful of like timelines, right? Yeah, it was funny now, and then now you're begging and you're switching up your tune because you're in a inconvenient position. You're in a position of weakness. And I think that, we should definitely find a lot of strength in that, knowing that, we have these people nervous, which again, that's exactly where we want to be. And it's really important that, we make our next move our best move.
Wow, no pressure.
And Don, I totally missed it, but to those other tweets, he said this: I wish our ancestors knew all they had to do was have policy conversations with people who criminalized running away to freedom. We could have been free sooner. And so it's like this Isaac Bryan. He said that in response to like some of the tweets that the CJAC people was, responding, or even to the news about quote unquote the Bill of Saley thing. And so
I'm surprised
for
nobody
me,
fucked
right,
him in his shit yet. I am so surprised.
for me, right, it shows these people don't even know history. Like, do you know the history of the Democrat Party? Yeah, our people actually went to people who was blatantly racist, who blatantly segregated us, and still said, give us policy, Republican or Democrat. That's the real history. So don't put a party on it, because if we do the party history, we can really see. And like Bill Saley, and I say this for other Republicans, they can pretend to be the radical Republicans or reference that history, but it's only until they start moving like that can we say it's true. Because we know how the Dixiecrats made the switch in the South, and now the Republican fucking Party got people waving the Confederate flag in a place where it never belonged. like this. So we know the history, but again, even to people like Isaac Bryan, who and it's a part of this new age politics where ever since the civil rights, apparently our people think the Democrats can't do no wrong. And if you're a black Democrat, you damn near think you're the closest thing to Jesus when it comes to our people, because that's the way that they moving. Like the shit is kind of, I don't know, it's reversed, because it's like it explains the disconnect, but at the same time, it's like what led to that, where all of them is on a different page, and you got them now on the front lines for illegal immigration, Gaza, and walk past homeless black motherfuckers every day. Like I don't understand it. Yeah, I don't understand.
I think it's intra-classism, but I want to go to Divine, and then we're gonna go to that clip. That'll give us a lot of material.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak, Dawn. Shout out to everybody on the stage. Can you guys hear me okay?
What's up, Divine?
Yeah. What's good, fam? I seen you going back and forth with the Simeon minion.
Yeah, he's too easy. He just stay mad.
Yeah.
If he had a neck, he wouldn't be as mad. But go ahead.
For real. And so to what Ern just said, I wanted to make sure I said this. I was thinking about exactly that as I was listening to you guys and on my way home. But the one of the main reasons why our people believe that the Democrats can do no wrong is because all of this time the Republicans has refused to do right. And so it's that juxtaposition between there has to be a good guy and bad guy. And I always say that when you look at history, outside of the radical Republicans, which was still a specific wing of that party, the only good guys in this story have always been our ancestors, our lineage. Both sides were always using us as the token in order to have some semblance of coalescing around whiteness. And so, it's neither party has ever championed our cause, again, outside of that specific wing with the radical Republicans. And so I just want to make sure I came up and actually give Dawn a shout out, because here in New York, we have that kind of that same dynamic. I remember I was debating one of the state senators, who I then later found out was actually a Jamaican immigrant, but he was pretending like he was Black American. And so we were talking about just the balance of power in our state, and he was like, yeah. And I was talking about delineation. He was like, yeah, well, you could forget about the Republicans, because the Republicans don't run shit in New York but their mouths. And so, though was a brash and confident statement, it is a true statement. And so, but with that comes the realization that if that is true, and it is, that means everything good and bad that happens in the state is on you. And so they have this tendency to make those statements, proclaim that truth, but then still try to use the Republican as a boogeyman. And that's what they're doing in California. But had we not here in New York partnered with the Republicans, and that was, like I said, giving Dawn a shout out, she was the one that gave us the heads up about that when they were looking for people, litigants in New York to contest that non-citizen right to vote bill in the city council, had we not partnered with them, then non-citizens, all of those quote unquote migrants that came into the city long after that bill was passed, they would be voting right now. And so when you understand that there is no such thing as politics when you're just dealing with one party, the Advocacy Foundation has really backed themselves into an irrelevant corner. And one of the things that you guys said that I really stand on, but I want to kind of put the nuance in there, because they love trying to claim everybody doing the work as we were members. When the hashtag was going around similar to BLM, you had multiple advocates, such as myself and others, that were doing work citing the hashtag, not being members of an organization, because an organization did not exist. I want to make sure we get that on the record, because that's where you get the whole splinter concept. That's where you get the whole they broke away. No, people were coalescing around a cause, and in the sake of unity, using the same hashtag that you used, until we found out the bullshit that you was on. And that's what people still did the work. They didn't step away from the work. They didn't step away from your organization. They stepped away from your acronym, because you took it from being a delineating term for our lineage to your organization, that you are willing to take up legal actions against people if they still try to use your acronym. And so that's the nuance in that conversation. So there was no brain drain from ADOS. It was a brain drain from organizing and advocating using the acronym that we were using as a solidifying force at that time in the movement.
Yes, that's a much needed nuance.
Right. And so
he's the vampire.
Right. And so, yeah, what you find out is at that same time, see, I'm old enough to remember that for the longest, those advocates that were using the acronym were saying, hey, why don't you step out front, Yvette? You're so brilliant in your advocacy and the way in which you can articulate the movement and the goals of the movement. You should step out and be a leader of some kind. You should start an organization. And at every turn, she said no. It wasn't until her BLM show. She did a BLM show when she found out how much money they were getting in from private donors and from a nonprofit industrial complex. It was at that point that Yvette came out, did a fake poll, and said, hey, who thinks we should start an organization?
Yeah.
Now, people have been saying that the entire time, but once the BLM fiasco hit and she found out they had got that $90 million, she did a bootleg poll and said, hey, fam, the poll said we should, so we are. And everybody that's advocating, y'all just got to come up under us. There's going to be no voting. There's going to be no democracy. Me and Tony are going to be appointed. And all of y'all got to get down and lay down. And if you still try to use the acronym, then we're going to sue you. Who's on board? And everybody with more than half a brain said, no, we getting the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? One, you're not in our area, so you don't know what's going on locally. So how can we just all fold up under you and allow you to do advocacy on our behalf and then have to come and check in with you before we do anything on our local levels? It just didn't make any sense in any sense of the word. And so that's when she went on her vendetta tour. That's when she started acting out. That's when she started making up lies and saying people were trying to usurp her power and kick her out of something. There was no organization to kick her out of. And so that's the story of what she's on. And I'll land on this so you can get to the clip. It's not a coincidence that the Pan-Africanists, the Democratic Shills, and now the ADOS Advocacy Foundation all use the same type of condescending language and talking points. You all of them are on board with the same, you don't know how it works. You don't know enough. Did you do this? Did you do that? It's the same talk, the same set of talking points, because they all are on the same agenda. And I think to what Dawn's point, when I think it was Dawn and somebody else said the same thing, is that for far too long, even though we knew all of this bullshit, because a lot of the evidence was circumstantial and is no longer circumstantial, we still kind of played nice and said, you know what, I'm not really going to rock with ADOS, but I'm not going to down it either, because I think we on the same team. We are now in a space where we know we are not on the same team, and we don't have to play nice anymore. And in the same way we speak truth to power against the Pan-Africanists, and the Democratic shills, we're going to have to start speaking truth to power against ADOS Advocacy Foundation because they are on the wrong side. And none of us owe them any more loyalty or being quiet. Because when we're in New York, and Ern said this, and this is not to toot our horn in New York, but it is hard as hell to get legislation passed. While we were advocating and taking meetings and walking up and down them halls and getting rejected and getting lied on, one of the main things that everybody was saying about us as we were trying to get into the door to even find a Nikki Lucas is that we were ADOS and we were xenophobic and we were toxic politically. But at every meeting we went into, we never, and that's on my life, we never badmouthed Yvette or the ADOS Foundation because we understood that they were just a proxy. Yes, they were doing some trollish shit. Yes, they were doing some stuff that just makes you toxic in the political arena. But we never allowed them to use that and split us up in that way. We just said, no, we are not them, but you're also mischaracterizing a lot of things because the conversation is a little bit more nuanced than that. But they were using that to keep us out the room. So you don't go from that with no body of work, from being ostracized from inside the room to all of a sudden being in the room unless you are a willing or an unwilling idiot in the agenda of the Democrat Party. And I land there.
Excellent. Excellent.
So
Excellent. Excellent.
let me chime in real quick, Don, to what Brother Lineage just said. I agree with him. You know, like he just made the connection about the Democrats and the Pan Africans and ADOS and that condescending type talk, right? And we've talked about beefs and splits in the movement, you know, in the grassroots and things like that. But for whatever gripes or disagreements people have with the Tariq Nasheeds and the Lord Abbas and whatever, I can say that I have not personally heard them have the rhetoric of you fucking with us and what we doing and you see it exactly how we see it, or you stupid and you need to be out the way. I haven't heard them say that, but that's what Narc and then Cobra have said. Oh, they're not serious. You know, they all on MSNBC talking about we the real reparationists and you don't need to listen to these people on social media and on YouTube and all this and that. And like I say, it's people that we know, you know, that have spaces on a regular basis here, and I've never heard them have that kind of language coming out of their platform.
Right. Right. Well, one of those names, but yeah. Net, play the tape.
All right. Just so you know, what she has on her screen as she speaks, she has the headline that says reparations bills die on final day of California's legislative session despite urgent protests. Here you go. Let me know if y'all can hear.
Be the person yelling at somebody outside. And I would also argue that none of that yelling was necessary. Listen, I always say this is a marathon, this is not a sprint. You folks who just got involved in activism last week don't get to go and tell the California caucus, California Black Caucus, this has to happen this session. You ain't been working long enough to tell nobody when it's got to happen. You don't have enough people to tell nobody when it's got to happen. You got to go back to the drawing board. And then you say, hey, you know what? We have reached an impasse. There were some internal wranglings that we were not necessarily aware of. We are going to come back to the drawing board. We believe that the California Black Caucus is operating in good faith. Listen, we have been fighting for reparations for generations. We are not going to let one session, we are not going to let one detour get in the way. It doesn't have to happen right now. It is urgent, but we look forward to our opportunity to re-engage this. We have commitments from the California Black Caucus that we will engage this next session, and we look forward to that.
Sorry, I had to pause it right there.
Yeah, didn't they do that? Didn't y'all try to reach out?
Wait, what you said, Dawn?
Didn't they try to reach out to the Democrats? She said,
Yeah, so
wow.
she can't act like she don't know the story. They were betrayed. Bradford had it. The CLBC was supposed to push this forward. What is she talking about that they were supposed to be nice? Like, Master, please, just, we understand you really trying to help. Like, this
Bradford
is
said he had the votes.
He had the votes. They knew what it was. They pulled the okie dokie. She's saying that they weren't supposed to respond accordingly. She's blaming the victim.
Yeah, they definitely had the votes. We were going in and asking what the votes were. They knew they had the votes. They completely blocked the bill. And that's why we were fucking yelling, and we'll be fucking yelling again. Like, who is she to tell somebody in a week? It ain't been a week. It wasn't no fresh people up there. We had a whole reparations task force lady for the state for 2 years. You sound ridiculous. Involved in
That is her
this,
being
sir.
condescending and disrespectful and minimizing CJEC and everybody else. She has to use it's marketing against you all.
Yeah, but like, I guess for me is we all recognize this was extraordinary measures. Who the fuck blocks their own legislation at the last minute? So, well, let me back up. Who tries to keep it from going to the floor at all? Going way out of number order, put it in the back of the line at the very last minute. Nobody does that. That shit. Well, at least I've never seen it before. Maybe I'm just a novice, but I've never seen a party take shit that's gone through committee. It's gone through. You've done the whip for votes. You've talked to everybody. You kiss the babies and dot the i's and cross the t's, and then at the last minute, the very people that told you everything was good to go, physically stop it from coming to the floor. That was
I know it
extraordinary
sounds
measure.
so naive right now.
They act like it died in committee or something. These were extraordinary measures. And then who's that old fucking man that came out taunting them on the in
That's
the
Jones Sawyer, Reggie Jones
yeah, Reggie
Sawyer.
Jones Sawyer. You know that shit. Of course they were pissed off. Why should they play nice? I don't understand, especially from ADOS. What the fuck? How are you gonna tell somebody to play
I
nice?
think this is her. I think this is her building a case or not defamation, but a discrediting case against CJEC, NASD, LEAP, and the others. It has to be. This is diabolical.
It's not even diabolical. It's stupid. Everybody that was paying attention saw what happened. I guess she's only talking to the people that have been in her silo and haven't been watching this whole process. But those of us who watched this from the beginning and called in and helped where we could and been watching it and watched it through the whole process, nobody could view it the way she was proposing it.
What's up, Devon, and then Ray Ray?
First, I want to give Net a shout out for the visually impaired closed captioning, where she was giving the play-by-play. She's saying this while this is on the screen. Y'all can't see it, but here's the context. I appreciate that. So I wanted to say two things. I believe you're right, Net, and it's an obvious play because you only become, with no body of work and no actual advocacy, you only become a viable option if you eliminate the option that's viable. And so that's the reason why she has to tear down the actual people that are doing the work, because she doesn't have a resume or a leg to stand on unless and until they are out the way. So it's going to be a smear campaign. And I'll land on this. I am old enough to remember that she has some goddamn nerve, because during the 2020 primaries, JB Fowler screaming at politicians is the only thing that kept ADOS relevant during that time outside of the trolling they were doing online. He was running around talking about cut the check to Kamala, cut the check to Elizabeth Warren, cut the check to Bernie Sanders. He was at everything because he was in that area in the South.
Jim Clyburn.
And Jim Clyburn, stop sloganeering. Like, that was their claim to fame, because at that point in time, they were still at, like, it's like this point in time, not doing any legislative advocacy at all. And so JB running around with the ADOS banner, producing all those videos, and I'm not saying that was a bad thing. That was a great thing. But how dare you turn around now and lie, but use the lie that yelling at a politician is not the way, when that's the only thing that kept you relevant during the time when y'all was doing no work and people had abandoned using the hashtag to document the work that they were still doing.
Yeah, this makes no sense. Oh, my bad.
Y'all, I'm back. I want y'all to pause right here So this is the tea. This is the tea. My spirit of discernment about this boycott, not only because I know Al Sharpton ain't nothing but a damn
Wait.
scammer.
Can I pause you for 1 second?
Yeah.
I know you want to speak to the boycott today. You want to speak to the Democratic Shields and what they're doing, but I think right
No, I
now,
found out something. Something I found out.
is it related to the ADOS Advocacy Foundation and or what's
And that
occurring
no,
in
but I want to
California?
say it before I forget what I found out. The man, the white man, John Schwartz, y'all done been prosecuted for uh sex crime against an 18-year-old, gave her some drugs and took pictures of the girl with her bra off and got black Americans as the face. He got a GoFundMe, y'all. It was still going up as I'm looking at it. And Al Sharpton then got our people to raise this white sex offender. He got to be on Megan's list. That's it. I'm done. I just had to say it because I'm long when I be to forget it and got to thinking about something else. But I be damned.
Well, thank you for that. I think what you're saying is that someone who has dirty hands was able to work with Al Sharpton to get Black Americans to support something where
I'm
something
gonna put it in the
bad.
blue pill. If you
Thank
Google
you.
the thing, it got the not Al Sharpton. It got that he is the man behind the plan. He has an organization called the People's Union USA, and he claims it is something, but he can't stop it from being linked. It's unions like
All right.
all in Iraq, all in Africa. They're
So,
using
Ray,
us.
how about you for everybody that's listening, you post it in a jumbotron or in a chat, and then everybody so that you won't be long
Okay,
with it.
okay,
Everybody can look at it at
all
their
right.
convenience.
I'm just disgusted. My pen is
Thank
ready
you,
to be
Matt. I
We
long.
appreciate
appreciate it.
that. So we're gonna go to Story, and then I want to play a little bit more and see what Yvette says, because I think it's important for us to listen to her videos just to see the mindset and just for us to get a insight into what we could potentially see coming out of them. So get Story,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, host, co-host into the room. I'll be quick. I'm gonna say this. Lord goodness. Um, Yvette still believes the best way is through the Democratic Party. A lot of Black Americans, and some probably here still still believe that. A lot of Black Americans have switched up their stance, and a lot of us is not going back. I think that's a big problem there too, because she's just now getting a chance to, let's be honest, she's getting more traction because of what just happened. So they're trying to find any and anybody that they probably can attach themselves to be able to still push their agenda as well, and maybe um, do a little work with you. Let me say that. Um, we're gonna always be into it, y'all. It's gonna always be like this. This is with any group, right? Um, Shout out to all of us that's doing the work. I don't think this is cool. Let California be. Let them do their thing. I say, shoot, if you're doing your thing, you go ahead over there and you do yours. Um, I'm just really lost for words. I've been listening for a minute, and I think Yvette, it's never going back to 2017, y'all, 2016, and I think that's where we at. And it's a lot of bad blood. We ain't gonna play like it's not. We ain't gonna play like some on both sides didn't cross shit, didn't cross the line, right? Didn't do or didn't say things. And I think that's accountability on hands, whether who was wrong first starting and so on and so on. We all are, I think, or pushing for reparations in a form, especially of money and other resources as well. But it's bad blood there, y'all. And I think it's very harmful that and I'm gonna end with this, but it's very harmful that she is I ain't gonna say, look, she's a Democrat.
We act like we don't know this, and I know a lot of you guys from 2016, 17, 18, 19. I know y'all from when everybody was calling in on Monday and Wednesday nights with her and Army before her and Tone. So we go back, y'all. A lot of us go back. Some of us didn't call in, but a lot of us go back, and a lot of us are not where we were then. And I think she has to understand that. And if she really, truly, not only her, us as well, want to come to the table, we're gonna have to let that past go and say, hey, this is where we're gonna start from and go from there, instead of continually stabbing, making more blood in the water. And that's where I'm at. And I'm gonna drop down. Thank you.
Thank you for that story. And I think what we have, we have someone infamous. I'm trying to bring you on stage, but it's not. But I can see by your profile that you're ADOS California. So perhaps maybe this person can come and help us understand what it is that, help us with what it is that we're discussing. Dawn, are you able to bring infamous up?
One person down.
Oh, the stage was full. I didn't even realize
No.
it.
Okay, I'm gonna drop then, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if that's it, but that might help.
So it says that Aaron can now speak. Are you on stage, infamous?
I've added him as well. He must not be following the directive. He's risking a lot to be here. He probably thought about it.
Let's give him a moment. Hopefully he went out, maybe force stop his app and then come on back. In the meanwhile, we'll go to Divine, and then if he's not on stage, we can listen to some more of the clip.
Yeah, and this is no, I want to be clear. This is not anything against Starry because I understand what she was saying and where she was coming from. But I think, and I'll speak for myself because I don't want to speak for anybody else in the room or for the organization that I'm a part of. But for me, there is no quote unquote coming back to the table, right? That ship has sailed because it's not about a petty difference. It's not about anything that was said or done from both sides. What we're talking about is and I can't even say it was an ideological shift because she might have had this plan the whole time, right? Because a lot of moves that she made in the past, like this don't make sense if you're trying to build a coalition
Right.
that needs people. So I'm not even going to say it was a
Mhm.
shift because this could have been going on behind the scenes the whole time. So I'll say this. That would be like saying, well, we could just come to the table with Narc and Cobra and the Pan Africans. That is not a thing. There is no common ground because the thing that sets us apart from them is the one thing that would have to be compromised on. And the minute I compromise on that, now we're doing race-based work because that's what the ADOS Advocacy Foundation does. They do race-based work. It's on their website. And it's so funny because the people that claimed up and down for years that Yvette invented the word specificity, right? That was a thing for a while, that people stole her intellectual property. And when we asked, what's the intellectual property? It was actual words. And so they claim she invented specificity. And what's crazy is that since people moved away from the hashtag, she has moved away from specificity slowly but surely, starting with her board and all the people that are not American freemen that are on that thing, and then to come up with a website where you're actually. And here's the thing: we all know in this room, whether you agree with them or not, or still want to be a part of or be down with them. The bottom line is we know that race-based work and race-based policies are unconstitutional. So what black agenda are they pushing, and how they going to get that black agenda implemented? And so that becomes busy work. That becomes mission drift because nothing that's in your black agenda can get implemented because it's unconstitutional, which then means it
Sound
has
like a cooking right now.
it has to be universal programs, which again is in line with who? The Democrat Shields and the Pan Africans, because that's what race based turns into when you do that type of work. And so to what Dawn said, I'll land here when she said, "Yeah, he's infamous. Whoever that was is risking a lot." That is so true, and I was so reluctant to throw around the C word when describing their organization and how the followers act. But there are people here in New York that not only did I introduce to the movement work, but we worked together in the past on things. And the minute we were excommunicado from a vet, they pretended to not know who we were. And to the point where we see each other in person, there are no highs, there are no hellos, there are no how can we work this thing together? No matter what delineating term people use in New York, while we're up against this New York State task force, everybody in New York agrees on the lineage standard, and we advocate in our own way together where we can to push this and hold them accountable. The only people that claim to be for lineage that do not work with the other people working for lineage in New York are the ADOS Foundation people. And that's just what it is. And so, in my opinion, there is no table to come to because they are at a different table. And that table is the one that wants us on the menu and not sitting there as dinner guests.
Oh my gosh. Mic drop.
And I just want to say I'm a witness a little bit to what he just spoke to, because when we're at the parade, remember, Divine, we're walking down and they're asking us, what's a freeman? Who are y'all? What do y'all do? We're like, wait, what? And then when we did the call to action when we were trying in New York State early on, I reached out to people personally. Hey, we need yours help. You don't have to align with us, but can you assist with this call to action? It was a resounding no. That was crazy. They had no interest in utilizing, their advocacy to even help with New York State reparations, but yet they're showing up to the meetings. So that's it.
And what's crazy now is that Simeon had posted like a few hours ago saying, "Oh, and they're the ones that's actually name banging because Bill Ease-Lee brought up the bill name, and Camila mentioned ADOS. Yet y'all have personal examples of them name banging in person, and then even worse to what Divine said, actually dropping policy or at least working with the community or the people who are on the same page as them because of, I guess they higher up or they leader. I mean, I don't know. I have to say out of all other orgs, ADOS is probably the most rank and file because this shit is amazing to watch. Where if I believe if Yvette was to turn on Tone tomorrow and accuse him of something, all of these ADOS people would do the same thing because that's just how lock and step they is with quote unquote her leadership. But I don't know. It's a crazy thing to watch.
Yo, not for nothing, I won't be long. But remember, again, I'm old enough to remember. God bless me with this great memory. So I remember when there were rumors that happened because he wasn't doing videos with her anymore, and he didn't have ADOS in his bio anymore at one point.
Mm-hmm.
At that time, if you remember, now they didn't go because she didn't
they didn't excommunicate him though. That's why they still cool. Yeah.
Right.
But it was shaky though. It was shaky. Yeah.
She didn't give the code red, but when it was just rumored that something that happened between them, you could see that their reception and that their actions toward Tone had changed. So you ain't lying. What's crazy is just like you said, they're the most rank and file. They got that NOI discipline. Like in the movie.
They're better than NOI. Right? NOI got like 4-5 different versions right now. It's one ADOS.
When Denzel put the hand in the air and point the finger and everybody started moving, listen, that's how they be on it. And so it's just sad that they're using their powers for bad and not for good.
Yeah, but they've been using their powers for bad for a long time now. Welcome.
But I do think this is a longer term plan playing out and not just her reaction is on brand, but definitely this is part of a longer plan, I think. Ned, did you have the clip to play?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, I think we're ready.
Can I say this right quick? This longer plan thing, I can't see anything other than becoming another wing of Narcan and Cobra because they're already on the. They've already walked away from lineage work, right? There is no long term plan here. They don't have enough bodies anymore to really dominate anything.
No, I mean, I think that this plan started back in like 2016, 2015, that, someone said that they were opportunists, or maybe you did, and I agree with that. But when I say longer term, I guess from the point of view that I realized that they never really were truly for reparations like we are. Like we are a
Yeah,
phenomenon.
we obsessed with it. Yeah.
We weren't supposed
Semi-obsessed.
to happen. This was
He
supposed
said
to just
semi-obsessed.
continue on for another 30 years, continuing to introduce HR 40, kind of dangle this carrot. And I do believe that what happened is a phenomenon that, with 30 to 40 of us jumped off a line, and here we are today. None of this
Yep.
was supposed to be how this played out at all.
Really quick, Don, I got a question to ask you. You say that you think that this was in the works. What do you think was supposed to come out of this if it would have went as followed by Yvette?
I mean, I think that what do I mean by that?
Or even now, where do you think
No, what
truly,
I mean, it was very cynical. I used the 2016 conference that she and Tone and Dr. Darity and Cam Howard were all at, and probably some other players, Mark Thompson, all of the likely players, and how they just cynically walked away from them. Not like, oh, we're going to save the collective. Now we have the pathway. No, Dr. Darity said, ooh, I'm going to write a book. And he did, and he made a lot of money. And Tony Yvette said, ooh, we're going to start this platform, and we're going to have subscriptions, and we're going to have followers. And they did. And Cam Howard, I don't know, I guess he was there for educational purposes. I don't know. But I do know also that Cam Howard, in a conversation on the phone, said that when he heard about ADOS, their organization sent a letter to ADOS welcoming them to the movement. And this was a couple of months before HR 40 popped up. And he said that they, instead of responding to his letter, she did a show trashing him, bashing him. And then, it was basically a feud from then on. They were mad because they weren't invited to the HR to speak at the HR 40 panel. So it's just interesting things like that. And I just wonder if all of this has been orchestrated, or they just decided to come together in the end. But, it wasn't like they woke up, like they got struck by lightning and they said, oh, we're going to help our people. No, it was just like, I mean, I guess in a sense, but it was a business. That's what it seemed like to me. That's what I mean. Like, yeah.
can I say this and then I jump back down? I want this really quick. Everything happens for a reason. I wouldn't have thought 5 years ago that we'd be here actually standing on business and sitting at the table and going to different tables. Because mind you, we was lockstep into doing, it was a marching one way, like I said, and that's it. And that's for Black Americans as a whole too. I would have never saw us going against the Democratic Party and pulling paperwork and everything else. Where I think that, again, things really went sour is the fact that we started to go different places, question stuff, and do things on our own. And I'm kind of happy, and I'm not saying it like that, that people did break off and start doing their own thing, you know. So things happen for a reason. I'm glad we hear more knowledgeable. We question stuff. People doing research. Even if we do fall out with other, because it's not all. I'm not mad at just because they got the ADOS, right? I know we all are Black American. I don't like the fact, like you said, what's going on where it's just a one way and that's it. But I see it in other quote unquote splinter groups, as we say. It's happening there as well. This right here just being more in the forefront, I think, more than anything. Um, but yeah, so I just leave it at that. Shout out to us Black Americans. Shout out to you, Don, as well. I'm gonna drop down. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Nat, can you push play?
Here we go.
All over everything. Outside yelling at somebody, calling somebody a name, talking about their enemies of the people because you didn't get your bill this one time. No patience. No inside-outside game. Nothing. Nothing but a bunch of signs and tough talk with nobody backing you up. Listen, if you wanna really get on somebody, and y'all were wrong anyway. Like there's a lot of stuff I know about what happened about y'all were wrong. You come out here and all this stuff and just be telling all kind of stories. But if I really do believe that these people and this legislature is wrong and they're wrong, I better have 10,000 people outside. I better not be out here just talking to myself. So that's what happened. The whole thing imploded, and then you just throw poison in the water by talking about how people are enemy of the people and calling these people names and yelling at them as they go into session because your stuff got tabled. Okay, that's not politics. That's stupidity. So we come around to now, and it's just very interesting how we come around. Let me bring this up too, because I just want to show you how this was put out to us in terms of something big is about to happen. CJ, the bill, I'm not.
So what she just put up is CJAC. They had a tweet. Let me increase. Oh, I can't increase it. Let me see. She put up CJAC where they posted their breaking news that we got Bill Ease-Lee to support us. So that's what she's about to speak to right now. I'm just going to rewind it back a few seconds.
How this was put out to us in terms of something big is about to happen. CJ, California Republican lawmaker Bill, I don't know how to pronounce this man's last name, and Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, introduced a historic bill to establish California American Freedmen Agency. You can read the rest of it yourself. Because I want everybody to understand, and I'm gonna leave it up so you can read it. I'm not wasting my time. So this is what we have. We have a situation where
I'm sorry, I have to pause it for a second because what she's doing is, if you can see her facial expression, is she winging it? Is she finding something to say as she going along, or
a little?
huh?
It feels a little like that. But it's the minimization. It's like it's so textbook, the laughing and the annoying.
Since when you need 10,000 people outside with you in order to be effective?
She's trying to define it. No, you need 10 people, 30 people. It's just interesting. So she's trying to frame the success and failure. She's not even part of it. But continue if you can.
Here we go.
Very bad situation. We have a situation where you have ruined remember what I say, one of the reasons people, you're a Democratic still, you're a Democratic still. One of the reasons people say that is because I say we should hold this party accountable because we're the base of the party. Now, you're not the base of the Democratic Party in California. It's a very diverse place. I mean, talking about ADOS. But you have much more of a chance of moving them in a direction than you do with a Republican. So you put out this press release believing that you're going to have this American Freedmen thing and it's going to be something beneficial. Well, first of all, this person isn't even going in that direction. They don't believe in cash payments. They don't believe in reparations. They don't believe in any of the stuff that you say you believe in. They don't believe in it.
She said, not that we
And
believe in. She said that
you're
you
just
say
poking
that
at the
you believe in. That's interesting. The wording.
direction. They don't believe in cash payments. They don't believe in reparations. They don't believe in any of the stuff that you say you believe in. They don't believe in it. And you're just poking at the very people who you were trying to get to help you. So the question becomes, who is he going to align with? Because nobody in the party believes in most of that stuff unless he has an ulterior motive.
That's it for that clip. The interesting thing, I'm not going to be on long divine. The interesting thing about this is she has another clip from I think last week or so, where she's speaking to there's no way to get reparations done under a Republican or this hostile Trump administration, which means that she has more faith in the Democrats. Because the Democrats haven't been able to push anything in terms of reparations forward either, and that's not only at the federal level, that's also at California. Hence, when you said earlier, them out there fighting because the CLBC effed them over. So it's kind of contradictory in the point where you feel as though they're the ones that can get it done, but they're the ones that failed to get it done, and not once. It's just historic. This is
Well, she
ridiculous.
said so, and then she said that basically what they should have done is played nice. Oh, like shucks, we didn't get it this time. We're gonna do it next time. Played nice for the camera, and then gone away and worked together, I guess, and come out with this bill together, negating, the last minute betrayal, the broken trust. Now, sure, I mean, I guess you could suck it up, but that would indicate that we got time, and we don't. We talked about how many seniors have passed away waiting on this. So that's what she's trying to, again, trying to infantilize us. We're children, unserious, impatient, no decorum, don't know enough, don't understand how things work. Yeah, that's
It's
that's what
us
she said.
against them. It's well, she's saying that's her way. It's us against them, or it's them against us, and she's.
Does anybody know the man, DA man?
Yeah,
Community advocate.
that's you know him. You know him very well. Watch when you hear his voice. You're gonna be like, oh snap, you didn't know that was him this whole time.
I'm having
That's
trouble bringing up
EL
there.
from Clubhouse.
How you not know me?
Oh,
Yeah.
hey. I think Divine was
Yeah. So I just wanted to say how just her lack of vision, which a good leader also has to have, is something that is just very alarming in this moment. But I'm saying that to say this: what we're doing is unprecedented. I put up a tweet a little while ago, saying that all of us at this point in time are making Black American history as we speak, because we are doing things that either haven't been done since the 1960s or haven't been done ever. And so, because no one has ever advocated in the way that we're advocating now, not only for remedial justice reparations, but also for lineage-based policies from a lineage-based perspective, you don't need 10,000 people to make a difference, because we're the only ones speaking this language. So when you have 5 people saying it at the same time, that's a lot. God forbid you get 10 or 20, you're going to be able to move. And so obviously we don't want to let the opposition know how many numbers that we do have on the ground in New York, but I can tell you it's not 10,000 yet. And with that, we've been able to find us a champion in the Democratic Party. We've been able to find people of the Republican Party that agree with our position. And so when you, again, I'm old enough to remember when her mantra was stay on your square, right? And so staying on your square doesn't mean you play nice. Standing on your square doesn't mean you acquiesce or play the game to a certain degree. That's not what staying on your square looks like or means, right? And so you don't need 10,000, because even without 10,000 people, now she does have a good following, but she don't got 10,000 strong that she can put on the ground anywhere she shows up. Why? Because she showed up and there wasn't 10,000 people behind her. But guess what? She's still been on mainstream media. There were still stories done about her in the mainstream media and in periodicals. And so you don't need that. You just need an unwavering resolve when you're out here advocating for your people. So that's one. Two, again, she's talking about, oh, them screaming at politicians. She's also talking about them shooting themselves in the foot. Again, we've already talked about this. Neither the Republicans or the Democrats want to see us get reparations with direct cash payments, or we would have had it already. So we need to understand that, and I'll land on this point. She's talking about playing nice and how you shoot yourself in the foot and you're not doing it the right way. I'm old enough to remember that somebody very close to Yvette once said, politicians, they
Respond to
respond
pressure, not
to
applause.
pressure, not applause. Now, all of a sudden, when the pressure is being applied, you're advocating that they should have just applauded them and accepted what they gave them last session, even while killing the bill when they did everything that you said they should be doing now. Guess what? You missed it because you wasn't there. They did it already. They did have an inside-outside game. They did advocate and organize people and had the votes and had it passed through all the houses and committees that it needed to be approved and be voted on. So it wasn't anything that lacked on their end. It was the Democrats, the same ones you're expecting them to sit there and applaud, that sabotaged the bill that they worked hard and advocated for in the right way, in the ways that you're saying they should have. They did it already. And so you missing the point because you're not on the ground. You didn't see them do it. It's almost like the tree falling in the woods, and if nobody's there, it doesn't make a sound. It didn't make a sound to Yvette because she ain't never been in the woods.
Oops.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks, Don, for this space. I was in the room with y'all earlier this morning when you said you was going to do this space at 6, and I just got here about 9:30 and got all about it. I was glad that you were still doing it, because I've been watching the way Yvette has been moving, really for the last 4 years now. But of course, lately, just the way they've always trolled other reparationists in this space. First things, this respectability politics things that she's on now, where it's all about manners and decorum and all of that. Yeah, that's, and what's funny, the same thing that she was accusing Narcan and Cobra of, when she first, I guess, started to make noise. Now she's behaving that way toward California, some of these other reparations. It's real clear. It's extremely personal. She's bitter. She wants to be the voice, the face, the brand behind lineage-based reparations, and she don't want to share it with anyone, to the point to where, she'd rather gnaw her own arm off than to share any space or any glory, with anybody else in this reparations movement, because she really feels that it's hers and she's entitled to it. And of course, and it's almost like a rabid dog, and of course, when they get to that point, us country folks, we know what we do with rabid dogs. But nonetheless, in a situation, what she's doing is extremely dangerous. And someone was asking earlier, like, what was her game? Why is she aligning with these other race-based folks that that she was supposedly sworn enemies of 3 or 4 years ago? Well, it's the enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We've seen how she's been behaving. We've seen her jump in Luke spaces to try to attack Tariq and FBA, only to be shitted on herself. Only to be shitting on herself. But she's willing to do all of that. It means that much to her. She would rather burn this thing up and we not get reparations if she can't be the face and the voice and the brand of it. And that's extremely concerning. But the thing about it, the best way to defeat someone like her is just ignore them. That 10,000 people comment. She can't. She does she even have 1,000 people in that org? I doubt it. Of course, she might have 10,000 people that might have paid $50 and call themselves a member or whatever, but she don't have 1,000 soldiers. If she did, she wouldn't be bothering. She wouldn't be worrying about what the other groups are doing. What they can be effective without hating on other groups. That thing, the victory they got with Harvard. There's no, keep doing what you do. That's okay. We'll pop our collar to you. But she, this whole play was, she needed a boogeyman. But Tariq just wasn't the kind of boogeyman that was going to give her the elevation, the kind of, to replace her. She wants to replace Alicia Garcia and Opal Tometi and that Black Lives Matter crowd. She wants to be the new LGBTQ Democratic queen.
Yeah.
And she's, it's a short line because the Dems need new voices and
yeah.
She got in at the right time and serving up somebody like Tariq and trying to, so she needs it. It's like that old Malcolm and Martin, the violent, the non-violent. She needs us to exist. She really needs a group like this or some. She needs an opposition to exist so that she can endear herself to the enemies of this group. And then once we're out the way, I truly believe that she believes in lineage-based reparations. She's smart enough to know that race-based is not, but she's just so bitter. And because I was just looking at one of Tone's posts, they're still talking about how Camilla got, they're still, just like the gentlelady said earlier, 2017 is over. We're not going back to those days. That's over. They had lightning in the bottle. They blew it. They had lightning in the bottle. All of these brilliant voices, all of these great activists, they were under ADOS pretty much control. And she just can't accept the fact that she was a bad leader. She made bad judgments. To instigate a beef with FBA, they really never recovered from that. And then now to just be out here flailing. I mean, what you see now is the ADOS organization is flailing. They're all over the place. They're just looking really to defeat the other lineage-based organizations more so than they are to defeat the other organizations. And it's quite sad, but shout out and kudos to C-Jack and the California crowd. Keep doing your thing. Camilla's definitely a way better lawyer than Tone and Claudio and anything that they got in ADOS. I hadn't seen anything, come out of ADOS that legally impressed me. I guess Yvette is their lawyer, their social media person. She's their everything. But anyway, thanks for the space, and I'll just continue to listen.
Excellent submission. I appreciate that. That was really really good and sad. Sorry, Branch, I see your hand up.
You know what? After that, I don't have nothing to say. I agree.
Funny.
Look, I agree. Besides, where do we go from here? That's it.
But he raised a good point in terms of they're more willing and have more energy to keep attacking CJAC, NASD, Tariq, and everyone else than they do of those that's actually actively co-opting, attempting to co-opt our lineage-based reparations. So
yeah, he just minimized them in my eyes. I was thinking more George Soros-y, but I don't think Yvette has the temperament to pull that off. So yeah, we're just looking at a bitter person with a flailing organization with nice graphics.
that's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, it's over. It's
Oh
over.
wait, let's
They
use
just circling the drain.
let's use Tone's term. Decadent veil. They're the decadent veil of this reparation. Oh God, sorry.
That's fair. Yeah, it's over. This was this was a death stroke. Many of us have been waiting for them to step out of. It was always, well, we're gonna get the chapters together once they decided to want a chapter. Next month we're gonna have chapters. We're gonna announce chapters. We're doing training. You got to prepare. You need bodies. You need people. And I'm like, this constant. We got something cooking shit ran its course, and now you're to the point where you're in this sloppy seconds mode trying to be relevant. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Yeah,
Well,
and the way someone put it about them painting themselves into a corner, like this.
Oh, they painted themselves in so many corners.
Yeah, but this one, they're going to be forced to maintain this position at least until into the summer, into Juneteenth. And I just think it's going to hurt them every time they're pitted against us and FBA on the wrong side of history. The best scenario is them, if they are truly in bed with them and assisting with legislation at all, or the best outcome, I guess, for us is that they
Hey,
do
Don,
improve it.
Don, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I just wonder what pretty much what's going on? I kind of just got in here.
Well, if you go through the Jumbotron, you can pick up on it, but essentially ADOS AF has come out in support of the Legislative Black Caucus in California, which, if you recall, blocked the initial slate of reparations bill in August of last year. And they introduced a new bill, which has no start date, no end date. It's called the Office of Descendants of Slavery, or Agency of Descendants of Slavery. No cash payments. And we think that they probably, no, I'll leave it at that. So that's the bill, basically.
Okay, I got you. Pretty much, it
And
sounds
but
like
the worst
she's on
part, but the other part is, like I said, I don't know if you know who Isaac Bryan is. He's the one who
Yeah, I know
actually
him.
physically blocked the vote, and Yvette has been. If you look through the Jumbotron, the picture will become clear what's happening, I think.
Yeah, Don, he's even using her talking points. I saw him going back and forth with somebody in CJAC. He's talking about they like movement discipline. So she's all in
What
his ear.
about when he's in the Judiciary Committee? So those bills, both of them, and I guess both can survive and go through the process. Yeah, they can. He's going to be on the Judiciary Commission. You see him throwing out threats about how he can't wait, and they wait till they see the kind of questions he's going to ask. So obviously, again, dangerous, because now Yvette is going to position herself to feed them. We're going to be fighting again. Like, she's going to be feeding them with positions against us. That's crazy. That's just
Hell yeah, man.
crazy.
Hold up. What is it? What? Look, you throw a chair, I throw a chair.
Right.
Where does that stand at? Remember?
Yeah, no, that's what I
Fuck
said.
that. I mean, I'm not saying it because all of us was 4 years ago, 5 years ago, was there. And I remember her saying, yes, if you throw a chair, I'ma throw a chair. I feel like this. You can't read the room. You know we don't, excuse me for saying this. You know we don't fuck with them. You know that. And this is where we go when we're talking about the Democratic Party, when we're so attached to these folks. Because once they threw a chair, regardless if we didn't fuck with them or so on, or you didn't mess with these folks or not, once they threw a chair because they knew what the Democrats just pulled, the shit they just pulled, you should have been up there throwing them with us.
How about we know what position she's going to play? Because she could have played just the other lineage-based organization that was more in line with us, she didn't have to also take up the position of disparaging us. So now we know that no, she's not, again, just confirming, she's not in this for the collective, for the movement. She's in this despite us, primarily, only.
It's not funny because we are going against the Democrat. Right now, everybody's squatting up. We got Chicago going red. We got the tribe. We have Black Americans that call themselves whatever, whenever, but we know the blood is the same. That's going against the Democratic Party right now because what the shit that they have pulled, not only this time, over the last 60 plus years, what they've been doing to us. And my thoughts, this is just me. I think that she feel like, okay, this is my chance. I finally got the Democrat Party. I'm saying Democrat. She probably don't call them because she's a Democrat too. The Democratic Party where I want them at. Now I'm able to move in and start getting my stuff pushed the way I want to push it.
Yeah.
But she don't understand, and I'm gonna be quiet after this. She don't understand that, madam, the reason why the Democratic Party is in the position that they are in is because of us doing what we did to them, including with the stuff that you guys did as well. So I'm not cutting you out of it, like you probably have done others.
Now
Right?
she wants to go in and be the fixer.
We don't fuck with them now.
Present herself as the fixer of the problems she helped create.
Well, we don't mess with, but I don't think she understands. And well, she's gonna have to understand, and I think she does, but probably not in totality. We don't fool with them. We're not where we were. That's over. And I understand that California is a quote unquote democratic state, but Black Americans don't fool with them like we used to. What they pulled in California, that right there, for them all to be Democrats up in that bad boy, but one or two, what they pulled in California, I can never go
So
back.
you saying that that it's another miscalculation, that she thinks she can even, if she thinks she can even maneuver things to where she can basically get out the Black vote for Democrats, like there's nothing she can even do. She can't even live on it.
Never. I don't think it's over. Listen, we have woken up. Now we read for ourselves. Now we question everything as well. We're not lockstep like we used to be. We're saying, hold on, now I'm good.
That has been like Divine was saying, like the thing we saw all along. Her judgment is off. Her timing is off. She be pivoting like a step too late consistently. And then she tends to reveal her entire hand like she has for us to dissect. And I think that, well, this didn't start off as a casual conversation because, like many people have come up here, they've had these thoughts, and we were all trying to be team players. But she has basically shown that she's not even she's playing a totally different game, trying to be like Divine. She's playing a totally different game on a totally different field. So yeah, she has to be cast out from amongst us in terms of giving grace. Like when we go out and advocate, like you said, like people mention ADOS, and I never say anything bad about ADOS, but they have been a hindrance. And so now we know, since you're going to play it like this, to differentiate ourselves, and that's to our benefit. We get to look like the reasonable Negroes, which is what she's trying to turn the tables on us. And I say one good thing is thank you, FBA, for being the straw man. So we regular Black Americans can go out here and do this actual work the way we need to in the situations we're in. So what an interesting time to be alive. What a very interesting time. In California is going to be so interesting. God bless CJEC and all the activists out there and their advocacy. I think actually, y'all, I'm kind of powering down, so I think I'm gonna actually take this moment to close out and see if y'all have any spaces that I can just come and sit on the stage. But I wanted to get this conversation started, and I think we needed to have this come together and basically come to a consensus that this is just not just another kind of slight and pettiness, that this is something more serious, and that ADOSAF and Yvette Carnell have basically put the line in the sand. They're against us. They're not for us. They are our opposition, and we should treat them as such going forward. So whatever that means to you, but I hope I'm certain these conversations will continue. But I think we've inserted it into conventional wisdom that we've broken up. So I'm gonna cut off right now. Thank you guys for coming out. We had a nice turnout in the space, very cathartic, and I look forward to us talking about how we can support CJEC, support the current UBI for senior American freedmen out there. I think that's going to be a successful venture and very much something we can all learn from and apply locally. And look out for calls to action from them. Continue these conversations. And with that, peace, love, reparations. And this is the last day of Black History Month. So I'm so glad that we spent it together like this and had this conversation, this understanding. So everybody keep up the good work. Mm-hmm.
Don, really quick,
Mhm.
just one quick thing. Just like a child's father, the folly comes around when that child turns 31 and brings a bike. And the child says, Dad, I'm driving now. I don't need that. That's very telling. That's very deep. You got to read the room. And you don't understand that I done growed up, as they said.
Well, I just want to say,
I wanted to let you have the last word in that and then let you close the room. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks everybody that came. This is a very productive conversation. Many of us got it out, and I just want to say that we didn't come in. Basically, as you said, ADOS Advocacy Foundation drew the line in the sand, and they pushed us there. We had hope. Many of us were in denial. We actually were looking to we were actually looking forward to even continue to collaborate to get things done. Once you're working with the opposition and then you go on a smear campaign against those in which that actually did nothing wrong to you. They have CJEC, NASD are not doing anything to impede reparations and or anything specifically for Black Americans, but you're targeting them. So that's what we're responding to. We're responding to what you all did. This is not personal against individuals. This is us again. If we're going to be about this fight, understand that Black Americans are going to, we're going to be aware, we're going to be vigilant, and as we said, anybody can get it. But again, hopefully, well, no, it's over. It was fun. I appreciate the inspiration that came from that side, but it was
It is. I think it is over, and we give homage to those of us who did get our start there. I think with unequivocally we have evolved beyond Yvette's talking points. There's I feel confident in saying that, and I'm glad that it led to greater respect for Dr. Claude Anderson and Callie House and all the others that Yvette does not talk about. At least I've never heard her talk about it. But with that being said,
these horrible reparations is all I have to say.
All right, same. All right, y'all. See you in the streets.
Well, family, we made it through a 7-hour live. And I hope you guys have a better understanding of how we got here, where we have to totally dismiss the hashtag ADOSAF. I hope you understand the importance of this space. I hope you enable this video to go viral. You can choose to support whom you want to, but we've been at this for way too long to be undermined out here in California by bitter Bettys like Yvette Carnell, who can't Her work can't compare to what we've done out here to push the reparations fight. And I'm going to be bringing a lot of these ideas that came from this space to our next town hall meeting. If you want information on that town hall next week and would like to come out and lend your voice, a TRP marathon. You're right about that, Bruce. This is the longest live I've ever had. I had no idea that their space went as long as it did. I think I went for 2 hours with P. Rae, and I think this was an additional 5 hours. Yeah, 7 hours. But it was important that I get it all done because I've got so many other topics I want to cover. But this is truly an end of an era. And that's why I did it, because I'm ready to be done with it. So please share the video with those who are probably not even understanding how we can be as victorious as we've been with everybody's boots on our jugular, trying to prevent us from advancing the reparations cause out here. Folks are probably wondering why the vitriol from Yvette towards the organization CJEC and NASD specifically. Because we were, as I've told you guys prior on many occasions, we were the co-founders of the former ADOS movement. So now she's welling and gnashing her teeth because we have chosen, well, she basically kicked us out of the org because we wouldn't give up all of our intellectual property after building the organization, like the gentleman stated. When she saw how much money was coming through Black Lives Matter, she decided to take the movement back. We have been trying to make her lead before we even took this thing over, and she kept saying that you are the solution. But the minute she saw how much money Black Lives Matter, not the grassroots one like we are, we're the soil. The money that funds this campaign is from us. Okay? But when she saw the BLM grift with Patrice Cullors and George Soros and all them, it became get down or get out. Like, you give me all of your stuff for me to take this over, or we're going to sue you for using the very ADOS all of your organizations throughout the nation are established in. And when she could not do that, because we all dissipated, we fell off. When she started making those kind of threats after we built it, that's when she had to put the hashtag in front of it, because she couldn't take it back from us because we had already established it. So I hope you learned a lot. I hope you share. It's an end of an era, but it's been over for a long time. It's been over for a long time, but this is the nail in the coffin when she would get in bed with our adversary, Isaac Bryan of the CLBC, that's seeking to keep us tethered to the bottom of this Titanic while economically genociding us with immigrants and illegal criminals. It's unconscionable what has happened to the population of Negroes that once lived here in California. And my goal in sharing with you in this manner and in all the ways that I do is to prevent it from happening to you. Because California is the blueprint on how to economically genocide the Negro. And it's spreading throughout the country because our people are niggardly still stuck on demon rats, are niggardly still stuck on identity and respectability tricks. And although 28% of us weaponized our votes for deportation and closed borders, I continue to show up faithfully to find more of my tribe to grow those percentages by the midterms, and then the next general, and then the next midterm, because my protest voter strategy ain't no one and done. We as a lineage cannot afford to protest for one election cycle and then let the demon rats take control again. Just reflect on delivering them the White House for the last 70 years. They were in control for 16 of 20 years, and we are worse off than when we elected Barack Obama the first term. Bruce says, New York is done too. Negroes here are lost. Yes, Bruce. I left New York for Cali. It was heavily immigrant populated then. I would be curious to know how many Negroes are actually left in New York City. We're down to about 3% out here. The other 3 or 4% is melanated immigrants cosplaying us for position that our state government gladly gives them over us. So I'm here to try to prevent the South from being overtaken, because just like my series states, as the nation becomes California, where is the Negro going and with what? And so you guys are going to have to become Chicago Red. You're going to have to do it. You're going to have to hold your nose and do it. But the demon rats are the party of the KKK. And you need to remember that, because there's nothing different about them. They will use us. They will use our never-ending Holocaust to uplift everyone but us to our economic genocide. And that is happening in real time. And thank God we stopped them, but we must continue to stop them. We must give up the couches and get out here and do our protest vote until times get better for the Negro. And just know this, when you are at war, there will be casualties. Let me stop sharing this. When you are at war, there will be casualties. So not everybody's going to make it, because we waited too long to weaponize this vote. But when the demon rats are in control of the country, the Negro is the only group in distress. And so we spared ourselves a quickening of our extinction by putting Trump in office. But we can't afford to stay on the couch. This is how these demon radically ran cities are overwrought with immigrants controlling our politics. Immigrants shouldn't even be able to control our politics. The Negro should be in those positions where you see folks in charge of the Congressional Black Caucuses that is about all the other groups, especially immigration, over the Negro. They'll offer us a study, but they're not serious. We studied. And now the Congressional Legislative Black Caucuses, they want to sit up here and put more studies and bills for more study and more study, while they're the only ones getting paid. I'm not going to detain y'all. Y'all have been really amazing to stay. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate my co-host in the chat. No time to go over those. I've flashed a few of them, and I've been chatting back and forth as I've been able. But I want to do my declare and decree, pray us out, and do the outro so that you guys can get some much needed rest. I declare and decree that the highest form of righteous judgment is served over all corrupt beings of the government, judicial system, including the police officers, child protective services, judges, attorneys, the repugnant clans and the demon rats, FBI agents, the CIA, and all personnel working for the U.S. corporation with 3 Ks with wicked intentions. All hidden corruption and agendas are now destroyed forevermore in spirit and in flesh, in sleep and in awakened states, across all timelines, realms, and dimensions, known and unknown. The light of God surrounds us. The love of God enfolds us. The power of God protects us, and the presence of God watches over us. Wherever Negro descendants and our allies are, God truly is, because, family, you are the face of God. Yes, you are the voice of God. You are the body temple of the Spirit of the living God. With that being said, family, I want you to make it a beautiful, God-inspired rest of your morning and work week. Until we meet again next weekend, I want you to make it beautiful, make it God-inspired, and know that you're winning. Despite the appearance, you are in complete control, and you and God are a majority. Never forget that. And until we meet again, family, I'm believing for each and every one of us a ton of peace, love, and reparations, family. Good morning.